Now live from council chamber.
How are you? Are you enjoying your visit to City Hall? What is the best part of being here? Wow, I never heard that before. You made my day. I had a rough night last night, so thank you so much for saying that. Yeah, yeah. Are you staying around for a bit? Whole day? Half a day?
Last day.
Oh, so you're part of the week-long city school? Oh, right on. You know who your city council representative is? Is she the second best thing in City Hall? Where did you, which places did you visit? Why don't you come here to the mic? Come,
Yeah, come to the mic.
come to the mic. Yeah. Come. Okay, tell us your name and,
My name is Chris.
yeah.
We went to the Commonwealth Stadium, the
Uh-huh,
LRT,
uh-huh,
Alberta Courts,
uh-huh,
Rogers Place,
uh-huh.
the Mustard Seed,
Oh,
iHuman.
did you enjoy the artwork at iHuman?
Yes,
Isn't it phenomenal?
yes.
It's just phenomenal, yeah. And what else?
That's all for now.
That's pretty long list for a week-long trip, right? That you get to see all those things and you get to experience different areas and you get to meet cool people around as you do that, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, thank you for sharing that with us.
You're welcome.
Cool. Yeah. Yay. No, please. No, I'm just waiting for the sheet.
So Mayor Sohi, we're working on printing out the updated version, but all of council has access to the electronic
Okay.
version. Are you wanting to wait until
No,
we bring that
let's
down?
start. Let's start. Okay, I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good. And I also want to acknowledge that we are joined by kids or grade 6. Grade 6, it doesn't say which grade. Which grade is it? Grade 6. School kids from Avonmore Elementary School with their teacher, Kip Matheson. Kip Matheson, thank you so much for joining us. We are in the middle of our budget discussions, which means that we are going to be making decisions how we continue to build our city over the next 4 years into the future, as well as how we continue to provide good quality public services that you all rely on and you expect us to, your city council to continue to do so. So thank you so much and look forward to seeing you soon. Okay, yeah. Okay, now adoption was done of the agenda, approval of minutes, protocol items done, select items, that's done. Now we are into our discussion, and I need that cheat sheet as well, Councilor. Thank you. Okay. Who was next? We were on round 5, right? Who was next? Sorry.
I have down that Councillor Stevenson is next. Councillor
Councillor
Rice made the last amendment
Oh,
last
yes,
night.
okay.
None for me.
None for you. And Councilor Cartmel?
Is it my turn?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 2 increase amendments, and I'm going to withdraw them both. I also have 2 abeyance amendments that we'll consider later, I suppose.
Councilor Cartmel, which one are you withdrawing?
Right, I've got that written down right here.
Sorry, Councilor Cartmel, go ahead.
I will be withdrawing number C 23. Sorry, no, hang on. C 24.
C24.
Which is the Windermere Transit Center, so I'll be withdrawing that.
Okay,
And C65, which were the baseball diamonds at Brian Anderson Athletic Grounds.
okay. And those are the 2.
Yeah, all I have left is abeyance. motions.
Abeyance, okay.
Thank you.
Got it.
Sorry.
Okay. Next is Councilor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move C56. And shall I read it in now, or should
Yes,
I wait
please.
till
Yeah.
everyone gets it?
Yeah.
Okay. That capital profile CM 60-1425 radio life cycle as per page 147 of Appendix A be increased by $9,995,000, $2,946,000 in 2023, $2,946,000 in 2024, $3,667,000 in 2025, and $436,000 in 2026 to deliver the renewal composite at 100% of its ideal investment level with funding from pay-as-you-go.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Principe. This was seconded by Councilor Rice. Can you make the introduction, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring this forward as it was a recommendation, from my understanding, by the Police Commission. And it was brought forward as a request by the police service. And I just felt that this is a way to make sure that not only help protect the safety of all Edmontonians, but also the police officers who are the frontline, or some of the frontline workers who protect our city every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Principe. Any questions, please? Any questions? Seeing none. Councilor Principe, you want to close? I'm sorry? Oh, okay, so to speak, sorry. Councilor Knack to speak.
Yeah, sorry, and I won't be long. I know we've got a lot to go through, but I just want to say, while I appreciate this amendment, and I know there's a number of others related to renewal on police IT, I won't be supporting any of them, so I'll save myself for all of the motions. But with the intent that I know that there is likely an operating motion that talks about how we might more broadly deal with renewal, which I think is a more holistic way of addressing the gaps that we have. So I know administration had done a presentation on some of the city infrastructure, but we've had conversations about library renewal and EPS renewal, and we have so many different renewal buckets, and I've heard a pretty clear desire from this council to make sure that beyond the renewal work that was invested in the last 2 terms, we have a lot of other renewal work to invest in, and it's better to maybe deal with it through one composite, holistic profile that is going to do that. So I won't support any of these renewal increases with the intent that when we get to operating, I understand there will be a motion that will allow us to have a conversation about how we're going to deal with renewal going forward in the city, and I would lump in EPS, EPL, all of our civic agencies, along with the civic infrastructure in that body of work when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I just want to also reiterate what Councillor Knack just said. For anyone watching along, it does not mean that this equipment will not be funded. It just means that there is a better way to do it that we will be looking at. So that I think that just has to be very crystal clear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Councillor Prince, to close.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll just kind of close with what I opened with, just that I feel that this is an important item to fully fund, and this is just a way to make sure that, and I appreciate what Councillor Knack and Paquette said, but having said that, that's still up for debate, that motion, so that's why I would like to proceed with this motion. And I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Next one is Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, Mr. Coble, did you see my message?
Which one is it, sir?
I'm asking the city manager about one amendment.
Oh, yes, I think so. Still worth it, yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
okay. Then I would like to move the amendment number sorry, I lost them. Did they get shuffled in order? I thought it was like 19.
Yeah, so Counselor, we were asked to reorganize it this morning when we started printing it.
Okay, so so they're not.
So what,
What's left?
It's the Castle Downs. It's the Castle Downs Park.
yep, so Castle Downs.
C18.
It's on page 8.
Thank you, Councilor Hannigan. Okay, you said page 8? Oh, there, okay, so that capital profile CM 303030, open space planning and design growth, be increased by 300,000, 100,000 in 2024 and 200,000 in 2025 for Castle Downs District Park Concept Plan to include the addition of an artificial turf facility to checkpoint 3 with funding from pay as you go.
Okay, sorry, can't remember who seconded this? Councillor Principe seconded that? Okay. Councillor Rutherford, can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, so I was planning to withdraw my motion similar to other council colleagues, but this is a little bit of a unique situation because we had the Seahawks come and present to us at public hearing, and they have quite a good business case going for what they want to do with the turf in that area. And the first step of that is making sure that the artificial turf is added to the Castle Downs Park plan. There's also going to be a high school there, so there's going to be a lot of potential to collaborate with the YMCA, the new high school, and the Seahawks for this. And I don't know if once I do my introduction, I'll ask Mr. Corbold for an update, because it sounds like they've also had a meeting with the Seahawks. So that might add some more intel. But I know where we're at, and so I debated this, but I think it's a nominal amount, and there's a lot of community-led potential to see something really great in this area. That's my introduction.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any questions? So maybe sorry, here you go. Councillor Hamilton?
Did Councillor Rutherford want to go? She said she had questions. Or-
Councillor Rutherford, you have questions. Go
I
ahead,
was just
please.
gonna ask Mr. Corbold.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
So, Mr. Corbold, could you just maybe provide some context or update the rest of council on the opportunity that exists there?
Yeah, thanks, Counselor. Yeah, we actually met with Seahawks this morning, and just sort of, because we had heard some concerns about their experiences with the city, and so we kind of went through all their concerns and issues with Jennifer Flaman and myself. We think there's great potential, and of course, as everyone knows, there's a ton of things going on in Castle Downs between the LRT expansion, the new high school, the football, some other needs. And so we got a real good clarity from Seahawks this morning in terms of some of their short-term needs and long-term needs. I believe this would allow us to help plan for those needs. I also think it would allow us to help them advocate for non-city funding from other orders of government through several grant programs. And one of the parts we discussed is how we could sort of work with them to advocate for other options. And I think the earlier we work on this, the more likelihood we'll have of getting non-city grants to help pay for the eventual project. So yeah, very positive meeting, I thought, this morning. Some real complexity around Castle Downs that I think we have kind of a responsibility to help shepherd and lead as we move forward. But mostly, it might put us in a position to get other funding for it that we wouldn't then have to spend. Thanks.
Yeah, and the first step of that is making sure that the district park, which I understand was done in 2014, is just updated to include that turf component, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I heard some points and from administration's mover and specific talk about this park's uniques, but I still not clear say what's unique different from other district park and then also the community parks, and we try to put in the same level of development to get different funding from different orders of government, and also to serve the around schools and anything like that. Can more clarification be provided before we vote?
I'm happy to, Councillor. I think the issue with this place in particular, the uniqueness of it, is that it's one of the only district parks that I know of that we're trying to run an LRT through, at the same time that we're trying to build a high school, at the same time that we're trying to find new ways of collaborating with the YMCA and get into partnerships between the Edmonton Catholic School Board, ourselves, and the province in terms of how that's built. So I would just say that more so than some other parks, it's not completely unique, but we're imposing a lot of things on this park as a city based on some of the planning we're doing.
So then two clarification needed. The first one is about the ART. So ART, it's my understanding, and then right now we just starting to design the acquisition, and then based on this timeline and the city experience, how we build the ART, I believe that's still 10 years away. So that is first. And the second about the school. The school is already built, or the school just have planning and in place, and where we are for this type of situation.
Yeah, my understanding is the province is wanting to start construction this year, if not this year, next year for sure. So they're trying to, we're going through some complications with land and everything and access and to utilities, but we're working collaboratively with the province because the city, the province, and the Edmonton Catholic School Board would like to get this, start breaking ground on this as soon as possible. And I'm told that the money is there in the province to do that.
So my question is, if we are going to approve this one, and then for the similar situation, cross city and for example, South Edmonton, and then experience ART, and then also experience the school there, and then, so that means we will apply the same approach and principle to approve it. So I just want to clarify that. And because it's a similar situation.
Well, yeah, I would just say I think it's up to the will of council as it's debated, so.
And then because it's a consistent principle and to guide us to vote, I think we need to be very clear for that. If we approve this one, and then, so what I heard here, ART and is a considered factor, and school, and then, but all these type of basic factors and all is a similar situation for other parks as well. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Rice, if I can add, it's Roger Jevany. One unique situation here is this is a community initiated project where the organization is looking to be a major funder of it and the operator and maintainer of the asset. So different than us going on our own and just building an asset and operating and maintaining it directly.
So then it's my understanding most parks, most park, and so you can correct me if my understanding is wrong, and then actually is a partnership with the community as well. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I had Councillor Hamilton on board. What happened?
I have kept clicking on. And
Do you,
Here you go.
do you want us to put you back up?
Here you go.
Yeah,
Councillor Hamilton,
yeah.
go ahead, please.
Okay. I think I had a similar line of questioning to Councillor Rice. This seems like hearing the conversation about partner funding, but it seems like it bears an uncanny resemblance to the Londonderry District Park item. And it's the same sort of amount of money, and I know Londonderry had artificial turf in phase 2, but you know, we're talking about collectively under $1 million, and you know, I guess maybe the question to administration is, would this be better dealt with as a composite profile?
Well, the amendment that's being tabled right now actually does identify it being included in a composite. It's increasing the funding in the composite to address it.
Okay. I think I meant more of like a larger open space planning and design growth composite with respect to the other parks in the area.
So it would be consideration for council and the different budget pressures that you have.
Yeah.
How big of an increase you want in that composite. We mentioned before that as schools come on board, that is the time where we bring back to council a consideration of moving, well, it's not a consideration, it's a requirement to come back and complete the necessary park improvements adjacent to the school. So if this wasn't funded now, it would be something that we'd be coming back in the future to, as we do with every school that gets announced.
Yeah. With the partner funding, I'm seeing it's 300,000. Like the amount of money being asked for is $300,000. Are you? What level of partner funding are we looking at? Like what proportion of this would be taken on by the partner?
I think the idea on this is that this would be city, the planning, this part would be city planning, but I understand, and I don't want to speak for the Seahawks, but, you know, I understand that they're aggressively pursuing, you know, funding for this project, and I don't know what amount they're at yet, but I think it's substantial in terms of the capital build. Yeah.
So we would essentially eat the cost of it in like the 300, and then anything above it. Anything additional would be what they, so we still put out 300,000.
Well, I think that would be up for, you know, future discussion as we understand what their contributions are going to be. What I'm trying to do is position us in a place where we can maximize and work with them to try to get as much of this money for the outlay. I think it's about a $15 million project in the end. And what I'm trying to do is position ourselves so that we can do some upfront planning, we can get this part put in, and then we can help them try to get further funding from other orders of government or other grants.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps as a question to Roger, I'm just thinking of the recreation partnership and facility service package on the operating side. That's unfunded, and I'm wondering if supported, would a project like this qualify for a program like the recreation partnership?
Yeah, Councillor, I think the park planning would be something we would traditionally do, but the actual build of the new facility would be eligible in that investment program and would have qualified under the former partner capital grant program.
Right. Whereas,
And that's where the city would have provided up to 1/3 of the capital costs.
right, and so this would be the precursor to a group qualifying for something like that.
Yeah, we need to confirm that, the amenity could fit on the park, understand all the implications on the park, and so they can go forward with confidence knowing that it fits with the master plan and they can really develop the project fully now.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So, Mr. Corbold, what is our capital budget? $7.6 billion? Spread over number of years?
7.8.
7.8. And what is our operating budget? It was, I think, 3.2 billion?
Yeah.
And we are put into position to debate $100,000 service packages. We debated Council Rice's $100,000 service package, and we are here debating $100,000 service package, 300 over 3 years. Why cannot we find a process to fund these little things and advance them to a level where it becomes a significant amount of money that needs to come to council? I just feel it frustrating. There are a huge amount of money that we have. We have to debate to allocate a tiny bit of money for these projects. Just want to know why cannot be done this existing budget.
Yeah, I find it frustrating, your mayor as well. But what happens is there's 1,000 or 10,000, $100,000 projects in the city. If council wants to put together a larger fund and then delegate the authority to administration for these amounts, I would welcome that. If you find it frustrating, I would suggest that you change the process, and we would be more than willing to work with you on doing that. Yeah.
I think we should, because we give you delegation authority of making decisions up to, I think, $2 million that you make, right?
Correct.
I think we need to revisit some process that we give you some ability to make these kind of decisions without coming to council.
Yeah, and what I would say is having the authority just to make the decision is one thing. Having the funding source to make the decision is another thing. And so I do not have, while I can make a decision up to a certain amount, I don't have a funding source that allows me to take 100,000 projects, sift through the thousands of $100,000 projects that are out there and do that. So I do that very effectively, I think, with things like CSWB, because the council gave us a community safety and well-being strategy and funded it, and we've made lots of decisions for the dispersal of funds to do things, and that works very well. So there are examples of great success in that. We have not got that system set up for these type of community projects, and we would be delighted to work on something like that. But it would have to. What it would need is, $1 million or a $5 million funding source, so that then we could judiciously make these decisions.
Yeah.
It's not the individual 100; it's the fact that there's thousands of them, which add up to millions very quickly. So.
Yeah, but in this budget process, this is the second or third that I have seen small amount of money going through a budget process with a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Right?
Yeah, and I would say that, you know, none of these small packages are things that we have put forward. We're debating councillors' packages.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they're amendments that the councillors are bringing forward. I understand why, and we're trying to get to a decision on, so.
Okay, can you stress me like, why is this urgent? Why is this urgent? Why we need to make a decision on this today? What is the urgency?
Well, I think it's more of a question to the mover. We're happy to do it. I think there's some.
Maybe to
There's
Councillor
some
Rutherford.
complications with this one, that I've tried to explain before in terms of so many things going on in Castle Downs Park, including LRT and high school about to be built, but yeah, so.
Yeah, I think that the urgency is just we often talk about the opportunity costs, and I think that there's opportunity, and the Seahawks has been working in partnership with Edmonton Catholic School. I think there's some provincial funding with the construction
Yeah.
that could be on the table, that if we try to do this in a supplementary budget adjustment, may not be on the table.
So you're saying that if we need to make a decision today, and next decision point is in spring of 2023, the time lapse is.
Well, it's more that
could-
we have to show some commitment to even having an
got it.
artificial turf,
Yeah.
so that the Seahawks can have
Got
that
it.
conversation with
Right.
the Catholic School
Got
Board.
it. No, thank you for that explanation. I understand that, probably supported, but my frustration still stands about these small items coming to us. Okay, I'll take the chair back.
Okay, chair returned.
Okay, any more questions? Seeing none, to speak. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. I have said no to a number of similar motions, but I do have a commitment to providing small seed funding to leverage other funding that we can access. So in this case, I will be supporting this one. I think it sounds like there's some really imminent and tangible opportunities to leverage this for a greater investment in our communities. So happy to support, appreciate the mover bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anyone else? Seeing none, Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for everyone for the consideration of this amendment. As I mentioned, I made really thoughtful consideration about, given where we're at, if I should even bring this forward. But I think it will be a really missed opportunity for a community organization that's ready and willing to do the work, to see something really great at this park, do that work, and this small investment could really leverage some really great opportunities. So appreciate your consideration in this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
And then, Mr. Mayor, if you'll indulge me, I'll withdraw my other two amendments.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I'll come back to you in the order,
Sorry,
Councillor Rutherford.
apologize.
Councillor Jans? Nope. Okay. Councillor Paquette? No. Round 6. Councillor Wright?
None.
Councillor Salvador?
None.
Councillor Knack?
None.
Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And then I have one, but I'm thinking to refract.
Which one is Councillor Rice?
I believe is a C37.
C.
37. I would like to put this one first because to refract your question and then Mayor Sohi asked, and also to have some discussion for the process, and because this is a composite one, is cross city-wide, and then I would like to state first, and then if possible, and I will look at the withdraw and with subsequent motion, but I do want to put on the floor first.
Go ahead, please.
So I advance that capital profile CM 30-3030 open space, planning and designing and growth be increased by 660,000, 200,000 in 2024, 230,000 in 2025, and 230,000 in 2026 for planning and design to checkpoint 3 of community parks amenities and presented on page 657 of the October 31st, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report with funding from pay-as-you-go. And actually is on page 657 in capital project.
This was seconded by Councillor Principe, so Councillor Rice, can you please introduce the item, or amendment, sorry?
So cross city, and we have lots of community parks, and right now, and so we're knocking off the amenities, and in many parks, and some example already listed, administration provided some example, is a composite profile. And so what's the intention to do this, and for city administration to identify some priorities and specific to make some community amenities to provide that green spaces and parks and for the people who live in the community around the parks. So it's citywide. I don't have specific the sites, which park will be included, because this will upon to city administration assessment to identify. But I do think this work is important and for our city. Specifically, and look at the budget engagement exercise, what we heard, and is a number one, and our Edmontonians would like to see more investment on the parks. And this is their daily use, they're walking, they're enjoying and relaxing every day. So that's his intention for this amendment. But I really want to reflect the point, the question you asked earlier. Is there any possibility and for our city to look at this type of small amendments and then look at this small amenities in the community park, and then without doing this type of debate and move the work forward and to support our Edmontonians?
Yeah, I think the main possibility there is if council were to fund a bigger package and program, that then we could make those decisions on through administration. So, but that's a hard ask given where we are from a budget perspective, I would say.
Thank you for that. And then my asking is just based on the number provided by administration is 660, and if give the situation right now, we're really tight, and for pay as you go, and then I would like to heard my colleagues' suggestion how we pursue this, and.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
So I'm trying to find the profile itself, and I'm struggling for that. But this sounds a lot like a profile that used to exist, and then no longer exists because we ran out of money. But essentially, it's with the benches and garbage cans fund. And this might predate a lot of people in this room, but I look to maybe Councillor Knack or other folks who have experience with this. Is it that, Mr. Laughlin, or?
This is actually open space planning and design growth.
Okay.
So this is essentially a growth composite.
Yeah.
That permits us to do planning and design for growth elements related to open space improvements.
Okay. Okay.
On the basis of the question related to could we deal with this a different way, we didn't bring any growth items to budget.
Okay.
So it would really be a decision of council that if you wanted to allocate planning and design dollars for growth elements, you can. It would be at the expense of what, or with an addition of what.
Yep.
And then full awareness, if you design something, there should be the corresponding commitment to build it.
It sounds like there's maybe a policy conversation in the new year where we talk about that type of allocation, so that there, maybe we'll get a little bit of a better lens on these growth projects that I would agree with Councillor Rice are high value in terms of creating those 15-minute communities across our city. So that might be my suggestion, is that we bundle, in the new year, we look at bundling a lot of these initiations and perhaps look at allocating money in the coming year once we have a policy framework in place.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any more questions? Seeing none. Councillor Rice, you wanna?
I put this, and I do want to open door and then to listen to my colleagues' opinion on it. And what I heard here, and if we're going to look at the policy discussion, and specifically this will be reflected in the community amenities, community park amenities framework. So that's framework, and that means we may need to look at and then have some discussion, conversation. I would like to change this, withdraw this, and change to the subsequent motion. Subsequent motion, and for that.
Got
And
it.
then we
You can-
don't need to vote right now.
Yeah, no, so the motion, amendment is withdrawn, and you can prepare your subsequent motion with the administration, Councillor Rice. Okay.
Yeah,
And
so
you can make
that will reflect
Yeah.
what we care about our green spaces and in
Got
the
it.
community.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. So it's withdrawn. Councillor Stevenson, no. Councillor Cartmill, no. Councillor Principe?
Now this is going faster. All right, so off to C59. C59. That capital profile CM 60-1771 police equipment as per page 143 of Appendix A be increased by $6,027,000, $1,741,000 in 2023, $1,161,000 in 2024, $1,906,000 in 2025, and $1,219,000 in 2026 to deliver the renewal composite at 100% of its ideal investment level with funding from pay-as-you-go.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. And who seconded this, sorry? Councillor Rice, you seconded that. Councillor Principe, please make the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, this is a package I'm bringing forward, as I did with the other one, to just suggest that we fully fund the ideal investment at 100%. When we did the survey, when administration did the survey, and we found that the public, and I think we all were aware of that, are very, one of their main priorities is safety. And that's why I'm looking to fully fund the request. And an interesting one about this profile is that it actually has components that help the victims too, because in this profile, there's actually forensic collection, proper storage to help with prosecution, which in effect is helpful for the victims as well. So that's my introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Principe to close.
My close would be the same as my open, so thank you.
Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. And next, Councillor Rutherford, you we're going to withdraw a few motions?
Yeah, I have one quick process question to the clerk.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I need to put an amendment on the floor and withdraw it in order to do a subsequent, or can I still do I can just do a subsequent?
That's right.
Okay, then yes, I withdraw both my motions.
Okay,
Thank you.
Can you name them, please? Which one were those?
We'll knock her out of order. My two other ones, I think,
I believe those are C20
C20, yes,
and C61.
and C61, yes, those sound correct.
C20.
Yes.
So
Just hold on. Many pages to flip through. C20, got it. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Jens, no. Councillor Paquette, no. Councillor Tang, no. Councillor Hamilton, no. Now I start at, here we go. Councillor Rice, you have more?
I do have one,
Okay,
and
go ahead,
it's
please.
regarding the snow removal and ice control and the capital split. That's the citywide services. But I'm not sure.
Which number is it?
Say,
64?
no, say 34.
34?
Yeah, so just for the question to city clerk, and because this one will associate with operating budget as well, and then should I put this at end, come back, and after operating budget, or I should put right now? I should make this amendment right now.
Yeah, so Mayor Sohi, are you all right if some of these, I think there's another one that might be waiting till after operating is done, and then we can come back, or council can come back and revisit this before you vote on the main budget motion for capital?
Is that what you would suggest? Like, what would your recommendation be? Because what would be the best
I've
process?
had input from administration that could be helpful,
Okay.
but the decision is council's.
Oh, no. If it's helpful to administration, then definitely we want to make it easier. So that's the 34. So process would be to, what is required? Table it?
No, it's already
It's,
been
yeah,
postponed. It's
yeah.
not been brought back to the floor, so just leave it where it is.
Okay.
And we'll make sure not to lose sight of it, and
Okay.
we'll bring it back after council's dealt
Got
with
it.
all of its operating
Okay,
amendments.
that's fine. We will do that. Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'll go through the list. Councillor Stevenson, no. Councillor Cartmel, no. Councillor Principe.
Hello
Good,
again.
Yeah.
So now we're on to C57.
Go ahead, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for the record, I did ask to have these all together, but it was requested to have them separated. So just wanted to put that out there, okay? Just so everyone knows. That capital profile CM 601433, police IT infrastructure sustainment, as per page 283 of Appendix A, be increased by $20,923,000. $8,232,000 in 2023, $3,962,000 in 2024, $4,816,000 in 2025, and $3,913,000 in 2026 to deliver the renewal composite at 100% of its ideal investment level with funding from pay-as-you-go.
Okay, this was seconded by Councillor Rice, right? Can you make the introduction, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Just again, as my previous introductions, just wanted to see 100% of the recommended or ideal investment of funding. As we all know, IT is very, very important and constantly changing. Updates are always necessary. And so, yeah, I would encourage my colleagues to support this, please.
Okay. Questions, colleagues? Questions? and Councillor Principe to close. Same as opening remarks.
Same as the opening.
Sorry, Councillor Rice, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have one quick question and to mover Councillor Principe. So there are two police IT. So what's the big difference between?
Thank you. That's a good question. So for the first one, C57, that's for the infrastructure. That's actually for the physical IT portion of it, where C58 is the application. So I'm guessing that would be the software.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, because this two needs together.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's Councillor Paquette.
Just to speak.
Or to speak, okay. Any questions? More questions? No? To speak, Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And again, just for the same reason as was stated before, I won't support this simply because we will be looking at how to better fund these things. And so I know that we haven't had the debate yet and it is yet to be decided, but I would be very surprised if council did not go ahead and work with administration and with all parties involved in order to find more sensible solutions to some of these equipment challenges. So I have full confidence personally that all of it will be funded, just in a better way. And I do appreciate the council bringing these forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, my close is the same as my opening. So
Thank you.
thank you for hearing me
Please
out.
vote.
Jans is no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Can you recall the vote, please?
We will do one moment. We are recalling.
So, waiting for one vote?
We are waiting on more than one vote.
So just to recall, so I would have Councillor Jans restate his vote because the vote he declared before he
No.
left was recalled.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, no. Councillor Jans, no. Councillor Paquette, no. Councillor Tang, no. Councillor Hamilton, no. Councillor Wright, no. Right. Councillor Salvador, no. Councillor Knack, no. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now we'll go on to C58. That capital profile CM 601460 police IT application sustainment as per page 279 of Appendix A be increased by $14,154,000, $3,185,000 in 2023, $3,519,000 in 2024, $3,787,000 in 2025, and $3,663,000 in 2026 to deliver the renewal composite at 100% of its ideal investment level with funding from pay-as-you-go.
This was seconded by Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe, can you please make the introduction?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is just a portion of the police IT request for the ideal investment level funding for the applications. Again, IT I feel is very important to be funding fully for the police, as IT is always changing and it's something that's very important that we need to keep up on. So I encourage my colleagues to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any questions? Councillor Rice?
So I'm not sure if there's any delegation from Edmonton Police Commission online or? Okay.
Yes, we do have individuals.
I think there are people from Police Commission present.
Okay, so my question, and I'm not sure who is that, and then but my question is to the Edmonton Police Commission. So I heard yesterday, and I asked the question to administration to confirm, and police ID and how we determine the budget request is in alignment and with civical department, so that information is confirmed. And my question is if this piece is specific for the software renewal, and if this one is not approved, what's impact could be and for the services we provided to Edmontonians?
Is anyone from, here you go. Chair McDougall, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm hoping we have someone from the service with us as well. This is very specialized to their IT department. As with any reduction we look at, we can't prophesize what will get cut and how things will get cut. This will have to be a discussion between the service and the commission as a whole on any decreases or any lack of funding that does come through. But hopefully there's someone from the service with a little bit more insight on the IT aspect.
Okay, so right now for the current state, and do we have experience or challenge and for the existing software and application and then police services and is doing right now?
I see some folks from the service on joining us. Maybe they can answer this question.
Okay, great. So this is a question.
You did,
also, okay, I can repeat it one more time.
Yeah, can you, Councillor Rice?
So I actually asked two questions. The first question and then is because police IT, how we determined the request is in alignment and with the civical department, the same approach used. And my question, first question, if we didn't approve the application or software renew, what impact could be and for the front services at Edmonton Police provided?
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So this profile is intended to maintain the capability of our EPS software and applications and systems that are deployed to support our police operations. So the impact would be around our ability to capture data and manage and disclose and retain the information that is required by EPS. We wouldn't be able to meet legislative requirements, and we wouldn't be able to have requests for intelligence and information from the systems that we have. We also wouldn't be able to share information with our internal and external partners, as well as to provide timely responses to the public.
Thank you for that answer. So my second question, I'll repeat it one more time, is about based on what existing operating system for the software, and then is there any challenge or any experience to demonstrate this renew, and then if not approved, we have some like challenge, sometimes I lose my word. We have some like experience difficult challenge and for the operating and for the police services provided to our Edmontonians.
Councillor, the impact of not funding full renewal of our applications means that we're unable to keep software versions up to date, provide patches that protect the service from cybersecurity risks, and could ultimately mean lack of availability of systems such as our computer-aided dispatch system or our records management system. So these are mission critical, 24/7, 365 days a year, solutions and systems that must be maintained at the utmost level in order to fulfill that mandate. So that from an operational perspective, and then as now Ms. Lorenz had mentioned, it would also potentially impact our ability to meet our legislative requirements. So when we talk about legislative requirements, the ability to provide evidence to the courts, the ability to provide the types of responses that we're required to.
And thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
My time is out.
Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
To our administration, I just want to verify again that EPS got the pay-as-you-go funding portion based on the criteria that you use to allocate funding to city and other agencies, right?
So I would separate them from other agencies, but we
Okay.
treated them like a civic department.
Okay,
And so
so-
they got a portion of renewal funding the same as the other civic departments did,
Yep.
and they were provided with the criteria.
Okay, and based on that criteria, they decided where to allocate the money, right? Within their capital needs.
That's correct.
So if this was a high need, they could have made a decision to allocate that to whatever level they feel was appropriate to meet the legislative, whatever the requirements are.
So, yes, but I think, again, we don't set their budget. I think what they're saying is that they required more to meet their needs, and
Yeah.
that's what's before you for debate.
And those needs exist within the city as well, right? Because we are not funding all of IT renewal to the level that 100%, right?
We are not funding any of the departments at 100%, and so it was within everybody's purview to be able to allocate to their highest needs.
Got it.
Based on the funding that was provided, which was about 30%.
Okay, yeah, that's a decision that EPS made on their own, right? Not, so, okay, got it, that's I need to understand. As long as they were treated the same way that every other city department was treated, given the same allocation based on the criteria. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll take the chair back. Councillor Hamilton?
Chair McDougall, could you clarify for me if the commission advanced all of its renewal needs?
Not all the renewal needs were brought forward. The commission sat as a whole and pared down multiple times all the requests that the service had brought to us. I can't tell you how many times we sent back requests to the service saying this needs to be pared down to make your budget manageable. So no, what we brought forward were those that were critical to the functioning of the service, critical to public safety, and critical to officer safety.
Thank you. And I guess maybe to the service was the 25 or 30% sort of renewal across the board contextualized for you before advancing any capital forward, or was that, and I need to be clear, I'm not, or sort of when was that information provided to you?
The 25% was given to us after the commission has supported our submission to City Council, at which time internally within the EPS and specifically within finance, we spread that equally across the 4 renewal projects. The time it would have taken to determine which of those 4 projects which just wasn't available for us. So in my shop, we made the determination across the service of 25% per project, totaling the $17 million or the 25% that administration had identified.
And just to add to that, I think because the renewal projects that we had already identified and put forward are the absolute, we need them all. So it wasn't an option to choose.
Yeah, so would you have approached the process differently if you knew that there would be only 25% given across the board versus projects would be looked at individually on a needs by needs basis and funded?
I think if we had time to do that, we would have. We also thought in terms of allocating equally across the projects, if it stayed where it was, we'd use supplemental capital budget adjustments to adjust as needed so that we could take the time to identify the true needs based on the funding that's allotted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, maybe just to administration. I think one of the renewal profiles that was, was it 100% funded for the vehicle replacement, the EPS vehicle replacement?
That's correct. That is Edmonton Police Pay-As-You-Go. So that is a funding source that they get to use in its entirety.
And how much was that again?
I don't know. Rob, do you have the number?
It's around 30 million.
30 million. Okay, so there's 30 million available there. And just to our administration, EPS does have the ability, again, sort of within that pool of capital funding that we're providing to them, they do have the ability to reallocate within that if they deem that some priorities are higher than others.
That's correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions. To speak? To speak? Seeing none, Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as we heard from EPS and from Chair McDougall of the Edmonton Police Commission, this profile is critical and it is necessary to meet legislative requirements. That's why I really strongly suggest that my colleagues support this, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Councillor Principe? No, I don't think so. Yeah. Councillor Rice, you have another one?
No, my snow removal one is
Was the last one, right?
that's the last one. Yeah.
We can I just confirm, we do have 64 as an increase, which is the fleet and equipment renewal?
64. Yes, there is one from you, Councillor Rice, the capital 64.
So I'm going to withdraw with this one.
Okay, got it. So 64 is withdrawn. And Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm looking at item C54 now.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read it in, but there's a possibility that I might withdraw, depending on the answers from administration. Okay, that capital profile CM 99-9000 infrastructure delivery growth be increased by 15,355,000, 1,535,000 in 2023, 9,600,000 in 2024, and 4,220,000 in 2025 to fund the 167 Avenue, 76th Street to 52A Street 4-lane widening project for delivery from page 660 of attachment 1 with funding from Pay-As-You-Go.
Thank you. This was seconded by Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe, can you please make the introduction?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a project that's much needed on the north side. It encompasses mine as well as Councillor Paquette's ward. I do have questions to administration about this. I know we've been in discussions about this because part of this, most of this, from my understanding, is developer responsibility for the widening. Is that correct?
So, Councillor, it's actually a shared responsibility. The city does own quite a bit of land that would form developer responsibility, and so from that perspective, the city does have a significant role to play in the widening.
Right, land enterprise? Is that right? Okay, so this would be the city portion, would be the 15,355,000 would be the city portion? So it's not,
We estimated the city portion might be possible to reduce it with the contribution from developers do have a responsibility from 52A to 59A. And so that is estimated at about 3 million, but it would require some work with the developers to confirm.
okay, right, because part of this project is already underway as we speak.
That's correct.
Okay. I just would like to see the city kind of working with the developers and maybe developing it at the same time. That's why I brought this forward, was hoping that we could, once developers are in widening a portion, that would be the time the city would be also widening their portion. Or their responsibility, yeah.
Councillor Principe, we do work with developers, and I understand your frustration that you're expressing with this, but there's also a number of other areas. This one was not in the top 100 of the mobility network assessment, so this is a problem that's across the city and not just in this situation, and so that's why it was not part of the recommended funded growth profiles.
Okay, thank you. My time's up.
Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. I'm just wondering when the last time that area was assessed.
I don't have that information in front of me, but I will say that the area is very close to meeting the volume thresholds. But there are other areas in the city that are also very close to meeting the volume thresholds.
Yes. I'm wondering, and I'm sure this would be a frustrating suggestion, but I'm wondering if we can maybe pull this so it doesn't fail and wait for a new assessment and then bring it forward maybe in the spring.
I think that's a good idea.
So there'll be withdrawal, right?
Yeah, and I had mentioned that actually when I started, that I might possibly withdraw. Just wanted to get some clarification from administration, and yeah, I think that might be a good idea.
Okay.
Okay.
And then this is something that we could possibly bring forward later on within the year.
Okay, all right, so this is going to be withdrawn, so Councillor Rice and Wright, you still have questions on this?
I do have the one quick question to administration.
Go ahead,
And because this is the common topic across city and for many areas, and then my question to administration is, if city plays a significant role and in the line widening, so usually and from accountability perspective, who will initiate the construction or the work first? And because right now some north and across city and already experience this issue for a long time, but we still didn't see any actions and from developer to do any construction work there. I want to confirm that. And is our city or is the developer to initiate the work first?
Well, it's a case-by-case basis, Councillor Rice. This particular location is a bit unique in that it's city land holdings adjacent to developer land holdings and their shared responsibility. Who goes in first is really a condition of development, and Stephanie can speak to that in more detail if you'd like.
I'm not sure there's much more to add besides it depends on the development, and it's part of the subdivision process, and then we condition the developer's subdivision when there's an application that comes forward.
And do we have a specific timeline or time window and for the developers to say, to hold their accountable, say, when we need to start this line widening?
We do within the subdivision agreements, and if you'd like more details on that, it would be each specific agreement that we have, and so it wouldn't be possible to give that to you right now. But it is part of there are absolutely timelines associated with our subdivision agreements.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. That is my.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Ms. McKay, but those timelines and, like, they're not firm. They're sort of suggestions, or when they reach a certain capacity, they're just sort of, it would be a good time to consider widening, right?
They're a little bit more firm than that, is what I would say, but they are based on the pace of development, and perhaps somebody from the team could add some more details on this if you'd like.
Sure.
Councillor Wright, when a servicing agreement is signed for construction of an arterial road, there are timelines associated with construction and expectations there.
And if the developer doesn't meet those timelines, are there penalties, or what's the consequences of not doing that widening?
We retain a line of credit, and if we need to follow up and do some of the construction work ourselves, we can take that approach if needed.
And has that ever been done?
In some cases, yes.
In recent history? Can you give me an example?
I don't have one off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I can follow up on that.
And Councillor Wright, if I may add, I think this specific situation that we're looking at is less about the developer and more about the city's contributions that are needed in this area, because we're also adjacent landowners.
I would, I hate.
Not budget
sorry.
related, I'm sorry.
Please.
Thank you.
If we could just focus on budget items, please, I would appreciate that. Okay, that concludes the questions. The item is withdrawn, and also just a courtesy that if mover is withdrawing the item, and we have probably number of amendments on the operating as well, right, that we don't continue questioning after that, right, because we got to get through the process. Okay, all right, so that is withdrawn. Okay. 55. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now on to C55. That is kind of in combination with 167 Avenue. That's the intersection where that we're discussing here. So I will also withdraw this one for the same reasons that I withdrew that one. And we'll just be in further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is withdrawn. What do we have remaining? We have item missing. So to say to our chief clerk, right? What is with city clerk, right? Sorry. We are done through the additions.
Yes.
Other than abeyance.
Yeah, so there was just one that I wanted to check from Friday night, please. And it was Amendment 30 from Councillor Rice.
Amendment 30.
Yep. My recollection was that it was going to be restated, but I don't recall it coming forward, so I don't want to make any assumptions.
Sorry, can you name the page, please?
Sure. So in my copy, it's Amendment 30, and I do believe we sorted this for you, Mayor Sohi. So I've got it on page 5.
5. Okay, so
That's the version that you and I have, which was sorted in date order. So the amendment.
I see it, yep.
Yeah, so it was originally put on the floor on December 9th at 4:11 p.m. And then it was indicated from the council that they wanted to restate it. It hasn't come forward and it doesn't need to, but just wanted to get clarification from the councillor and yourself as to how to record that, please.
So Councillor Rice, Amendment 30, you want to pursue with this, or it's restated, or you want to withdraw it?
I already sent the restate wording and to finance and study clerk, and then by working with administration is different wording,
So
and it is as hold as in abeyance. That's his,
So you still want to make, so after, so we'll put you in the queue for the abeyance amendments then?
yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, we'll go to abeyance. That was the only one, right?
And then the other one that's been, I'm gonna call it I don't wanna say laid over, but the one that we're gonna come back to, which is Amendment 34, which is about enhanced sow and ice control.
Yeah, we'll come back to that one after we have dealt with the
And then just
operating.
one other one, just as a cleanup, so C33, Mayor Sohi, that'll be on your page 10. It was originally moved by Councillor Rice, seconded by Wright on December 7th. Just for clarification, as that original amendment failed regarding Jasper Avenue New Vision, this amendment can no longer be put.
Okay,
We just did, that's just a cleanup, it can't be put because the council's already voted to defeat it. And
That's
they did that last week.
C33, right?
Yep, so we're just gonna put amendment not put.
Okay. Anything else to clean up? Good to go. Now we are going into abeyance items, held in abeyance, sorry. Okay. Councillor Cartmel, right?
Great, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So this is item C21. And this is the wording I received from administration. And the motion is as follows, that funding for the following profiles be approved and held in abeyance until a report returns addressing the items in Part 2. And there's a list of profiles. I'm just going to go through them quickly. Edmonton Exhibition Lands with the exception of 500,000. River Crossing redevelopment with the exception of 500,000. Industrial Commercial Investment Land Acquisition. Industrial Commercial Investment Land Development with the exception of 4 million. Residential Mixed-Use Land Development with the exception of 4 million. Residential Mixed-Use Land Development Acquisition. Transforming surplus city lands with the exception of 500,000, and Blatchford redevelopment implementation with the exception of 68 million. And that administration provide a report on the previous work related to the advantages and disadvantages of forming a municipal development corporation based on the following principles. Create a new third-party corporate entity that would develop city-owned land, including residential and non-residential land, sell developed land on open market to builders, and partner with other private sector companies in development opportunities. The Municipal Development Corporation would include a board of directors appointed by council. City would be the shareholder. All city-owned land ready for development would be transferred to the Municipal Development Corporation, including but not limited to Blatchford, Exhibition Lands, Rossdale, and Enterprise Lands, and others that might be identified. That's the motion.
Okay, this is seconded by Councillor Knack. Can you make the introduction, please?
Yes, so in previous conversations around land development and a municipal development corp, we did talk about the pros and cons of a municipal development corporation, and the ultimate decision by council at that point was to not pursue that and to instead dispose of the land in a methodical way that was within the enterprise land group, and then use those resources to direct those resources to development of some of the other primary areas of interest for the city. That decision was reversed earlier this year. And so given that we've made the choice to stay in the land development business generally, I think we should explore again the opportunity for a municipal development corporation. I think we can build on the work that was done about 2 years ago, so I don't see this as being a long time in at least returning to consideration of those advantages and disadvantages. I see this as essentially something akin to EPCOR, where it's an independent private company that has the ability to move like a private company, be a bit more nimble, balance the needs of the market versus the investments required, perhaps do things like demolish the Coliseum with resources by grouping all of the land development pieces together. There may also be a possibility of accessing private sector lending instruments that might take these investments off our debt, and the opportunity to partner with private sector third parties. So not sure if any or all those things are possible, but I think it's worth exploring. I had originally put an amendment in to hold all of these values in abeyance. What's been given back by administration, to my understanding, is to ensure that we don't create any contractual unintended consequences, and so these are the values that would be held. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Salvador, you were up first.
Yeah, thanks so much, and appreciate the mover putting this out there. So I need to get some clarity on a few points, though. So just looking at the list of profiles included in the amendment, I think we're looking at about 200 million worth of ongoing development activities that would be put on hold or in abeyance. I just need clarity on that. Is that about right? To administration.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador. So yes, from the profiles that we had advanced through the budget process, we're right around that $200 million mark. And so that would be a gradual spend throughout the 4 years, but that is correct.
Okay, and what would this mean for ongoing work, say at exhibition lands, for example, where my understanding is that we're going to be putting parcels on the market immediately?
So the way that the profile does read right now, there is a pretty significant impact in terms of being able to achieve some of the work that we're looking to do within exhibition lands and other areas. I referenced or alluded to this in the last conversation we had with regards to the Coliseum demolition. In order to be able to fund things such as that, we do need to actively move forward with our land development work because all of our profiles are tied together in the sense of when we're generating money from our residential greenfield land holdings and our industrial land holdings, we can then leverage that to do things such as the Coliseum demolition and fund a portion of that. So from the exhibition lands perspective as well, we do anticipate listing a couple of parcels in the very near future here, but putting profiles in abeyance in this manner would limit our ability to make other land available for sale sooner than later. Especially due to the fact that we're looking to do site clearing work on that and really advance some of the work so that the development sector can come forward with proposals.
Right, and I understand that would, I guess, compromise the overall viability of enterprise lands.
Yes, it would.
Yes. If we were to proceed as administration recommends in the budget and not hold these funds in abeyance, I see a way forward where we could still have this conversation in the form of whether it's a report or even a memo, recognizing that it sounds like there is a fairly significant body of work or body of reports rather that have been built up. Is that information all readily available that could be shared with council?
It could be there. I mean, this governance conversation has been going on since 2014. It's a long process, and there's been a number of reports, but we could summarize those whether through memo or through a report back to council.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm struggling with situating this conversation within the actual budget, recognizing we haven't had a chance to actually see that huge body of work. Okay, and I apologize. I've lost my timer, so feel free to cut me off here. But maybe...
You still have about 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. And just to the mover, when it comes to the actual principles that have been included in the wording here, how were those principles decided on?
Well, generally on what I remember from the conversations we had about the MDC back a couple of years ago and with conversations with people from industry.
Okay, thank you. And maybe just as a follow-up, what do you feel is the advantage of stalling the ongoing work in order to have the conversation at a future meeting, or do you think that conversation could be had as I described in the form of report back or memo?
Well, I didn't want us to get out ahead of an MDC and start making commitments and getting into contracts and essentially start work that might be the work of an MDC. And so I wanted to pause what could be paused. And as I said earlier, on the advice of refinement of these amounts, on the advice from administration, contracts in progress or imminent would continue. But those that could be put off until we have this conversation would be put off. And again, I don't see I don't see the decision or the conversation about reaching a decision to form an MDC taking particularly long. If the decision was made to form one, then that could be a bit longer, and we could consider the implications of that at that time.
Well, thank you for that. And maybe just one last question. How long has this conversation been on and off around an MDC to administration?
To the best of my knowledge, and from the reports I've seen, since 2014.
2014. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salvador. I'm trying to remove myself off the list here because you had the questions I had, so I guess now we'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. A similar thread for sure. So just to confirm, all of the 200 million that's proposed right now, that's all land enterprise retained earnings, so that's not tax levy or debt.
Correct, yeah, constrained funding source.
Great. And I guess, yeah, I think I also have a question around timing. So recognizing that the non-frozen amounts that are provided in the motion allow you to sort of wrap up contractual agreements that are already in place. Like how much runway is that just from an amount of time? Like, is this in 6 months of work, 6 months, there'll be nothing left to do? Just trying to get a sense of that as a starting point?
So the numbers that are listed in there, at least for the profiles that are under our team here, definitely limit us from being able to do a significant amount of work, and primarily limited us from doing the necessary work on the design side for Goodrich Corners, which will then lead to the potential sales that we really need to achieve through 24 and 2025 in order to actually fund some of the other programs and work that we're looking to do, whether it's river crossing or exhibition lands. So from a preference perspective, not having the profiles in advance would be the most preferred. However, that would just be the position that we would take at this point.
Yeah, and I think to the point that was raised, if you were to sort of carry on with work while we were having this discussion and waiting for the report back, how long a term of commitments are you making? Like, I think to the point that we want to stay nimble. If we do form a municipal development corporation, we don't want to be locked in. We don't want the municipal development corporation to be unreasonably fettered in terms of future direction. So again, just wondering, do you think that, again, if these were not held in abeyance, you sort of continued your work, do you feel that compromises future flexibility for the municipal development corporation in a significant way?
There's different ways that we can achieve this, I would suggest. So there would be various contracts that we would need to enter into. The first ones would be around groundwork and dealing with moving soil around, for a lack of better terms. And then there would be other contracts that would come in after the fact. What we can definitely look at, though, is making sure that when we build out these contracts, we put in additional language, which may cost us more, that ensures that if there is a decision made by council in the future where contracts need to be reassigned to a third party, we could look at doing that too. But I think that is something that will potentially increase the cost to the uncertainty that's created through that type of mechanism.
Okay, and again, just from a timeline perspective, so, the contracts to move the soil around, sort of the next phase of contracts, like those are typically like, would they be like a year-long contract? Like what's the duration? How long are we locked into those? In terms of for the work to be completed, I guess is the more appropriate.
Tom, you may be able to answer this one as well. Depending on the contract, it could be 1 or 2 years, but there are maybe some that are a little bit longer, but I'll see if Tom can add.
Yeah, for us in Blatchford, as we contract out a stage, we build the stage, and then we're committed to the finishing touches probably for the next couple of years. The impact of this to a project like Blatchford that we're already underway is that future stages will be in jeopardy. So that's the challenge that would be faced by Blatchford in particular.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then if we decide, so I'll clarify with the mover, your intent wouldn't necessarily be to hold these in abeyance until the Municipal Development Corporation was established, just until the report had come back?
Well, at least until the report comes back, and if after consideration and debate of that report and there was a decision to make an MDC, there might be further delays while the machinations of that take place. but ultimately to the greater effect, I would hope.
Yeah, so what would be, you know, if we decided today that we wanted to stand up a municipal development corporation, when could that entity reasonably start operating?
So I'm just going off of what I've read through previous reports. I think it would likely be a 1 to 2 year process in terms of setting that up, making sure that we get the right approvals from the Minister of Municipal Affairs that would be required, as well as setting up the necessary board of directors, looking at transitioning of various parcels of land, and finally setting up the operational dollars that would be required as well. So there would be a pretty long process, I would suggest.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor, there would need to be a public hearing process tied to the creation of that corporation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious about the money, what the financial impact is.
So maybe one way to answer this is when we were held in abeyance over the last 3 years during the conversation around land development, we do believe that there was an opportunity to generate roughly $30 to $60 million worth of revenue for the city, which we were not able to do as we weren't able to progress things such as the Goodrich Corners work. And so if we were continued to held in abeyance, and that definitely has a substantial impact on when those sale revenues could come in and contribute to the city's overall revenue position.
Councillor, one other thing I think is worth mentioning is we have plans to submit engineering drawings over the winter, and that will allow us to start construction next year and achieve sales in 24 in Goodrich Corners. If we're held in abeyance until this report comes back, we will likely miss that window to get our design drawings in, and we will miss the whole construction season, which would push sales back further and make it difficult to fund the Coliseum demo as discussed yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. I have specific questions related to Rossdale. When we were debating the gondola project, Council made a significant, transformative in my mind, motion asking administration to reimagine that site because of its historic significance to indigenous peoples and the existence of burial grounds, that anything on that site should be done in strong partnership with indigenous communities and co-led by indigenous communities, right? So I want to get a sense from administration, what would this amendment do to that work?
So the motion that was made was around the governance structure for river crossing. Whether or not this motion would necessarily impact that, I just have to think that through for a second here. But ultimately, as we're delaying and debating where we want to take land development programs and whether or not there would be an MDC, then council would need to consider overall what the mandate is of a potential MDC and how an MDC could potentially step into the role of working through a governance structure for river crossing and what that would mean.
Okay.
I would just add, your Mayor, that I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think we can continue to, even though the project would be held in abeyance, I think we can continue to have those collaborations. And I think that Indigenous consultation would have to be, a big part of establishing a corporation like this. And I think that guidance could be provided clearly by council.
Okay, got it. Okay. If held in abeyance, that's fine, right? But a private company or municipal corporation is driven by different motives than what indigenous community may reimagine that site to be.
Absolutely, and that's why I think we would have to spend quite a bit of time articulating what the parameters of that would be and what their obligations would be as a company to do that. I think it can be done, but I think there's an opportunity if we do this, to build that into the makeup of that corporation, yeah. With, you know, oversight from the city.
Maybe to the mover, were there any discussions with Indigenous communities in crafting this motion?
Not in crafting this motion, but clearly there was, you know, with all of the work we do, there's a communication with Indigenous representatives component to all the work we do. I would think that's presumed.
Okay. I would like to amend this to take out Rossdale. Whether it's friendly by folks, right, that'll be fine, but because I don't want to undermine the work or presume the work that Indigenous communities may suggest what to do with this site. Because that's a strong commitment that we made. So I would like to amend that we take out Ross. It's not that I'm going to support the rest. I have a lot of questions, but I just want to make sure that we at least carve that part out, because that's, in my mind, is contradictory to the motion that we passed. Yeah. So I'm going to amend that. I'm going to make that amendment to amendment.
Okay, Chair Wright, who seconded that?
Second.
Rutherford? Whoops, any questions? Okay. Oh, on the amendment? Okay, so Councillor Nat?
Sorry, and I don't mean to be, so I just want to double check, because what I heard in your answers to Mayor Sohi's questions was that doing the work as suggested in the original motion doesn't have to or wouldn't stop the work that you're doing right now that was already directed on Rossdale. That there would potentially be a connection point where you would have to have a conversation, but I didn't hear you say that. So did I misunderstand? I might not have been.
No, I think that's exactly what I said, Councillor. But I also understand the additional caution that council may want to consider putting on this particular project, given what has been said in the past. So
yeah,
I think we could do both, but I also understand that amendment in terms of it does send a super clear message to Indigenous peoples that we're going to be very serious about that. So
yeah, and
we can go both. We can do
because
either
I guess my thinking is right now, if we're part of what I thought about, and I don't want to presuppose the original mover's intent or anything like that, is that I actually thought an MDC could potentially be entirely Indigenous led. Like if we truly wanted to embrace that, and so I worry about starting to piece out parts that we, you know, if we just go down the path that we're currently going down on Rossdale, it is city led in direct partnership, but could it in fact be? Could we have a different organization or structure that is completely different from how we've typically dealt with land? So,
yeah, I think the possibility is there for sure. But I think, you know, that's going to require a lot of work, and I can't sort of presuppose where we may end up on that. But I would also add that given the direction we've gotten from council on our social procurement and our Indigenous procurement policies, I think that should weigh heavily into any consideration of putting this corporation together.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the mover of the amendment. You had suggested that we delete Rossdale, but, to the amendment.
I'm sorry, I need to raise a point of order. I have a personal appointment that I had to leave for 20 minutes ago, so I'm wondering if this can be put off until after the private matter this afternoon. I'm asking the Assembly if that can be accommodated.
It's good for me, yeah.
Do we have any objection? No, seeing none? Seeing none, I guess.
We got to carry on. We have business to do. We got to carry on.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, can I
Go
just?
ahead, Councillor Principe.
I would think that instead of deleting Rossdale, I would suggest that, as Councillor Cartmell said, that he just, naturally assumes that all of our discussions will be also with Indigenous So maybe we could add that to the amendment as opposed
Is
to
that
deleting Rossdale.
question to me, Councillor?
Yes.
I don't see any reference in this to indigenous communities or engagement. And my understanding is that if during conversation there is strong indigenous presence at this corporation, and this corporation is driven by indigenous guidance to be established, maybe at that time we can look at adding Rossdale. At this time, I think it goes against in my mind, it goes against the direction that we gave to administration earlier on and the commitment that we made to indigenous communities.
Right, I understand, but that's what I meant is could we add that element to the amendment? Because they should also be a part of Blatchford, and they should be a part of exhibition lands, and they should be a part of enterprise lands.
And yes, but I think that guidance needs to come from indigenous communities, right? So, yeah.
Oh, no, correct, I'm saying that indigenous communities should be a part of Blatchford as well, though, and.
But I still,
Okay.
I feel very strongly about Rossdale. And I don't want to in any way foreshadow it's the direction that we gave to council.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Were any other questions?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, if there's no other questions then on the amendment to the amendment, can we go to a vote, please?
No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We're waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And then I believe Councillor Salvador had some questions for follow-up on the amendment, no?
No, I think I was just left over on the board. I'll speak to it when it's appropriate.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, same case for you, or just speaking to it?
I'll take the chair back.
And I'll return the chair back.
Thank you. So I see the list. Councillor Stevenson to speak. Councillor Salvador to speak. Anyone else? Councillor Rice, questions?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
but we don't have mover here. My question is to the mover.
What happens if the mover is not present in the?
I'm online.
Okay, so Councillor Cartmel is online. Please ask him questions.
Yeah, and just before I was just messaging the clerk, so when councillors are leaving and then they're joining the call virtually, it's just, we'll ask the clerk to just confirm who's actually in the room, so when votes are being called out. So I do believe Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Carmel are both online.
Yeah, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Cartmel are both online, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this question to Councillor Cartmel, and then right now for all the list here, for the profile, is that covered all city line development, or is just some of them?
It's just some of them.
Just
And that's why the motion says including but not limited to.
so the profile list as first part of the amendment. So I just want confirm this, and then is there any specific reason we only put some of line here, or specific reason for some other profile not included on this list?
Well, these are virtually all of the land development profiles. There's a few that I didn't put on that are things like development of district parks or natural areas, or sort of the ordinary work of city.
Okay, so is it more major like the industrial, commercial investment line acquisition? So we include a major piece, not small piece. Okay. Then second question, so if we're going to forming this municipal development corporation, So this corporation is 100% like the, or is sole shareholder by city. Is there any future operating expenditure or request for us and to support this corporation?
I can
Well,
probably
if that's
answer.
to me,
Yeah,
I'm not sure who you're asking.
ask to you when this motion was crafted, and is there any consideration for that piece?
Well, the intent is that a municipal development corporation would be self-sustaining and would cover its own operating costs.
So based on the corporation and the city have right now, and this question to the administration, and thank you, Councillor Catamel for answer. So the next question to administration. So can you confirm, and for the existing corporation or city and as sole shareholder, do we provide the additional funding for the operating or for other type of cost? I cannot remember 100% clearly.
Please let me know if I'm not answering this in the way that you're asking the question, but we, through the previous land development conversation and the MDC conversation, what did end up happening was the creation of the Edmonton Community Development Company. And so as I recall, and I can't recall the exact numbers, there was operating dollars that were flowed through to that corporation that was created. And then the city also provided additional value of land, and land itself was transferred over to the company. So from a dollar perspective, there would likely be operational dollars that may need to be transferred, but to what extent, I can't really speak to that at this point in time. And just to follow up on a previous question you had as well, the profiles that are listed here are all of the land development profiles within the real estate team. So any of the work that we're doing on the development side are included here, whether that's residential, mixed use, industrial, exhibition lands, and well, I guess no longer river crossing at this point.
Okay, thank you for the answers. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Okay, we're ready to speak to, it looks like, or?
Questions,
Oh, okay.
questions. Councillor Stevenson have questions?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm just getting some advice from Clark, but we could do that verbally.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
So I fully support and am really excited about the idea of having a municipal land development corporation and having that conversation. I'm not comfortable with the funds being held in abeyance, but my complication here is that if I were to amend to delete the abeyance portions, I believe that motion would, that amendment would not be in order because it would no longer be a budget motion.
Yeah, so the amendment as stated is two parts. It's the profiles holding them in abeyance until part 2 comes back, which is a bunch of different information. If you remove the hold in abeyance, that till a report comes back, there's no need for the report because part 1's been deleted. So I'd say you can't, I would suggest it can't be split for voting purposes, nor should it be amended. However, if your follow-up question was, if this is defeated, can council have a follow-up conversation about potentially a municipal development plan from a procedural point of view? I would say yes, because what's being put forward right now by Councillor Cartmel in part 2 is conditioned on holding money in abeyance. So this is not purely just asking for a report. This is a 2-step process. If that fails and council wants a 1-step process, I would say that's in order, but it's 100% up to the chair to rule.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. So subsequent would be better, right? Subsequent
I won't
motion.
say better, I will just say that's an option.
Option, okay, okay.
Okay, that's great. So we can
Good.
defeat this and that doesn't preclude us from doing a subsequent to
Yeah.
bring back. Okay,
Got it.
well, I will wait to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack, questions?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
And sorry, I don't have at the bottom, what's the due date for this report?
There isn't one because it's an amendment. So if this passes, we would have to work with administration as to when that can come back.
Can we get an approximate sort of, because I think there's a lot of this discussion about what's being held in abeyance, what isn't, when, but you know, is this a 6-month body of work? Is this a 2-year body of work? I think a lot of it's pulling information that we already discussed, so I just want to double check.
So based on the second part and the way it's worded, it's to provide a summary, I believe, in terms of the principles around a municipal development corporation. And so that piece, I think we could provide relatively quickly. The part that we may want to bring at the same time is acknowledge some of the land development policy work that we're doing. And it might be worthwhile to have a conversation holistically around both the policy work as well as maybe providing a summary of MDC options.
Perfect. So what, just ballpark, because I recognize that this is an amendment, so we can't put on a due date, I guess.
It'd be good to get clarification as to what council's expectations are and what administration can meet within
Yeah,
the
so
workload.
I'd just love to get a sense from you as to what you would expect for timeline, because I think that might help inform this discussion.
We could probably aim for Q2.
Perfect. Okay, that's helpful. That's great. Because the last question I had is that in some of the earlier answers before the amendment, there was talk about how this could potentially impact things like Coliseum demolition, which didn't make sense to me, because if this is a Q2 report, and I don't think the first expenditure in the Coliseum based on the motion approved yesterday was until 2025, that felt odd to me. So if it's Q2, we're not really going to impact those things in any meaningful way, correct?
So, Councillor, one thing I would mention, the reason why it impacts the Coliseum is our work is very conditional on cash flows.
Yeah.
We don't have, the amount of budget that we've requested in our capital profiles isn't money that's just sitting around. It is dependent on cash flows coming in and to fund the future work going out. So if we do only delay this report until Q2, that means we can't submit our drawings, and we will miss the window to start construction next year. That means sales will get pushed out, which means the revenue that would be coming in from those sales to fund the demolition work won't be coming in. So we probably won't be in a position to be able to fund the demo at that time. So it is very time sensitive, I would say, on our part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette to speak or to questions? Question, go ahead, please.
Okay, so just following up on that, so if demolition gets delayed, with the rate of inflation right now, that would mean that the cost of demolition would go up, potentially?
So maybe if I can, just for clarity.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Ozaruk's comments are if everything was held in abeyance. If we can continue to do the work while bringing you back the information on the Municipal Development Corporation, I think that could potentially take care of some of the cash flow issues. But I'll maybe ask either Mr. Ozaruk or Jaraki to confirm my understanding.
You're correct, Stacy.
Well, that was simple. Okay, so, yeah, all right, so basically what I'm hearing is if this motion fails and we move ahead with the second part of the motion, then there wouldn't be an interruption, and we could probably just move forward and get that demolition done and also earn money in the process.
I think that's yeah.
Demolition, though, just to be clear, was pushed out. I can't remember the date. We talked about it last night. I think it was 2025.
Right.
So,
okay, but there are knock-on effects here, I would assume.
Well, I think we would proceed on the basis of preparing for demolition.
Okay.
Even with this, if this were to pass, because the preparation is something that we would undertake.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right. And, okay. So that makes sense. And I did have one question, but I can't recall it in all the talk of the Coliseum. All right.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe, questions?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is to administration. I'm looking, in discussion about the amendment that just passed. And Councillor Cartmell had said that he does, expect or that will always include Indigenous consultation, but it's not specifically written in here. Is that something that we can add, can we make an amendment so that we include Indigenous consultation, or maybe even Indigenous guidance as opposed to just consultation?
I think that could be an amendment made. Certainly, I think that amendment would be in order. And if council approves it, we can follow that.
I'm sorry, can you speak up, Andre?
Sorry, Mayor. I was just saying, I think that from my perspective, an amendment to that effect is in order if it were tabled.
Yeah, and the reason why I voted against the last amendment is just because I wanted to include it in all land development, the Indigenous consultation. So I'm not sure if I could get some guidance with that
Yes.
amendment.
Yeah, so if I understand, and Councillor Principe, I'm just looking at this now, so if I understand you correctly, in part 2, where administration is going to come back with a report, that report's going to be based on principles that Councillor Cartmel has outlined. One of those principles would be, I'm just going to say Indigenous consultation as a placeholder, but that work doesn't need to be done before the report comes back, because the next step in this process is, first, you hold the money. Second of all, a report comes back to City Council, and that's where it could be fleshed out. But happy to give you a quick amendment to the amendment just to add that principle in, if that's
That would
okay.
be great. I'd
Yep,
appreciate
no
it.
problem.
Thank you.
Do we need a second for that amendment?
Just wait with the wording.
So I'm not sure which
Or
one
we
of-
can, maybe can work the wording, then come back. I'll come back to Councilor
It
Principe.
would just be a bullet point
Yeah,
to say
yeah, I'll come.
that the report include Indigenous consultation. I'm just not sure which of us clerks is typing it, but I
Yeah.
think one of us, there you go.
Okay,
There we go,
somebody.
we have it typed,
MJS.
thank you.
I'll come back to Councilor Principe to move that. Councilor Rice, questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So the question is, so I do like the principle for this, and then I would like to ask administration, if this passed, what's impact from our city's work, and specifically on city side, and because we have this a real estate team to do the work. Is there any operating change or any structure change, and what happened and in the city structure, and because we have a new corporation?
I mean, that's something we would have to look at. There may be structural changes that do occur. I might pass it over to Neil Osduke as well to see if he has any additional information he wants to add.
Councilor, there would be operational impacts. Right now, the program funds roughly $5 million annually in operating costs. That's for folks in the program and just positions outside of the program that are supported through the program. So if an MDC were created, the city would no longer be generating that revenue as part of the program. So those positions would then have to be funded through tax levy, as opposed to being self-funded through the work of the program. One other clarification I just want to add into a question Councilor Knack had and a response Adam provided was the Coliseum demo. It was pushed out to 2025. That was done intentionally so that we could allow some revenue flowing in from the work we plan on starting up this year. So while we could potentially look at some of that initial startup work for the demo, that prelim work, the reason why it was pushed out was to allow revenue to come in to fund that work. So it might be challenging to fund.
So do you have specifically the financial number, how much is the revenue actually generates by city put 5 million investments and for the operating?
Sorry, Councilor, are you asking what kind of revenue we generate if we invest $5 million?
Yeah, on operating.
So it's the way the program works is we invest money into capital projects, so land development projects, and then we sell them and make revenue. So on the land enterprise, so say we're looking at a greenfield residential project. So we can use our Laurel 22, the one that we just sold, as an example. That one had roughly a 50% profit margin. So what that means is we invested, I think, $20 million to develop that land, and we got $40 million out of it. And we do that, we generally see profit margins of 25 to 40%. 50 is really good, and kind of unusual, but that's what we expect in Goodrich as well. So the way that it all works is we take all our revenue, subtract the amount that we spent in a year, and then subtract out the operating costs. So it's that $5 million a year can generate tens of millions of dollars over a budget cycle.
Okay, my last question is about how many FTEs right now and under this work?
I can speak to the land enterprise side. I can't speak for the Blatchford side. But for the land enterprise side, there is, when we're fully staffed up, I think 17 of us. And that's to deliver greenfield residential development, greenfield industrial development, surplus land development, which is usually typically very complicated. And then also it'll be for exhibition lands and river crossing delivery as well. So it's a large portfolio. And given the size of the portfolio, it's a relatively small team.
So if this motion passes, it will impact some operating as well, right? Based on
Definitely.
the question.
Yeah, Counselor. So we pay the operating costs every year. So while we're in abeyance, the program hasn't been unfunded and it hasn't been directed to be removed. So we still pay that $5 million in operating costs every year, but we're not generating any revenue. So like Mr. Jiraki had mentioned earlier, being held in abeyance, this just a one greenfield residential program for the last 4 years resulted in a loss of revenue ranging from, I think, $34 to $67 million.
That's a very good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador to speak. Councillor Rice just finished. Sorry, Councillor Principe, you're next, right? Or you to speak?
Just to make the amendment, I think.
Okay, because other people are to speak. So can you make your amendment, please?
Sure, I can. If I could just see it, I believe it was just after, based on the following principles. That
We have it up there now for you.
Great, thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to Capital Budget Amendment 21 as amended, that a fifth bullet in Part 2 be added as follows: Indigenous consultation.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. All right, so we have a motion on, amendment on the floor. Anyone to speak to it? Councillor Principe, you want to
I
make
think it speaks
speaks
for
itself?
itself.
Yep. Yes, please vote.
Can I just ask, Councillor Hamilton, I see you in the Google Meet. Are you still on? And Councillor Cartmel, I don't believe is on the Google Meet. Mayor, may you please just confirm?
Councillor Hamilton, are you in the Google Meet, please? Sorry, are you in the Google Meet? If you are, please vote. She's not? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And thank you, Councillor Principe, for this. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, and now to any more questions on the amendment? To speak? I just have one quick question. Councillor Rice, can you, check? So if all the work that is underway in Blatchford, exhibition lands and enterprise lands, if all their work, how much of their work will be held in abeyance? I just need a quick question, because I'm worried about how would you manage your workforce? Would you have to lay them off?
Councillor, this would put anything new in abeyance. So we wouldn't be able to start any new projects, and we are at the tail end of a lot of them. So yeah, it would be, if we were held in abeyance too long, it would be difficult to find work for people to do.
So either you would have to pay them and continue to pay them, and they won't be able to do much work, or you would have to lay them off.
I think we might be able to shuffle people around, but there is operating impacts for sure.
Okay, good. That's all you need to know. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Chair returned.
Okay, to speak, I will start with Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So appreciate this conversation. In terms of the work that had previously been done on the topic of an MDC, I'm not sure that we've really had time to fully have this conversation and to delve into the background. This has been an on-again, off-again conversation for a really long time. And with this amendment, we could be initiating a very large shift in policy direction. And I understand that council's had this conversation in the past. And while I'm open to looking at that decision and that discussion, placing $200 million of ongoing work in limbo and creating undue uncertainty and disruption for ELD does not, in my opinion, seem like the best way to proceed. If the second half of this were to come in the form of a subsequent, I think that's a much more appropriate and thoughtful way to have this conversation. When I reflect on enterprise lands, I look at the steady return and profit for the city of Edmonton that we've achieved for decades. And holding these funds in abeyance, I do believe would compromise that. It's my understanding that we could proceed with the current work as planned and have a larger conversation about an MDC at a later date. I'm not sure about the level of urgency here to hold funds in abeyance and would not support that. Also want to just share my hesitancy to place ELD in a position where they could experience tens of millions of lost revenue, particularly given what they've shared about how our recent conversation potentially caused $30 to $60 million in lost revenue. I'm not prepared to cause a similar revenue loss in our current economic conditions. So I think we need to be fiscally responsible here, and previous decisions that have placed ELD into a precarious position, we just can't continue with that. Where I do feel urgency is projects like Exhibition Lands, Rossdale, Blatchford, and if this motion passes, we could be 2 to 3 years down the road before we make a decision on this. And with funds held in abeyance, again, we're putting ELD at considerable risk. So as a council, if there was interest in this, I feel like we've had a year to bring that up. I don't feel that this is the best time to have this conversation in the middle of budget. And I will say, some of the old reports regarding a municipal development corporation, I have had a chance to just roughly take a look at them. But again, we need to have this conversation in a thoughtful way, not in the middle of budget. So with all that said, I'd like to vote this down. And then if there's interest in a subsequent, to look at those reports again, happy to do so. But I believe that's the best way forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I know I asked a lot of questions, try to understand this better. And then based on the answer I received, so I would like to say I'm going to support this. So the reason, there is a few reasons. I do think right now it's time for our city to look at how we do our business. And I think this is not my thinking. And I believe this is majority of our Edmontonians thinking. And then to look at the way how we could deliver and public services more efficient, and also to deliver public services and more cost effective, and achieve the outcome. And we really push hard, we really want to work hard to get to that outcome. And I understand, and some work is already underway, and this may impact some operating and how we operate our city's business and how we deliver the public services. But if we never take a look and take that reflection and to see what is a better way to deliver certain business in our over 73 lines of business, and to really build that collaboration with private sectors, and to do something to leverage their professional knowledge and expertise, and actually to support our city's business move forward more efficient and more cost effective. I think this motion and will provide that opportunity for us to look into the possible effective change. I understand and that this may impact some work right now, but if you look at it from long-term perspective, and then this is why I ask certain questions to identify what type of impact could be, and how we proactively and to identify some solutions for those to address this impact. That is why I ask many questions on that to have better understanding, and then for the timeline, and when this report come back, and we will ensure we have more information to responsibly and wisely spend this $200 million, and which is our taxpayer dollars. That is what we receive expectation from our taxpayer dollars, and ask our city to spend their money more wisely and responsibly. So I'm going to support this. And I also encourage my colleagues to consider to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. You know, I am really pleased to see the idea of the Municipal Development Corporation back on the table. I think it's a really exciting prospect, and particularly with the additional lens of building potentially an Indigenous-led Municipal Development Corporation is particularly exciting. You know, I understood that the intent of holding these funds in abeyance was to minimize the encumbrances for the land in the future. And what that means is that it wouldn't just be pausing for 6 months for a report, also acknowledging that even a 6-month pause can have a significant downstream impact in terms of our overall revenues. But if it's truly to leave the lands unencumbered until a Municipal Development Corporation is stood up, we heard that that could be 1 to 2 years. That to me is an unacceptable delay. It means significant opportunity costs and lost revenue for our city. Starting with an empty bank account will not set the MDC up for success. Rather, I think allowing Land Enterprise to continue doing the great work, Land Enterprise and Blatchford as well, to continue doing the great work that they're doing, to continue building and investing and generating their significant returns. I heard tens of millions of dollars today. That's how we'll lay the groundwork for a successful future Municipal Development Corporation. So again, really excited to see that discussion come forward. I would certainly support a subsequent amendment on that, but I will not be supporting this, and encourage my colleagues to not support it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I think similarly along the lines of my colleagues here, I think this is a great conversation, but there is another, I think, a better place for it. In fact, this is an area that I've had a lot of interest in, you know, recognizing there's lots of great models out there with various kinds of municipalities, like Calgary, for example, that I would love for us to really dive into that further. But I feel that in this moment during budget, and a bit of this yay or nay kind of abeyance checkpoint, resulting in significant delay, that it actually feels quite irresponsible to hold that. So I support the approach of the subsequent motion approach to this, which I'm happy to support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, very quickly, I'm not prepared to support this at the moment, but it's frustrating because back early last year when we were having the enterprise lines conversation, I was bringing this line Corp up. I mean, we've seen it work very successfully in Calgary. In my own ward, the U of A's property trust is breaking ground on Michener Park. There's a lot of things moving. So to be honest, I was caught off guard when the mover did put this forward now. I wasn't aware that it was coming, and I wish we had more time to actually do it properly and to ensure that we have support here. But that being said, we don't have time to waste. We need the money, so I can't support the this as it is. But I welcome a subsequent, and I really want to have this this conversation about how we can get some of the same gains that the U of A and others are having too.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Cartmel, to close.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Our apologies, eScribe is being a bit slow for us.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We're just waiting on one vote. We don't have it yet, Councillor Jans.
I'm a no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, we are at 11:56. Next item is another abeyance motion, right?
There's two more. There's one from Councillor Rice and there's one from Councillor Cartmell.
Yeah, so
We've got
Councillor
them both
Cartmell is
ready to
turn.
go.
Next, we will go to Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, can you table yours? Then we will take a break after that. Oh, it's already tabled. I mean, can you introduce your, which number was, that was,
I think it was
C30.
C30? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I would like to amend that the funding for capital profile and 25-21-1000 ARV replacement, page 238 of Appendix A, be held in abeyance until the report returns, and that administration provided reports that including the business case for ARV replacement and including industry best practice and system reliability and value for money.
Okay. This was seconded by Councillor Principe. Can you please introduce your motion, Councillor Rice?
Yes, and so in this budget, and the city administration requests $240 million to replace and some of our ARV and specifically for some and then close to the end of the life cycle. So this amendment and intends and to get some more information on what impact and could happen on this replacement plan, and with the different type of transportation right now, our city going to invest and millions of dollars, and then also to look at the capacity usage of LRT and how that impact this replacement plan today. And so, and specifically, lack of the information, what's a business case, what is the timeline, what is the industrial practice standards, and what's the value of money for us to do right now from that priority perspective. So I would like to open this opportunity and to listen to my colleagues' perspective and then have the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions, colleagues? Councillor, please sign up if you have questions. Councillor next, okay. Okay, at this time, we will take a lunch break, and we will be back at 1:30, right?
Mayor, may I please just confirm, we do have a time-specific item in private at 1:30?
So we can move to go into private now before we break.
That would be
Okay,
my
Councillor.
recommendation.
I move that we go into private, subject to some sections of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Let me look.
Second.
And the reason is,
It is sections 24 and 25.
Sections 24 and 25.
thank you, and for public listening, this is to discuss labor relations. Yeah, thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack, please vote. Sorry.
To confirm, that was put by Councillor Rutherford and seconded by Councillor Knack.
Okay.
Counselor Hamilton, are you online? You are showing up in the Google Meet. We'll mark Counselor Hamilton absent.
Please display the votes. That is carried. We'll be back at 1:30.
That's okay, I probably just missed it. We are live. Just give us a moment to get the doors back open.
We can vote now? Or just, oh, they're unlocking the doors.
The doors are unlocked.
Okay, can someone move that we receive this for information?
So moved.
And there's part 1 and part 2, and for voting purposes, we're gonna split.
Second.
So vote on part 1. Second by Councilor Paquette. Sorry. Please vote.
We are just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now part 2. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we are back in capital budget deliberations.
Just checking if we just wanted to have a
5-minute break?
5 minute?
Okay, we'll recess for 5 minutes.
Apologies, this may have been the question. You'll need to go back and rejoin the original Google Meet from this morning. Ready, and we are live from Chamber.
We are alive, Chambers. Let me see where we were. I think it's, can you put the motion on the
Yes, one
floor,
moment. We
please?
seem to
Oh,
have
so
lost one
amendment?
of our screens.
Amendment? Which number was it? Amendment 30. It's 30.
And so we have capital amendment 30 up now.
Okay. Thank you. It's on the floor, and we were asking questions of administration. Councillor Knack, you are next.
Yeah, sorry, I just had, I appreciate the desire to get this information, especially, but I also, similar to some other conversations, trying to get a sense of the urgency of this work, and can we essentially wait for a couple months so that this report could be provided, or does that really throw everything off? Because I gather from the mover that they are interested in getting this, and I'd like to, if that's something they're interested in, love to do it, but I just want to get a sense of where we're at on this. So I'm not sure who's answering that. Might be.
Yeah, maybe I'll start, Counselor,
Sure.
just by saying, when I look at the things that are called for in this motion, I think, or sorry, this amendment, I think we continue to try to do that. I think we'll continue to do that all the time, and so I worry about it.
Yeah, so I
would
guess
rather move forward.
I guess my question, because this has happened from time to time over the years where you already have that information, so it's not being suggested you don't have it. You have it done. I hear there's a desire for the mover to review it, but I also would hate to put it in abeyance and then have this only come back a year later when you've got work to do. But if you have all of that, like, can that come back in quarter one, and then they could do it, and then we don't really impact the timeline, or?
I think it could come back relatively quickly, but again, I think this is the due diligence we're meant to do before we make these decisions, and but if council wants to see the details, we can do that as soon as possible. I'll just see if Gord knows how quickly that can be done.
Sure.
Councillor, I think we would definitely want to get back with the report in Q1 so that we can start to proceed with the procurement. Just because of the procurement timelines for these pieces of equipment, it's significant. So the longer we delay, the tougher it is to get vehicles in and minimize that risk. So we would basically put together the report very quickly in terms of the life cycle model we have in place now, as well as some of our industry benchmarking, and bring that forward fairly quickly, possibly in February, if possible.
And so, because in my mind, if you've got that information, you can just put it in a report and get it to us in February. I'm a little more open to supporting, because I get the urgency. I don't want to hold you up. And if it is for you, instead of creating a brand new report, just putting that together, that's how you would look at this.
Yes, we wouldn't go and do a whole new analysis.
okay.
We would basically provide what we've got in terms of
Which is a very detailed analysis as is right now.
detailed analysis, as well as our work in terms of correlating with the RIMS model going forward.
Okay, that's helpful. So if you were going to come to February, okay, I'm more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice, you had questions, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So to administration.
Sorry, I do apologize. We've had about 10 different emails in to say that nobody can hear us online. So can I just take a really quick question, because we can't meet if people can't hear us?
Let's do that.
Can we just triple check that do a sound check? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. So I'm just wondering if anybody online can just confirm that they can hear us okay? It's just one moment, please.
Can we check now
Hello, Edmonton. Can you hear us?
We have confirmation from clerk's office that it is working.
All right.
Apologies.
Clap if you can hear us. There we go. Right on. Okay, so just a process question, Clerk Stollers, on the, did we ask question on this amendment
Before the break?
before? No, I mean,
On Friday,
yes,
a little bit.
little bit, right? Okay, I would ask council members not to repeat those questions. If they have new questions, please ask new questions, but do not repeat your previous questions, which are hard for me to remember which was the question, but please use your own judgment. Thank you. Council Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So this is request. This request is a $240.5 million and from tax support debt. If our ARV needs repriced, I just wondering, and is there any information to tell us why this is not discussed or requested in the last budget cycle?
Councillor, I'd have to go back and look in terms of what service packages and profiles we've submitted in the last budget cycle. We could do that and explain that in the report in terms of the background, but off the top of my head, I don't know why it wasn't forwarded or reviewed at that time.
So for me to ask this question is reflect the question, and then Councillor Knack asks urgency questions. And so if it's urgent and for the procure the cards and we need time, and to me, and then by looking at the financial model, and in this one is most spending will be the next budget cycle, is not this budget cycle, but if this is the approach we used, and then it makes more sense for me to say this will be request in the last budget cycle, and then to be used in this budget cycle, but it's pushed away, and so I just want to understand the specific reason behind that.
So if I may, before you can procure anything, you need the budget in place.
Yeah, so.
And part of our approach to procurement is to include it with growth LRVs that are part of previously approved funding for Metro Line and Capital Line. So rather than procure for X number of cars for that we would lump this in and gain efficiencies of scale by procuring a larger purchase of similar vehicles or the same vehicles bundled with the growth components related to Capital Line and Metro Line. So from an urgency perspective, this does take industry time to build up the capacity to produce these, and there is a element of purchase required associated with growth projects that we'd like to bundle this with.
Okay, so then my next question, I need some little bit of confirmation from you, because this is what I heard. I'm not sure it's correct data. And so for the existing ARV and the capacity for the existing ART system we used only at the 9% capacity. So if anybody from your team can provide a specific number on that capacity usage, and then to just justify, forgive my English today, too tired, this request, $240 million request.
I can talk about capacity. So pre-COVID, we were actually over capacity. And since that time, we're seeing very full train cars. So we have all of our cars deployed and in service, and particularly Capital Line and Capital Line South, we've got a lot of crowding. I've personally been on a car that's been crowded. We're having pass-ups, which means we're not accommodating all of the rider demand at certain times a day on that particular line.
So if the capacity is not even achieve the 50% of usage for the cards, and then is there any way And as you mentioned, if you have done the analysis, could some new information be added in to demonstrate that emergency needs, and then how that capacity and impact, and then how we procured or replace those cards, and then I do think the value. Sorry to get into the speaking point. So if that's information could be added into the report come back for the capacity usage analysis to demonstrate the importance and emergency, and for this replacement for $240 million, that would be really helpful.
So in the report, we will speak to the levels of usage and the capacity, but I think the key point in this is not so much the capacity, it's the age of the vehicles that's presenting the risk.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So you will be able to provide that information, and you can provide that information through a memo, or you're going to bring a report?
We could do either. A memo would be easily
I think
done.
it's just information that one councillor is questioning, other councillors require, maybe just provide a memo might be better, all right? Then I don't understand the need, like why Councillor Rice, this is question to you, right? Business case is there, you can access that business case, they can provide that to you. Why do we need to hold this money in abeyance?
To answer the question, I think we do need to have the sufficient information, but if the business case in place, and then I think still the opportunity and for us to look at that information, to have the discussion, and then give the public the confidence we spend this much money, and then is necessary and needed and responsibly. I think that is important. And because I received many questions.
Yeah, okay, but, okay, maybe to administration then, right? It's okay, anyways, I'll go to Councillor Rice. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Rice, you have more questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I have another question and regarding why I request new information. And because right now, and we have more different type of transportation. And recently, we just invested $100 million on bike line development. I would like to see this information, the new information, come back to say what's this new investment impact our future LRT usage, and then also how to impact the readerships, and then how we impact our city to consider about the investment plan and for LRT system.
So if I could just clarify the question, Councillor,
Yeah.
are you saying that you
Yeah.
want us, as part of this,
Yes.
to understand the impact on the $100 million of bike lanes that was approved earlier?
On the LRT system, yes. And for the new type of, because we actually have two different type of new investment. One is a bike line, one is massive active transit. And
Yes.
for all those, and how we impact our traditional public transit system, the usage, capacity, and this type of information could be helpful to be included in the report as well.
Yeah,
And
but I'd just say that's a bigger body of work. I mean, we've got all the different modes of transport, I think, have been planned for, including LRT, active transportation, roads, all the different modes. That's part of our planning. If you want us to do specific analysis about how a particular decision on bike lanes impacts LRV, I don't think I could bring that back in February, because that would be another piece of work, and I'll just confirm with Gord to make sure that's accurate.
That's accurate. We would not be able to bring that back in that time frame.
So what's the solution? Then what's his reports and could be come back? And because right now the amendment has no timeline. And then what's his reasonable time for that report to be back?
Well, I think it comes down to, Councillor, all the questions you've asked so far are things that we have on hand and we can collate very quickly and get back to Council in February. if we expand the scope of what would be in that report, that'll take more time, and I just don't know in this moment how much time that would take, so we'd have to take a look at that.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Paquette?
yeah.
Yeah.
Call a question, please.
Oh, call the question. Okay. Okay, what is next?
Yeah, so when we do that, it's in order because Councillor Paquette had the floor because you gave him the floor.
Yeah.
If there's no objections, then the question's been called, so it now would be the time for you to have a vote on the amendment on the floor. If there's any objections, then you just need to take a vote on limiting debate, and that requires 2/3 present to limit debate.
Any objection to the call to question? Any objection to call to questions? Seeing none, okay. Now we speak to this?
Nope, we're done. No more talking and no more questions.
One call, oh really, one call
Well, you
to question?
limited debate. Limiting
Really,
debate means
even
you call the
speaking?
question, which means
Okay,
you
well,
vote.
we gotta vote then. You can't speak, sorry. Ruth, no? You call to order.
Just a second, Mayor, so
Yeah.
it was an understanding question.
Okay, so can you,
If you want to speak to it, you have to object to his ruling.
Oh, okay. So, I do want to speak. I don't need to ask a further question, but I do want to speak on this.
so, just hold on, everyone. Please, hold on. I just need to understand this, because call to question, I have to rule on it, which is that, is everyone agree with call to question, right? Councillor Rice is not agreeing to it. So what is the process? Mike?
Sorry, afraid of the mic there. So you gave the floor to Councillor Paquette, who's called the question, so
Yeah.
that if that is not unanimous because there has been an objection,
Yeah.
then the motion on the floor as presented by Councillor Paquette would be to limit debate
Yeah.
and to put the item on the floor for a vote. And since it's not unanimous, it's a two-step process. The
Yeah.
first vote you're going to take is to limit the debate.
Okay,
And then if that happens to pass, and that requires 2/3 of all of you to vote for that, if that passes, then there's no more speaking, no more questions, you vote on the amendment. If that fails,
Yeah.
then I would suggest you go to Councillor Rice, who wants to speak to her amendment.
okay, so we need to vote now. Okay. Vote on the call to question. Limit the debate. Okay. To limit the debate, please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is defeated. Now we go back to speaking now?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Rice, please speak.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think the budget deliberation and come to so far, the question and in front of everybody here, how we spend our taxpayer dollars responsibly and wisely and get transparent. And for our taxpayers to know why it's important, it's urgent for us to spend those money. When we talk about the budget approach, and this is a priority-based approach, but if you look at so far to today and right now, and is this approach is really fully reflected or not? And how we implement this approach. And I would like public to say this, I really doubt it. And in terms of this $240.5 million, $240.5 million request for replace ARV, and that impact our ART system and will impact and the experience and for our Edmontonians who use ART system. I do understand the importance of this, but I am not 100% sure for the timing. Is proper timing for put all the funding and without have all the information in front of us to vote yes, and for the tax supported debt to increase. As a councillor, I heard over and over, and my constituents and also other Edmontonians not comfortable to say our city's debt and in next 4 years an increase and over 200 millions. However, right now, based on what increased spending approved for the capital project, we only have 10 million or 36 million, and then finance can correct me, that room left. And if we are going to fund all the requests on the floor and without, and to look into accountability as a city government when we provide the public services. Yes, this is a core services for our city, is no doubt at all, is so important for everybody and who take LRT and to use our public transit. But to ensure our spending more responsible and to ensure our spending wisely, to ensure our decision is data-driven and evidence-based. And I really encourage my colleagues to consider to funding this, but and then hold and in abeyance, and to make that accountability and to make that transparency, and to let our Edmontonians know, and we are making decision responsibly to spend their money, also to ensure they receive the quality of services they deserve. So I encourage my colleagues to support this $240.5 million and be held in abeyance until the report come back. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is defeated. Okay, now we go to, sorry, give me a second. I think Councillor, there's only one left, right? Councillor Cartmel?
Councillor Cartmel,
Yeah,
yes.
go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Cartmel.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you. So this is item C23. And the amendment is as follows, that $291 million of tax-supported debt in capital profile 2020-2022, new transit bus garage proposed, 2023 to 2026 capital budget be held in abeyance pending confirmation of funding from other levels of government. With the profile reading 33.5 million in 2024, 89 in 2025, 92.5 in 2026, 63.25 in 2027, and 12.75 in 2028. You second that?
I second it.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
okay.
please. Make the introduction.
So we may have to tweak this a little bit. My goal here is that we hold the dollars in abeyance to see if other levels of government will support this garage and not spend to that level until we have support from other levels of government. But we do need to make sure we can do enough design work to actually define the budget for the garage. So there might, this may have to be tweaked, and I'd take advice maybe from Mr. Laughlin about
how much dollars we need to get to checkpoint.
The adjustment you have here is correct to accommodate for that.
All right, fair enough, then that's been accommodated, so I'm sorry for that, okay. So that's the goal, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Can you remind me, what was the original amount for the whole profile that we were holding in abeyance?
So for the whole profile, the tax supported debt, the new request for tax supported debt was $316 million.
316?
Yeah, 316.
316, okay. And this does not impact in any way the request that we have for the federal government, the amount of money we are asking from them, right? The reducing it to 291 doesn't reduce the 50% share from the federal government, does it?
No, I think what's in this profile is our 50% share. So as long as you hold it in abeyance, it doesn't impact our negotiations with the federal government.
Oh, I see. So out of the 316, we are holding 291 in abeyance. Rest you can use for the design work, whatever else you need to do to prepare.
Land has been provided previously, and the rest is to allow the design to proceed to get to a greater level of accuracy.
Got it. Okay.
And I just add, we'll use that money held in abeyance to not only negotiate with the federal government, but also the provincial government.
Got it. Okay. Is there any drawback to this?
I don't believe so, Mayor, because it's still there, booked, and it's only abeyance. And from my perspective, I will say to the people I'm talking to that the sooner you confirm, the sooner we'll be able to move it from abeyance to expenditure. So
got it.
I think we will use that. It's just a fact, and we'll use that, but the money is there in the accounts based on this commitment.
Got it. Thank you. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Salvador.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I think that cleared it up for me, but just so I am fully understanding this, so there's currently $316 million held in abeyance, and I thought that's pending the federal grant, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, so we're saying hold less in abeyance.
Hold. What you're doing is you're allowing $25 million plus the previously approved $51 million to secure land to advance, holding the remainder in abeyance on the basis of other orders of government coming to support. Our approach with this, whether it's the whole amount considered in abeyance or this 291, is that we would be advancing design. This formalizes it in a clearer way for council.
Okay, so I know I asked a question around like how do we get to checkpoint 3 essentially, and that was the $25 million. That's right?
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha. And then I just noticed it says confirmation of funding from, so other levels of government, and this gives us the flexibility to not just rely solely on federal. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Correct.
That is helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette, speak. Councillor Cartmel to speak as well, or questions?
No, just one quick question, maybe
Go
just by way of clarification, Mr. Laughlin, if we were to reduce this profile to just the amount to allow design to checkpoint 3, that might also shift the funding source. It might shift it from debt back to pay-as-you-go.
Correct.
Right.
And so this does give us the ability that it's linked to it and continues to be a total profile subject to.
Right, so it maintains the commitment, but it allows us to do that pretty expensive design work on debt and continue to advance the project that way, is my understanding.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So that concludes the questions on this. To speak, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Just very quickly, this is a really smart way to handle this challenge. It's the only way that we're going to grow transit in our city for the long term. So it's desperately needed, and this is a really smart way to do it. So I just wanted to give my thanks to Councillor Cartmel and to you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Sohi, for all of this. Oh, okay. Well, and I don't thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only Councillor Cartmel. The star of the show, the man of the hour. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel, to close?
Nothing more, thank you.
Okay, please vote.
I believe Councillor Hamilton indicated that she had stepped away, just confirming.
Councillor Hamilton? Okay,
We have all the votes.
display the votes, please. That is carried. So that was the last amendment on the capital. Oh, yeah.
No coffee, no.
Okay, so what is next? To City Clerk, what is next?
Yeah, do you think there's any operating amendments we could?
Yes, we have operating amendments, right? But are we, can taking a break to give administration some time to give us an update, or we just directly go to operating? We can go to operating.
We can
Okay.
provide an update on where you are if you want, but
Let's go to
or we can
operating.
go straight to operating.
Okay. You have my amendments?
They are still being printed, so if you give us 1 minute, I will check on those.
Okay. Maybe take a 10-minute? Yeah,
Sounds good.
yeah, let's take 10-minute break. Can we take a break early? Okay. Why don't we come back at, say, 3:25? 3:30? Let's make it 3:30. Let's make it 3:30. We are on the recess till 3:30. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Hello there.
Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel, probably joining us shortly, Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans. He was here somewhere, but so Councillor Jans and Cartmel. Okay. We are going into tabling our amendments on the operating. Sorry, City Clerk. Sorry. Can you?
Before we do operating amendments.
Yeah.
We would want to put the main operating motion on.
Main operating motion on the floor. Who would like to do that?
I'll move that.
Okay, Councillor.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Principe, second by Councillor Rice. Now we have a main motion on the floor. Now we can go into amendments, right?
Yep. And just for
Okay.
clarity, it's, if anybody's looking for the operating amendment, it's in attachment 1, the revised attachment 1.
Okay. And at this time, I would like to ask Councillor Wright to take the chair so I can move my our multi-part amendment.
Happy to take the chair, thank you.
Okay. So thank you, everyone, for our shared operating priorities. Council has again come together to create a multi-part amendment that incorporates our shared goals and values. Before I go into amendments, I want to thank each and every one of you for working with me and my office to produce an amendment that demonstrates unprecedented trust and cooperation between council members. And I will start reading these multi-part amendments. Please be patient. It's going to take a while for me to go through. And I will start first. That the human, can copies be provided, please? Yeah. Okay, number 1, organizational design and development leadership capacity. That the Human Resources Strategy Services Learning and Organizational Development Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $510,000 in 2025, increased by $75,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove the funding service package for developed leadership capacity as shown on page 114 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394, with the funding being released to the tax levy. Number 2, respect in the workplace, employee mediation and conflict resolution. That the Talent Acquisition Service and Solutions Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $248,000 in 2025 on ongoing basis to remove the funding service package for employee mediation, and conflict resolution as shown on page 115 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding being released to the tax levy. Number 3, Employee Service Center Resourcing. That the Talent Acquisition Service and Solutions Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $623,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to remove the funding service package for Employee Service Center Resourcing as shown on page 116 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding being released to the tax levy. Number 4, Digital Web Service Improvement. That the Reputation and Brand Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $330,000 in 2025, $115,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove the funding service package for digital web service improvements as shown on page 123 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding released to the tax levy. Number 5, that the Reputation and Brand Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $721,000 in 2025 and $134,000 in 2026 on ongoing basis to remove the funding operating impacts of capital service package corporate digital media production as shown on page 151 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding released to the tax levy. Number 6, Metro to Blatchford operating impact of capital. That the operating expenditure budget be reduced as follows. Community standards and neighborhood operating expenditure budget be reduced by $1.05200 million in 2024 and $112,000 in 2025 and $4,000 in 2026, and that Edmonton transit service operating expenditure budget be reduced by $443,000 in 2023, $2.04900 million in 2024, and $1.38300 in 2025, and $13,000 in 2026, and the revenue budget be reduced by $81,000 in 2024, $81,000 in 2025, and $6,000 in 2026. On an ongoing basis to remove the funding integrated service package for Metro to Blatchford operating impact of capital as shown on page 155 and 156 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding being released to the tax levy. Number 7, Measuring Perception Drivers. That the Research, Engagement and Communications Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $180,000 in 2025 and increased by $30,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove the funding service package as outlined on page 126 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding released to the tax levy. Number 8, Workforce Data and Analytics. That the Talent Acquisition Service and Solution Branch in 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $274,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis. Eliminate and remove the workforce data and analytics funded service package as outlined on page 132 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding released to the tax levy. Number 9, CPSS Workforce Redevelopment. that the corporate procurement and steady supply services 2023-26 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $390,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to eliminate and remove the funding CPSS Workforce Redevelopment Service Package as outlined on page 134 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funds released to the tax levy. Number 10, operationalize multilingual framework. That the Reputation and Brand Branch 2023-26 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $264,000 in 2025 and $1,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove the funding service package for operationalized multilingual framework as shown on page 113 of the attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding being released to the tax levy. Number 11, delay corporate integrated data solution implementation to 2024. That the Service Innovation and Performance Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $1,595,000 in 2023 and increased by $1,595,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis to delay the funding corporate integrated data solution service package by 1 year as referenced on page 137 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. Number 12, that the 2023-2026 operating budget be reduced by $15 million in each year on a multi-year basis from the 2023-2026 and returned to the tax levy as follow. One, by administration undertaking a citywide comprehensive corporate review of all programs and services exercising hiring restraints into non-frontline vacant positions and reducing consultant use and fees, reviewing layers of accountability and internal facing services without impacting frontline essential services with the requirement to reduce expenses each year by minimum of $15 million for a total of $60 million. Number 2, by administration identifying an additional minimum $240 million that City Council can transition to its directed priority areas of housing, climate change, public transit, and core services. A, that administration bring back to Council at the January 25th, 2023 City Council non-regular meeting a draft scope of work for the review as outlined in Part 1 and 2, and that the draft scope of work include the following at a minimum. Exercise hiring restraints into non-frontline vacant positions based on finding efficiencies throughout the corporation with the focus on redundant and unfilled positions. Number 2, identify existing and new service lines that require additional resources and personnel to align with identified council priorities. Number 3, focus on the reduction in consultant use and fees, review layers of accountability and opportunity to transition the resources within internal facing services. 4, conduct a thorough review of potential new revenue areas throughout the city of Edmonton, that they are brought back to Council for consideration in Q2 of 2023. Recommendations to Council for the best ways to fund identify for reallocation can be used to leverage more funds from other orders of government to focus on Council designated priorities. Review all budget-related policies and processes and return with a report for Council consideration that outlines learnings that the 2023-2026 budget process potential changes and options to consider are related to a return to zero-based budgeting. that administration provide monthly updates at city council meetings throughout the 2023-2026 budget cycle. Now focusing on additions to the budget. Number 1, EDGE Fund. That the Economic Investment Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $5 million in 2023 on a one-time basis to fund the Edmonton EDGE Fund Phase 1 service package, as shown on page 916 of the attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394, with funding from COVID-19 funds in the appropriate financial stabilization reserve. Number 2, on-demand permanent funding. That the Edmonton Transit Service Branch on-demand permanent funding service package be funded as outlined on page 211 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 as follows. That the Edmonton Transit Service Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $7.8 million in 2023 on an ongoing basis with funding from financial strategies from EPCO dividend. Number 2, that the Edmonton Transit Service Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $3,657,000 in 2024 and $193,000 in 2025 and $194,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis with funding from the tax levy. Affordable housing and homeless prevention. That the Social Development Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased to fund the Affordable Housing and Homelessness Prevention Service Package, as shown on page 187 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 as follows. $12.5 million in 2023 on an ongoing basis with funding from financial strategies. $6.17 million in 2023, $41,000 in 2024, and $1,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis with funding from the tax levy. Number 4, Affordable Housing Grant Program. That the Affordable Housing Grant Program Integrated Service Package be funded as follows. Assessment and Taxation Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $83,000 in 2023, $100,000 in 2024, and corporate expenditure revenue operating expenditure budget be increased by $6 million in 2023 and $500,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis as outlined on page 253-254 of attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy. Number 5, transit off-peak and on-demand service growth. That the Edmonton Transit Service Branch 2023-2026 operating budget be increased by $1.7 million in 2023 and $3 million in 2024 and $56,000 in 2025 and $54,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund transit off-peak and on-demand service growth service package as outlined on page 912 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy. Number 6, enhanced snow and ice control standards. That the integrated service package enhance SNIC service package on page 198 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 be funded at 20% of the on an ongoing basis with funding from the tax levy as follow. 2023, $274,000 community standard neighborhood and $3.7 million park and roads service. 2024, $3.7 million parks and roads services. 2025, $2.4 million park and road services. 2026, $721,400 parks and road services. Number 7, supplemental community energy transition implementation. That the Planning and Environment Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1 million in 2023, $500,000 in 2024 on ongoing basis, ending in to partially fund the supplemental community energy transition implementation service package as referenced on page 241 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. Number 8, public washroom strategy. That the public washroom strategy integrated service package as funded as follows. Edmonton Public Library operating expenditure budget to be increased by $315,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis. Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $120,000 in 2023 and ongoing. Edmonton Transit Service Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $1.03 million in 2023 on an ongoing basis. Fleet and Facility Services Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $24,000 in 2023 and ongoing. Parks and Roads Service Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $2.2 million in 2023 and ongoing. As referenced on page 246-248 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 0139, with funding from the tax levy. Number 9, support for YWCA Castle Downs. That the Community Recreation and Culture Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $500,000 in 2023 and ending in 2026 on a multi-year basis to fund the support for YMCA Castle Downs service package as outlined on page 205 in attachment 2 of November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from Financial Stabilization Reserve. Number 10, free play for kids. That the Social Development Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $300,000 in 2023 and ending in 2026 on a multi-year basis to partially fund the Free Play for Kids service package, as outlined on page 206 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from Financial Stabilization Reserve. Number 11, Reach 24/7 Crisis Diversion. That the 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased to fund 24/7 crisis diversion by $1.5 million in 2023, $800,000 in 2024, $800,000 in 2025, and $800,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis, with funding being provided to Reach Edmonton for a period of 4 years, with funding from the tax levy for the purposes referenced on page 180 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, CS 01394. Number 12, development derelict residential subclass. That the Assessment Taxation Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $291,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the development of derelict residential subclass service package as outlined on page 907 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from tax levy. Number 13, Africa Center. That the Social Development Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $300,000 in 2023 on a one-time basis to fund the Africa Center Community Multicultural Center with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve. Number 14, Urban Farms and Gardens. that the Parks and Road Service Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $480,000 in 2023 and decreased by $84,000 in 2024 and $150,000 in 2025 on a multi-year basis starting in 2023 and ending at the end of 2026 to fund the Urban Farms Garden Service Package as outlined on page 183 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394 with funding from tax levy. Number 15, that the Community Recreation and Culture Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $492,000 in 2023, $1,000 in 2024, $1,000 in 2025 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to fund the Festival Sport and Growth Service Package. On page 184 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from Financial Stabilization Reserve. Number 16, changes in base budget, Explore Edmonton Corporation. That the Explore Edmonton 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $5 million in 2023 on a one-time basis to fund the change in base budget Explore Edmonton Corporation Service Package as referenced on page 219 in attachment 2 of November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from Financial Stabilization Reserve. Reinstatement of outdoor pool operating season. That the Community Recreation Culture Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $390,000 in 2023, $1,000 in 2024, $1,000 in 2025, and $1,000 in 2026, and the revenue budget be increased by $77,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis for the reinstatement of outdoor pool operating season as outlined on page 186 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 139 with funding from the tax levy. Number 18, Transit Safety Resource Stabilization. That the Community Standards and Neighborhoods 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $3 million in 2023, $170,000 in 2024, $250,000 in 2025, and $41,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund 50% of the Community Services Department Integrated Service Package Transit Safety Resource Stabilization as referenced on page 294 and 249 and 250 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. Number 19, Heritage Council. That the Heritage Council 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $400,000 in 2023, $250,000 in 2024, $200,000 in 2025, and $200,000 in 2026 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to fund the Reconciliation, Inclusion, Neighborhoods, and Capacity Service Package to fund at 50% as referenced on page 223 in the attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from Financial Stabilization Reserve. Increased access to library services. That the Edmonton Public Library 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $763,000 in 2023 to fund the increase in Sunday service hours on an ongoing basis under the Increased Access to Library Services Service Package as outlined on page 226 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. 2021, City Plan Implementation. That the Urban Planning and Economy City Plan Integrated Service Package be funded as follows. Development Services expenditure budget be increased by $1.2 million in 2024 on a one-time basis. Economic Investment Services expenditure budget be increased by $64,000 in 2023, $63,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis. Planning and Environment Services expenditure budget be increased by $1.5 million in 2023, $578,000 in 2024, and decreased by $225,000 in 2025 and $117,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis. And Service Innovation and Performance expenditure budget be increased by $204,000 in 2023, $1,000 in 2024, $1,000 in 2025, and $1,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis, as outlined on page 202 or 224 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. 22. Energy Transition Strategy Implementation Composite. That the Planning and Environment Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1 million in 2023, $4 million in 2024 on an ongoing basis to fund Energy Transition Strategy Implementation Composite Service Package at 50% of the funding referenced on page 239 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. 23. Climate Adaptation Strategy Implementation Composite. That the Planning and Environment Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $500,000 in 2023, $500,000 in 2024, and $1 million in 2025 on an ongoing basis, ending in 2026 to fund Climate Adaptation Strategy Implementation Composite Service Package at 50% of funding referenced on page 238 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. 24. Reinstatement of Community Investment Operating Grant. That the Social Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $959,000 in 2023, $9,500 in 2024, and $250,000 in 2025 on a multi-year base ending in 2026 to fund 25% of the reinstatement of the Community Investment Operating Grant Service Package as referenced on page 236 in attachment 2 of the November 14, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy. That's it.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. And that's a pretty good package.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt, may I please just ask for a clarification on one of your amendments in the increases? I just wanted to make sure that we got the end year date, I think. So it would be your number 7 in increases. That's the Supplemental Community Energy Transition Implementation. What I have down is on an ongoing basis ending in
to partially fund the Supplemental Community Energy Transition Implementation Service Package.
There's not a year missing there?
Okay.
Maybe that's a question for.
So I think we read it, I would read this, that it's only funded in 2023 and 2024.
Okay.
Okay.
And when we come to vote on that?
We can clarify that.
We can clarify.
Yep, got it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, something is missing. Okay.
All right, we'll just continue with everybody else's amendments.
So you're going to pass the chair back?
Yeah, I will take the chair back.
Thank you.
Let me sign on because I got logged out. Oops. Okay, now I'll go to Councillor Cartmel for amendments.
Thank you. I have 4 to table. A couple of these overlap Mayor Sohi's, but I haven't had a chance to compare. So my first one is my OP 001, that the social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $178,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the Edmonton Sport Council Operating Support Service Package, as outlined on page 189 and attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Okay, it's tabled.
Second one is my 004, Fort Edmonton Park, that the Fort Edmonton Park operating expenditure budget be increased by $913,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the operating expenses for Fort Edmonton Park expansion, capital project service package as outlined on page 100 of attachment 2
Second.
of the aforementioned report.
Second by Councillor Paquette. It's tabled.
Thank you. My third is on my number 5, CIOG. And that is that the social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $3,836,000 in 2023, $38,000 in 2024, and $1,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to fund the reinstatement of community investment operating grants, community investment operating grant service packages outlined on page 236 of attachment 2.
Need a second?
Yeah, second.
Councillor Paquette. It's tabled.
Next, I have my number 6, OP006, Due North Triathlon, that the Community and Recreation and Culture Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $500,000 in 2023, $125,000 in 2024, and $575,000 in 2025 on a multi-year basis only to fund the Due North bid for Professional Triathlon Association Canadian Open Service Package as outlined on page 10 in Addendum 1 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FC 01394. With funding from the tax levy.
Need a second?
Got to draw the line somewhere, sorry.
Second.
Yeah. Councillor Knack.
Yeah.
It's tabled.
And then this is my final one. This overlaps one of Mayor Sohi's, but that's the Explore Edmonton budget. That's the Explore Edmonton 23 to 26 operating expenditure budget be increased by $2.74 million in 2023, $4.15 in 2024, decreased by $750,000 in 2025, and increased by $1.12 million in 2026 on a multi-year basis to fund the change in base budget Explore Edmonton Corporation service package as outlined in attachment 2 on page 219 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report. Funding from the tax levy.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Principe. That is tabled. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, if you could just skip me. I'm
Okay, sure, I will.
scrolling up.
Okay, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to start with a couple of reductions. First is my number 4, encampment and unsheltered homelessness response. That the funded encampment and unsheltered homelessness response integrated service package be reduced as follows: to remove all funding with the exception of the one-time prototype funding of $250,000 in 2024. Community standards and neighborhoods expenditure budget reduced by $869,000 in 2023. $1.03 million in 2024, $504,000 in 2025, and $8 million in 2026. Parks and Road Services expenditure reduced by $1.171 million in 2024, $4,000 in 2025, and $4,000 in 2026. Social Development expenditure reduced by $1.267 million in 2024 and reduced by $29,000 in 2025. On an ongoing basis, as outlined on pages 108 to 109 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 0139, with funding from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Funds held within financial strategies released.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor. That is tabled.
Thank you. And my next is number 5.
Apologies, can we just get confirmation of the who second?
Councillor Paquette.
Thank you.
My next one is number 5, Arts Habitat, that the Community Recreation and Culture 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $200,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to decrease the Arts Habitat Edmonton Service Agreement funded service package to $250,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis as outlined on page 127 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe, tabled.
Moving on to some additions, will be my number 9, River Valley Trail Strategy. That the River Valley Trail Strategy Integrated Service Package be funded as follows. Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $50,000 in 2026. Urban Planning and Economy Branch operating expenditure budget be increased by $211,000 in 2023, $126,000 in 2024, $1,000 in 2025, and decreased by $75,000 in 2026 on a multi-year basis ending after 2026, as outlined on pages 200 and 201 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 0139, with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack, tabled.
Okay. My next one is number 19, sidewalk strategy. That the Parks and Road Services 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $2 million in 2023, $3 million in 2024, $1 million in 2025, and $1 million in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund the sidewalk strategy service package as outlined on page 233 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette, tabled.
Next is number 21. This is Edmonton Screen Industries Office. That the Economic Investment Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1.2 million in 2023 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to fund the funding for Edmonton Screen Industries Office Service Package as outlined on page 237 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette, tabled.
Number 22, this is the Edmonton Community Development Corporation. That the Social Development Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $260,000 in 2023, reduced by $60,000 in 2024, reduced by $100,000 in 2025, and reduced by $100,000 in 2026 on a multi-year basis to fund the Edmonton Community Development Corporation with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Second.
Thank you.
Did you want to say?
Sure,
I
second.
reversed that second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson, tabled.
Next is number 23. This is the EFCL tripartite amenity assessments. That the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $413,000 in 2023, $6,000 in 2024, $8,000 in 2025, and $9,000 in 2026 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to fund the tripartite amenity assessments service package as outlined on page 221 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the FSR.
Second by Councillor Knack.
You know what?
Tabled.
I'm gonna stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 7, and they do balance out. For decreases, this is my number 2, OP 002.
That the operating budget be adjusted to reduce the operational planning for the new, new River Valley Park Integrated Service Package River Valley Land Acquisition Profile CM 171001, shown on pages 161 to 163 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394, leaving the operational minimum to maintain the property with the funding released to the tax levy.
Second.
It
Sorry,
keeps going.
apologies. Jumped again, sorry.
To be reduced as follows on an ongoing basis. Community Recreation and Culture operating expenditure budget be reduced by $20,000 in 2023, $45,000 in 2024, $51,000 in 2025, and by $82,000 in 2026. Fleet and Facility Services operating expenditure budget be reduced by $120,000 in 2023. Parks and Road Services operating expenditure budget be reduced by $45,000 in 2023. Research, Engagement, and Communications operating expenditure be reduced by $36,000 in 2023.
Now second by Councilor Salvador. Okay, tabled.
Thank you. I'm including this as a decrease, but it is related to a revenue. This is my number 4, OP004. That the corporate revenues program revenue budget be increased by $420,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis by increasing the fees for property tax levy information to lending institutions, hard copy and electronic, from $19 to $25, as outlined on page 334 in the responses to City Council questions on the 2023 to 2026 proposed operating budget, sorted by councillor.
Need a seconder? Councilor?
Second.
Councilor Rutherford seconded it. It's tabled.
Thank you. This is my OP012, resources for enforcing excessive vehicle noise. So that the Community Standards and Neighborhoods 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1.5786 million in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund resources for enforcing excessive vehicle noise as provided in the November 21st, 2022 Community Services Report CS 01456 with funding from the tax levy.
Need a seconder?
Thought, Councilor.
Councilor Jans, you want to second that?
You want it?
Okay, Councilor.
Second.
Second by Councilor Jans. Okay, tabled.
OP 14-0014, that the Parks and Road Services 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $769,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the roadway and other services asset maintenance service package as outlined on page 261 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councilor Knack. It's tabled.
OP017, that the Community Recreation and Culture operating expenditure budget be increased by $150,000 in 2023 on a multi-year basis ending after 2026 to fund 2 archivists to work through the LGBTQ2S+ material held with city archives with funding from the tax levy.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, Councilor Rutherford seconded it. Okay, tabled.
This is my OP018. That the social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $500,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis. I may need to restate this, but to fund extended hours at the Bissell Center with funding from Community Safety and Wellbeing Funds held within financial strategies if available and tax levy.
Need a second?
Second.
Councilor Knack seconded it. Tabled.
And my final is OP021. That the Fort Edmonton Park 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $366,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the operating expenses for Fort Edmonton Park expansion. I'll just add for the Indigenous Peoples experience, as outlined on page 257 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
Need a seconder? Councilor Knack. Right. Or Councillor Tang?
Second.
Okay, tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next, I go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. My first one will be about 10. Number one is, or sorry, my first one is my number one. Peace Officer Traffic Enforcement, that Community Standards and Neighborhoods Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1,762,000 in 2023, decreased by $69,000 in 2024, increased by $7,000 in 2025, and increased by $5,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund resources for the purpose of traffic enforcement with funding from the tax levy.
Seconder.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded that. Tabled.
Thank you. My next one is number 3, and I'm not sure whether I have to table it because it's operating impact of capital as a result of Nature's Wild Backyard reduction.
We will be bringing forward all of the operating impacts of capital as per all of the motions or amendments passed.
No need to table that then?
No
Okay.
need to table.
Thank you. My next one is number 5, which is the Community League Supports and Tripartite Amenity Assessment, but I understand I have to table it as 2 separate amendments. Is that correct, Madam Clerk, or can I do it as
At this
the
stage,
one?
at this stage, we're trying to catch up to you, so just state it and we'll fix it before you
Okay.
vote on it.
Awesome. That the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased to fund the following 2 service packages: expanded Community League Support Service Package for $393,000 in 2023, $9,000 in 2024, $8,000 in 2025, and $8,000 in 2026, as well as the Tripartite Amenity Assessment Service Package for $413,000 in 2023, $6,000 in 2024, $8,000 in 2025, and $9,000 in 2026, as outlined on page 220 and 221 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 on an ongoing basis with funding from the tax levy.
Seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Tabled.
My next one that I'm considering is number 007, Next Generation 911 IP Call Handling, that the Fire Rescue Service Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be reduced by $965,000 in 2025 and $3,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove the funded service package for technical services Next Gen 911 IP Call Handling Service Package as outlined on page 154 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Tabled.
My next is number 10, that the, this is for CIOG, that the Social Development Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $3,836,000 in 2023, $38,000 in 2024, and $1,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to fund the reinstatement of Community Investment Operating Grant Service Packages outlined on page 236 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 03194 with funding from the tax levy, and the grant be fully administered by the City of Edmonton and approved by the Community Services Advisory Board.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Knack, please. Oh, so tabled.
My next is number 11, the 2025 election costs, a reduction, that the Office of the City Clerk Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be reduced by $40,000 in 2023 on a one-time basis to reduce the 2025 election costs funded service package and remove the new voter engagement process as outlined on page 120 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding released to the tax levy.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford. Okay. Tabled.
Okay, and you've done the River Valley part, right, Ann? Okay.
Second doesn't mean that you agree. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Counselor Wright?
Okay, my next one is number 13, but I've been told that it is out of order for Office of the Environment, pending a report coming in the new year.
Thank you.
I got a couple more.
Okay.
I'll also like to put forward number 17 for the Edmonton Screen Industries Office. That the Economic Investment Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by, whoops. Is that the Edmonton Screen Industries Office? Sorry, the Economic Investment Service Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1,508,000 in 2023, $110,000 in 2024, $30,000 in 2025, and $30,000 in 2026 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to fund the Edmonton Screen Industries Office service packages outlined on page 237 in attachment 2 of the number 14th 22 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
That was Councilor Knack seconded, tabled.
That one's done, I think. And then I have one more for number 29, Parks and Open Spaces Inventory Growth Management, that the Parks and Road Services Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $2,784,000 in 2023, $2,584,000 in 2024, and $2,467,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to fund the Parks and Open Spaces Inventory Growth Management service packages outlined on pages 260 and attachment 2 of the number 14th 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second. Second by Councilor Knack, tabled.
And number 36 is for the Jerry Forbes Center, that the Social Development Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $200,000 beginning in 2023 and ending in 2026 on a multi-year basis to fund the Jerry Forbes Center with funding from Community and Safety Wellbeing if available, otherwise from the tax levy.
Second by Councilor Knack. Okay.
Absolutely.
Tabled.
Okay. And my last one is number 33. In regards to the Healthy Streets Operations Center reduction, that the Edmonton Police Service 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $4,481,000 in 2023, $5,842,000 in 2024 to eliminate the one-time multi-year funding for the Healthy Streets Operations Center as referenced on page 179 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding released to community safety and well-being.
Second.
Second by Councilor Knack, tabled.
And I just want to check with the clerk, any changes to fines or user fees is done separately after this?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
Councilor Rutherford.
Thank you. My first one that I'll put on the floor is Rutherford OP021. And I have, I think 5. This is a reduction. That the Talent Acquisition Service and Solutions Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be decreased by $253,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to eliminate and remove the expanding diversity and inclusion funded service package as outlined on page 131 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding released to the tax levy.
Need a seconder? Councilor Wright? Okay, tabled.
Okay, my second one is Rutherford OP020. That the Social Development 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $300,000 in 2023 and ending in 2026 on a multi-year basis to fund the Kids Cottage with funding from the tax levy.
Second by Councillor Knack. Tabled.
Okay, the next is Rutherford OP 019. That the TELUS World of Science 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $100,000 in 2023, $78,000 in 2024, $81,000 in 2025, and $82,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund Edmonton Space and Science Foundation 2023 to 2026 service package as outlined on page 230 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Okay, tabled.
Okay, and just sorry. The next one is two parts so they're separate amendments. So amendment Rutherford OP 007A. That the Human Resource Strategic Services Learning and Organizational Development Branch 2020, what, is this the right one? Sorry, just a sec. Nope, sorry. I'm mixing up my amendments right now. I'm looking for the two on animal welfare. Do we know what number that is, Madam Clerk? I'm not seeing them. Oh, I've got it. There's supposed to be two, but there's only one number. So it's Rutherford OP 015, and the first part of the amendment is that the Community Standards and Neighborhoods 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $3,335,000 in 2023, $560,000 in 2024, and decreased by $47,000 in 2025, and increased by $54,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund animal welfare service package as outlined on page 235 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy. And then I would say OP 15B.
Second.
Hold on. So we need a second for the Councillor Principe seconded that. Tabled.
Okay, and then that the Community Standards and Neighborhoods 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $200,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the agreement with Edmonton Humane Society of $150,000 and to fund a grant of $50,000 for Wild North with funding from the tax levy.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Wright. Tabled.
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I have 12 written, but I think 2 are redundant, and a couple are likely amendments to amendments, but I guess I'll still do them now. So I think I'll just go right in order on the Google Sheets, starting with 001. Councillor Wright moved the one on Healthy Streets, so I'm going to do option 2, because that one hasn't been moved. That the source of funding to the Edmonton Police Service for the Healthy Streets Operations Center for 2023 and 2024 be changed from Community Safety and Wellbeing to multi-year funding from FSR.
Second.
Need a Councillor Wright seconded that. Okay, tabled.
I'm going to wait for everyone's seconds. No, anyway, 002 is covered as the library in the mayor's piece. 003, I will do this one. 003, that the integrated service package enhanced snow and ice control service standards be funded as follows. 2023, $20,213,000 allocated by 1.373 million community standards and neighborhoods, 18.84 million parks and road services, 2024 $18,624,000 parks and road services, 2025 $12,384,000 parks and road services, 2026 $3,607,000 parks and road services on an ongoing basis as per page 198 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy,
Need a seconder?
Second.
Counselor Wright, tabled.
Thank you. Amendment number 004, that the Planning and Environment Services Branch 2023 through 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $287,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis, and that the revenue budget be decreased by $69,000 on an ongoing basis to fund the historic resource management strategy and begin work on the community-specific heritage work as contemplated in the service packages outlined on pages 194 and 195 of Attachment 2 on the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Need a second by Counselor Wright, tabled.
Thank you. I believe... Oh, no, number 5. Okay, that's good. That was the mayor's. We'll do number 6, that the social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $600,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the Free Play for Kids service package as outlined on page 206 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394 with funding from tax levy.
Seconder, Counselor Wright. Tabled.
Thank you. Number 7 is clear for the on-demand and off-peak. So next up is 008, that the Edmonton Transit Service Branch operating expenditures budget be increased by $10,222,000 in 2023 and $2,870,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis to fund the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission Phase 1 service contribution service package as outlined on page 909, attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Counselor Wright, tabled.
Thank you. Number 9, that the 2023 through 2026 operating consulting budget across all tax-supported departments be decreased by $7,950,000 in 2023 and $1,900,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to reduce the consulting services budget to $5 million annually as outlined on page 13 in the responses to the City Council questions on the 2023 through 2026 proposed operating budget sorted by Councillor with funded release to the tax levy.
Need a second, Counselor Wright, right? Tabled.
Thank you. I will do number 10 next, that the Economic Investment Services Branch 2023 through 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1,508,000 in 2023, $110,000 in 2024, $30,000 in 2025, and $30,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to fund the funding for Edmonton Screen Industries Office Service Package as outlined on page 237 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Counselor Wright. They will sure have 3 votes for sure.
Different amounts on different breakdowns. Similarly, number 11 is just a slightly different amount to some previous
tabled.
motions. Thank you. Number 11 is that the Parks and Road Services Branch 2023 through 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased to fund the Sidewalk Strategy Service Package on an ongoing basis with funding from the tax levy as outlined on page 233 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with the revisions $1 million in 2023, $3 million in 2024, $1,500,000 in 2025, $1,500,000 in 2026.
Second.
Second by Counselor Wright, tabled.
And I think I still will do 12 because it's different amounts. That the Integrated Service Package Transit Safety Resource Stabilization be funded as follows: $3,197,000 in 2023, which is made up of $2,997,000 community standards and neighborhoods, $200,000 social development, $3,340,000 in 2024, which is made up of $3,140,000 community standards and neighborhoods, $200,000 social development, $507,000 in 2025, which is made up of $281,000 community standards and neighborhoods, $226,000 social development, and $282,000 in 2026, which is made up of $81,000 community standards and neighborhoods, $201,000 social development on an ongoing basis, modified from the service package outlined on page 249 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Tabled.
There we go.
Okay. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I only have 4 here, and then a few subsequent motion. So I will start from decrease. So that's the service. Okay, I give the number. The amendment number is 004. That's the Service Innovation and Performance Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditures budget be reduced by $1,595,000, and in 2023, $3 million in 2024, and $100,000 in 2025 on budget ongoing basis to remove the funded service package for corporate integrated data solutions as outlined on page 137 in attachment 2 of the law member 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with the funding be released to the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe.
Second
Tabled.
part, the second part, the 2 parts. That is a Service Innovation and Performance Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be reduced by $30,000 in 2023, $101,000 and in 2024, and $108,000 in 2025, and $45,000 in 2026 on an ongoing base to as outlined on page 60 in attachment 2 of the law member 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with the funding be released to the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe is tabled.
Next one, the amendment number is 003. That's the Human Resources Strategic Services Learning and Organizational Development Branch, 2023 to 2026 operating expenditures budget being fully reduced, which means in budget table be reduced by $510,000 in 2025 and increased by $75,000 in 2026 on an ongoing basis to remove the funded service package for develop leadership capacity as shown on page 114 in attachment 2 of the law member 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with the funding being released to the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe is tabled.
Next one, 002. I move that the Edmonton Public Library 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1,109,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis to fund the Edmonton Public Library Heritage Valley Expansion Services Package as outlined on page 225 in attachment 2 of the law member 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Tabled.
Last one and 001. I moved that the Community Recreation and Culture 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $447,000 in 2023 on a one-time basis to fund the River Valley Parks and Facilities Heritage Valley Project Development service package as outlined on page 185 in attachment 2 of the law member 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Service Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Second.
Second by Councillor Prince-Pace. Tabled.
That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So I have 4 that would be considered reductions and 2 additions. So starting with OP 043, that the Parks and Roads Branch 2023 to 2026 operating revenue budget be increased by $478,000 in 2023, $160,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis as outlined in the reduced free e-park parking from 30 to 15 minutes revenue option on page 266 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with revenue from e-park user fees.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Tabled.
Next is OP 042, that the Parks and Roads Branch 2023 to 2026 operating revenue budget be increased by $195,000 in 2023 and $65,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis as outlined in the introduced Sunday paid parking revenue option shown on page 266 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with revenue from e-park user fees.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson is tabled.
OP 041, that the Parks and Roads Services Branch 2023-2026 operating revenue budget be increased by $638,000 in 2023 and $212,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis to adopt the extended operational hours for all e-park zones revenue option as outlined on page 266 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Tabled.
OP 039, that the Parks and Roads Branch 2023-2026 operating revenue budget be increased by $113,000 in 2023 and $37,000 in 2024 on an ongoing basis as outlined in the on-street hourly rate increase revenue option shown on page 266 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with revenue from e-park user fees.
Second.
Thank you.
Second by
Hopefully we can do
Councillor
those as a
Stevenson.
bundle.
Yeah. Tabled.
OP 028, that the Community Recreation and Culture Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $4 million in 2025 on a one-time basis to fund the Edmonton Ski Lodge Replacement Service Package as outlined on page 12 in Addendum 1 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette is tabled.
And OP 044, that the 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget, corporate expenditures, and revenues be increased by $18,062,000 in 2023, $19,057,000 in 2024, $20,096,000 in 2025, and $21,171,000 on an ongoing basis to fund the introduction of a new multi-year dedicated renewal fund with successive 1% annual increases.
Second.
Second by, sorry,
Yep, second.
Councillor Knack. Okay,
That's all.
tabled. Okay, next is Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have two because all my other ones have already been tabled. I don't think these two have been, so I will go ahead. Mine is Principe OP 005, that the 2023 expenditure budget for Edmonton Arts Council be reduced by $1,100,000 on an ongoing basis, with funding to be released to the tax levy, and the funding agreement with the Arts Council reflects these reductions.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded that. It's tabled.
Thank you. And the second one is Principe OP 004, that the Parks and Roads Services Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $1.3 million in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund an increase in grass trimming from 2 times per year to 4 times per year with funding from tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack.
And that's it for me.
Tabled.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, so that is it for the, no? Oh, I don't have your name there.
I'm sorry, I thought, I only have
Can you
one.
clear the board, please? Because I don't see it, that's all I had. We'll see that,
The
but I'm
scribe is
just,
stuck on us
oh,
for the moment.
Okay, may I read out my one?
yeah.
So it's under Jan's number 3, drug poisoning response. That the municipal drug poisoning response integrated service package be funded as follows. Community Standards and Neighborhoods operating expenditure budget be increased by $25,000 in 2023, and social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $345,000 in 2023, $41,000 in 2024, and $1,000 in 2025 on an ongoing basis as outlined on pages 251, 252 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01394, within funding from the tax levy.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Tang seconded that. Tabled.
I lied, I have one more. Can I move Jan's number 4, EPL extended Sunday hours, that the Edmonton Public Library 23-26 operating expenditure budget be increased by $763,000. Never mind, delete. I'm good.
Okay, that's, who's next? We have 5 minutes.
I've got one more reduction, if you're willing.
Go, Councillor Cardinal, please
And
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, this just went into the portal, so it hasn't quite been vetted yet, but this is, the effect of this is to reduce the Health City allocation by by 300,000 in 2024, 300,000 in 2025, 200,000 in 2026, and 185,000 in 2027.
Need a seconder? Councillor Tang. Okay. Oops. No, who's second?
Second.
Councillor Principe, sorry. Tabled? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Tang.
Apologies, like, switching between documents, I have a couple to add. Number 29. Wait, sorry, yes, 29 for mine, OP 029 Recreation Partnerships. That one hasn't been tabled. Okay. That the Community Recreation and Culture Branch 2023-2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $2.051 million in 2023, $500,500 in 2024, and $500,500 in 2025 on an ongoing basis to partially fund the Recreation Partnership and Facility Investment Programs service package as referenced on page 234 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394 with funding from the tax levy.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette, is tabled.
And I have one that's not exact, that's a bit of a swap, so it's two parts. And that's my number 31, OP047 grants. So first, that the social development operating expenditure budget be reduced by $700,000 in 2023 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to reduce the funded service package for anti-racism grants as outlined on page 129 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 0139 with the funding released to the tax levy, and part 2, that the social development operating expenditure budget be increased by $700,000 in 2023 on a multi-year basis ending in 2026 to provide additional funding for community safety and well-being grants funded service package as outlined on page 130 in attachment 2 of the November 14th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 0139 with funding from the tax levy.
Okay, second by Councillor Wright, tabled. Who's next? That's it? Are there more?
Not that the clerks have been made aware of.
Okay, so deck is clear. Last call for amendments. After dinner? Okay, sure. After dinner, we'll do the last call.
So Mayor Sohi, with your indulgence, we're still inputting what just happened.
Yeah.
So we're close to 100 amendments.
Yeah.
Earlier in this process, there were about 66 amendments for capital, and it took us 90 minutes to get the doc prepared, and
Yeah.
then we had to identify all the interconnections. So at a minimum, we're gonna need at least 90 minutes before you can come back, or we won't have anything for you.
No worries. So
And
we
as we
will,
go through, if we need a little bit more time, we'll just send a wee note out.
no worries. So we will be back. How about we just make it,
Oh, we get to dinner?
well, you gotta eat too, right? So,
Okay, so can you give us till 7?
yeah, let's do it
Thanks.
7, yeah. We'll be back at 7, yeah.
Live from council chambers.
We are good to go?
We are ready.
First of all, thank you so much, Clerk Ward and City Clerk and all your staff working over dinner time and putting all these amendments in order and doing all the cleaning up. Really appreciate. Really appreciate. Yeah. Okay, and at this time, I will ask council members if they have further amendments, right? Councillor Rutherford, you have anything? Yeah.
Yeah, just one more. I just
Oh,
forwarded.
let me do a roll call, yeah. Councillor Wright,
Good evening.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
all right, Councillor Stevenson,
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
Councillor Tang,
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good evening.
Councillor Rice,
Good evening.
and Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right, now I go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, so I had just forwarded this one on to the city clerk. And thank you to admin for helping me make this over the dinner break. That the Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating revenue budget be increased by $1,092,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis by implementing the 2023 price increase scenario of 2% as outlined in the on page 267 of attachment 2 of the November 4th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01394, increasing revenue from user fees.
Need a seconder? Councillor Knack seconded it, tabled.
Thank you, that is all.
Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Paquette OP001 LRV cleaners. And it reads that the Edmonton Transit Service Branch 2023 to 2026 operating expenditure budget be increased by $646,000 in 2023 on an ongoing basis to fund the wages and benefits of 10 temporary transit cleaners to convert them from temporary to permanent FTEs with funding from the tax levy.
Okay, need a second. Second by Councillor Tang, tabled. Okay, any more amendments? Last call for amendments? All right, no more amendments from this minute. Okay, now we are going into our discussion, right? On the multi-part motion?
Yes, you have the main operating budget motion before you, as well as any of the amendments that have been put on the floor.
Okay, so I'll give the chair to Councillor Wright.
I have the chair.
All right. So once again, just for the introduction, there's a multi-part motion, and it really focuses on our shared operating priorities. Thank you for coming together, everyone, to work on these amendments. And once again, want to thank everyone for this. I know that all Edmontonians, but especially families, young people, and racialized folks are struggling with affordability right now. And that's why these amendments seek to preserve the services that make life more affordable for Edmontonians, like public transit, recreational community services, operating funding to back transformative capital packages that we earlier approved. Edmontonians know that if we don't invest in reliable public services, and if we don't invest in priorities that they have identified for us, that these are the things that we heard during engagement in everything that we have done. And the amendments that I put forward touch on number of areas from reducing services in certain areas to adding services in other areas, and look forward to answering your questions. Yeah.
And we'll get to the questions now. Councillor Cartmell.
Oh, I didn't realize I was first. I would like to offer an amendment to the amendment. This would be part 10, I believe, of Mayor Sohi's multi-part motion. So part 10, efficiency and service review. And I'm just trying to put this in the chat. What I'd like to do is add the following to part 1 of that motion. Following the words programs and services, add the words, comma, equipment and infrastructure requirements, comma, organizational structure, comma, outcomes generated and guiding metrics. So I'll just put that in the chat.
Second.
Sorry, I thought I had a bit more time, but what I put in the chat there would be following the words. In part 1, it says, by admin undertaking a citywide comprehensive corporate review of all programs and services, comma, and then add these points, is my amendment.
And are we considering that to be a friendly amendment? Anybody in opposition? Good to go, friendly amendment?
So I just want to confirm, we have moved a few things around in our tracker.
Okay.
So I did search.
It's
over-
OP 12.
Is it 12?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we've got it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And I understood that was friendly, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Anything else, Councillor Cartmell?
No, maybe in a minute, but that was my primary one. Thank you.
Okay. You can come back again. And Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the, what was formerly known as 13, Sohi OP034 Africa Center, I just had a question about the source of funding and why that $300,000 could not come from the community well-being and safety.
So just for clarity, what was presented by the mayor has now been updated in the tracker. So if you're following along, it's actually OP 25. We are printing out additional paper copies, and we've also shared the whole document with yourselves in the chat. So the Africa Center's OP 25.
Thank you. And I suppose that would be to administration.
I think my understanding of that was we wanted to fund that directly from stabilization reserve and not use CSWB funds that are available for a whole bunch of other things, is my understanding, but
Okay.
So this, when community presented to us, it was unfunded, right? It was not a funding attached to it, and we used part of the surplus that goes into FSR to find a funding source for it.
yeah, and we've been asked a couple of times, Councillor, like, why didn't we fund it? There was a lot of oversubscribed applications that we couldn't fund under CSWB, and so I think, and I accept the criticism that we didn't fund this directly anyways. Having said that, it was the best way to fund it given where we were, I thought, so.
Okay, so CSWB is oversubscribed now?
It was oversubscribed this year. I think going forward, we have some left, but I think the idea was to not dip into that more and use that surplus because it was a good solution for the surplus, yeah.
Okay. And dare I ask this? I might be treading on dangerous ground, but what have we got left in the council contingency?
I don't think the council contingency has been activated yet, so, yeah.
There's $700,000 in council contingency for 2023, and then there's $126,000 that will be remaining from 2022 that you can also access.
All right, and okay. Good answers, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just minimal questions on my end, but for the energy transition strategy composite, plus the supplemental energy transition implementation, I'm just trying to get a little bit more clarity around what that would get us. So I just want to make sure SEEP implementation is included in that. Is that correct? To administration?
It is.
Okay, great. And what about solar rebates or HERA? Would that be included?
For the first year, so through 2023, what we would use any funding would be to really bridge to 2024 as we had a more wholesome rollout of a fulsome rollout of SEEP, as well as we will be doing an evaluation of all our programs through 2023 and suggesting what we need through the corrective actions report in 2023.
Okay, fantastic. And then just on the corrective actions, so we would be getting that back in 2023, and then there would be an opportunity to sort of evaluate where to from there. Am I understanding that correctly?
Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about OP number 3, the reduction of the Employee Service Center resourcing. Ms. Armstrong, what are the implications of reducing this resourcing by $623,000 as suggested?
Thanks, Councillor. They're significant, and I have Branch Manager Noelle Devlin on the Google Meet, so I'm going to turn it over to her to respond, please, and thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to respond, Councillor. The Employee Service Center performs critical work to administer our payroll, benefits, and pensions. This includes hundreds of thousands of transactions to serve over 18,000 employees, including the City of Edmonton, EPL, EPS, 2 retiree pension plans, council, and board members. We would be at risk of not meeting our regulatory and legislative requirements, such as those required by the Canada Revenue Agency, including things like taxable benefit changes and year-end tax reporting, the production of records of employment for Service Canada, ensuring compliance with the Employment Standards Code, meeting requirements of our various collective agreements related to pay, benefits, premiums, and allowances, meeting our reporting and filing requirements of the pension regulator, and implementing changes such as the Canada Pension Plan enhancements. This team is also significantly involved in corporate priorities, such as the temporary and seasonal workforce review, enterprise commons, and the implementation of ratified collective agreements, which is ongoing. Our employee engagement surveys and employee check-ins have noted workload challenges and burnout as significant issues in both the numerical and narrative responses we've received. And as a result, the section has experienced notably higher turnover rates when compared to the city as a whole. Employees in this area have had to work overtime to meet current demands, have not been able to take EDOs or vacation time in order to meet service requirements. We have had to use recurring temporary resources on an ongoing basis to meet requirements. The use of temporary resources has been extremely challenging given the learning curve required for these employees to operate in our complex labor environment. In addition, there's been an increase in over and underpayments, which has resulted in retroactive transactions, further compounding the workload for this group. This section has been under-resourced for some time, and if the service pack is not supported, the organization is at significant risk for meeting its payroll, pension, and benefits legislative requirements, ultimately presenting legal, financial, and reputational risk for the corporation. Our only option would be to continue to incur more overtime, hire temporary resources to meet requirements, and continue to accrue vacation balances. I might also just add that although this service pack does not account for amendments in the operating budget related to personnel, it would also be the Employee Service Center that would be front and center with any corresponding employee transactions that would need to be as a result. Thank you.
So am I to understand that there is like a workforce impact to that specific reduction amount? Okay. Ms. Armstrong is nodding.
Oh, yeah, from the perspective of we are under-resourced right now. We do not have adequate resources to meet our current obligations, and as Branch Manager Devlin has articulated, we are filling in the gaps with managers working extremely long hours, some overtime, and the use of temp resources, which is inefficient in such a complex environment. So if the service package remains unfunded as per this amendment, we will have to continue to incur expenses in that area, possibly higher than the expenses reflected in the service package, because they would be overtime and temp resource expenses. We simply cannot meet the current requirements with the current resources.
Okay, that's helpful. I just want to quickly move on to OP2, employee mediation and conflict resolution. Not too long ago, I remember quite a significant discussion around employee culture as well as conflict resolution in the workplace and the respectful workplace policy. So could you tell me more about what kind of impact that $248,000 reduction would have?
I'm going to check to see if Director Kelly Buckley is on the Google Meet.
I'm here.
Director Buckley, would you be willing to respond to Councillor Hamilton, please?
Certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. If the service package does not go forward, the workplace restoration team, the mediators, will continue to provide service to employees across the city. What will occur, though, is a wait list that will increase in time and duration. So we currently have a wait list of about 4 months. Our team is working at capacity, and that would increase over time.
Thank you, Ms. Buckley. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So maybe just first, and I know typically we do a sort of status check once motions are passed, but have you done sort of an overall calculation on this omnibus that can sort of talk about how much is added, how much is taken away, or do you have to wait until we actually approve it before you can do that?
We have a team back at the office right now that is frantically putting in all of the numbers.
Okay, I'll come back. That'll be later. So while we await that, and if I have to come back later, that's fine too. Maybe to the mover. So there's a number of things, a number of amendments to some of your amendments. So I think about like the snow removal one, which I'm incredibly passionate about, but I also appreciate the challenging financial situation before us. Through OP12, which is your sort of broad-based cost savings one, is it fair to, I guess what I'd be wondering is that is through the work that will happen in OP12, around that 240 million being referenced, would your intent be that we take the services like that and ultimately fund them in the following year's budgets? So whether it's snow removal, whether it's transit safety, I know we've got, like I put one forward on free play, and I know we've got some folks from free play here, and I'm worried about not funding them now, but I also, and so what's the hope through OP12, I guess?
Thank you for asking that question, Councillor Knack. That's exactly what the intent is, that we look at, areas that may not be high priority within on the minds of Edmontonians, and transitioning those resources to high priority areas like core services, snow removal, spring cleanup, funding community organizations in a more sustainable way, on a permanent way, instead of finding ad hoc funding for 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years. Even listening to employee services folks, right? Investing in areas that are so critical for the well functioning of the city, workforce training, investments. I think we need that time to go through that comprehensive review and engage with administration as a governance body, and then look at how we can improve those areas, from climate change, affordable housing, community services to snow and ice and core services. Okay. That's exactly what the intent is.
Okay, thank you. And my time definitely didn't start 10 seconds ago, so I'll self-police at some point here. I guess the follow-up to that is similarly, some of the amendments you've put forward are multi-year, or they're one-time, they're not ongoing, and would that again sort of be the intent that hopefully, because I do worry about community groups always seemingly get like this multi-year, or they get a few years and they never get to rely on more ongoing pieces. So would your hope be that?
Yeah, we need to fix that. I don't think community groups should be coming to us every budget cycle, asking for few $100,000 here, right? We want to fund them in a sustainable, permanent way, give them certainty so they can get on with the work that they need to do, and not be in always this. We need to reduce that uncertainty through. So that's why in some of the service packages we have approved, part of the multi-part is give them maybe 2-year funding, 3-year funding, or reduced funding to start with. But once we have this review done, we'll be able to fund them properly.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
I really don't know when I started, so let's just call it right now, and then I'll come back maybe for a second round and chat about the other pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for putting this multi-part amendment on. Maybe I'll start with the line of questioning that Councillor Paquette had. For the community safety and well-being grant, those tend to be project-based, correct? To administration.
Yes, correct, and community-based, so that community is doing a lot of that work. And I do have a bit of a clarification on my previous answer to Councillor Paquette, because we were able to confirm that there are no longer any CSWB funds available in 23 and 24. The next time they become available is 25 in this budget pack because of the previous decisions that were made. So that's the additional information that led to using the surplus.
Yeah, and when the report about the capital project for Africa Center, this is specifically for the business case development. It's not necessarily a community-based project in the same sense as some of the other application.
Yes,
and in fact, I think they were well past the deadline for submission, and so I'm agnostic as to the source, FSR or council contingency. Maybe we could do a little bit 2022, 2023, but ultimately I would hate for them to have to go through that cycle until 2025, and I do think there's a bit of urgency with this.
Yeah, I would agree, Councillor, and I think it's fair to say that one of the reasons we supported using this funding source was because, if we'd had perhaps a bit more time, we would have tried to find a way of putting it in there, and I think that was missed, to be honest, so this is the best way of doing it without necessarily, at this point, going into council contingency. So I stand by the funding source in this recommendation.
Sounds good, and I appreciate that line of questioning, because certainly I had some of the similar I share some of the similar thoughts, but appreciate being in the multi-part here. And then following on that thread of questioning for OP3, the Employee Services Center, during the pandemic, the center was closed and the services were transitioned online. Is that right?
I'll ask Noelle to answer. It didn't actually close, but I'll have her respond to you.
Sure.
Yeah, no, it didn't close. We were fully operational, but we certainly did move staff to working in a remote manner wherever possible.
Right, and were you able to find any kind of, I suppose, efficiency or automation or using sort of online services to alleviate some of those pressure that you were just talking about earlier?
I wouldn't say that there was any efficiencies created during that period of time. In fact, there was a lot of additional workload impacts based on some changes that we needed to respond to based on COVID in the workplace. A lot of the work does require being connected to systems and having the IT and technology to do that. So even through the pandemic, we still had staff who had to go into the office and were not able to work in a complete remote fashion. Our files are paper files as well. We don't have digitization of personnel files, which also requires a physical presence. So there isn't efficiencies in that manner either.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I had some questions on the free play item. And should I ask administration? I wasn't sure if the community members in the room are here to answer questions or anything like that. Is that...
I think it's questions to administration, but we can certainly try.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I was wondering, what is the annual funding, annual budget for free play, and how much of that comes from the city?
I'll get Roger to answer that for us, please.
Great, thank you.
Councilor, just in a moment. I know we funded them 600,000 last year, but I'm not sure off the top of my head the percentage of their overall budget.
Okay, yeah. And thanks, sorry, I'm just hearing some echo. And I understand that there's supposed to be a final report with financial reporting and the 2-year comparison of 2021, 2022 statistics. Just wondering if, where's the status of that, or is that just shared, is that the reporting done directly with administration?
Yeah, the report will be done. It was for the 2021 funding or 2022 funding we provided, so we're expecting to get that early in the new year. We've been in discussions with Free Play about the growth of the program, how they've been able to spend the funds, but we won't get the detailed report until after year end.
I'm running out of time. I'll come back for seconds. I just want to continue on that thread. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is to administration. Well, my concern is that Councillor Hamilton was asking questions about, certain amendments here. But my concern is all of the amendments, the reduction. I'm sure there could be an impact or unintended consequences that we're not aware of. So would administration prefer that we did just move something like number 12, the 15 million each year, and then that way administration can decide where to make eliminations?
Yeah, Councillor, it's Andre Corbel here. So I would say generally yes, but I also understand the intent of council, and so we've tried to look at all these. There are three that the first three on leadership, employee mediation, and employee service center resourcing that I would have preferred be under the overall review. But I also understand that council is also trying to make progress on all these points and moving forward. And I think what I would do is if we end up passing, if all of this is passed, I will certainly bring back as part of the review any second, third order effects that we discover between now and the coming weeks on all of these that are passed, because I also think council would consider those if we brought them forward. So I could do, it would have been easier to do, the overall review and get everything, but I also understand that council's trying to make some progress on some specific things here. So I will try to do both, but I may come back and say that some of these first three in particular, because they're employee focused, are so critical that I would also then try to find another offset for that same amount of funding. So those are the things we have to consider, and we haven't had a ton of time to look at all this, but we'll figure it out one way or the other for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good. And then I might request that we separate the amendments, maybe in the package, like the first three, because those are concerning. I would rather we just to make sure that any unintended consequences are kind of dealt with now, I would prefer. So if the first three are of concern, I would prefer those three to be separated from the amendment. And I guess that's to the clerk.
Is that for voting purposes?
Yes, for voting purposes, that's correct.
Yeah, we could accommodate that if that's the will of council, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. So in reference to the employee services amendments, totally agree. We have to provide the best services to our employees to keep them happy and keep Edmontonians happy that they serve. But I'm just wondering, what was outlined by, and I'm sorry I didn't catch the last name of the person that was talking about some of the legal requirements, having to file CPP or submit CPP and all those other deductions and that. Isn't that just sort of a standard basic core service of employee services?
So employee services as a department, and this is where maybe there's some confusion, has within it something called the Employee Service Center.
Right, yeah.
And the ESC is the part of employee services that does payroll, benefits, pensions, and all of that processing.
But haven't they been doing that all along? Like, isn't that a
Of
basic
course.
core service? So-
It's not a new service.
Right.
They are overworked. The complexity of their environment is increasing. They are under-resourced. This service package is to request additional resources for that team.
But has our workforce grown that much that you need more?
It's
agents
a
to
question
service?
of a number of things. It's the total workforce. It's also the complexity of the transactions they're undertaking. So for example, when you have multiple collective agreements being enforced with new provisions and new mandates, for example, over the last year this has happened, that team ends up having additional work. When we are in situations where we are laying off staff, which we've done a number of times over the last few years, there are also additional requirements of that team. I'll let Noelle provide further detail.
I'm just wondering, and because I'm just cognizant of my time here, you know, if that is a core service and priority, why wasn't a priority in your own budget planning?
So if I can jump in
Yeah.
here, that is the reason that we funded this administratively. We chose to fund this particular service package for all 4 years, starting in 2023, whereas a number of the administrative service packages, even the ones that rated as a higher priority for us, didn't receive funding until later years.
Okay, I think it's a core service. It should have been worked into the budgets. And then there was also another comment made.
But Counselor,
Yeah.
that, it was worked into the budget. This is a decrease from what is in the budget we tabled. That's what we had worked into the budget. This is a decrease. So it's not an unfunded package, that it was worked into our budget, and it's now being considered to decrease it, take it out of the budget.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. But I'm also wondering, staffing, there was also mention of a lot of work has been going to Enterprise Commons. So how many people have been maybe seconded or taken over by that project?
I don't know that I would say anyone's been taken over by that project. This team acts as subject matter experts for the work on that project, so it places an additional demand on them.
Okay. And that wasn't included as part of the scope of that project to cover those costs?
Not for subject matter experts. The subject matter experts from across the city are providing their subject matter expertise as part of their work on the project.
On the project in addition to their own job?
That's
and
correct.
And not being compensated from the project?
It's part of their, many individuals across this organization have projects as part of their job description, and so it is what they're doing there, but it's not, they're not all being charged. And I would say that this is, Enterprise Commons is just one piece of the demands on this group.
Okay, and then, okay, so then funding for it, you've been using overtime and temporary, and paying for temporary staff. Can that funding not be used then to pay for what you're looking for in this package?
So currently, we aren't generating the amount of overtime we will be generating if this service package is not funded, because we have people who are management who are working excessive hours, and as Noelle stated, not taking holidays or EDOs. If this service package is not funded, we will be requesting folks to be taking their EDOs and their vacation, and we will be incurring overtime commensurate with the amount of work that is in that unit right now. Noelle, would you have anything to add to that?
I think that covers it, Kim. Thanks.
Okay, my time is up.
Return the chair.
Thank you, and go to Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question, so Mayor, so he's fixing his computers, and I go to administration first. First question, and then related to the decrease number 12 amendment. Do you have the number and specifically the percentage of the total budgeted FTE increase and between frontline services employees and then in-house and overhead increase?
So you're wanting the number of
Percentage.
the percentage of FTEs that
increase in the budget and between the frontline services and the in-house overhead increase.
I think we'd have to we'll have to calculate that for you.
Okay, so when that number could be provided?
Okay, we're just going to try and find the breakdown.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my next question. So if like each year we reduce $50 million, that means 4 years, $60 million. So this will from tax levy, right?
Yeah, that's our understanding.
Okay. And then in the part 2 of the amendment, can you explain what this specific work means? And by identify additional minimum $240 million, and that city council can transition to its directly priority area. So my question is actually two parts. One part is about what does this additional minimum $240 million, because we already talked about $6 million first, and then we talk about the additional minimum $240 million. Then we talk about some core services. So I would like to have more detail.
Yeah, so Councillor, the way I would see it is the first part of the motion actually is a kind of, it's a must-do, it's a reduction in the budget in the 4-year cycle.
Yeah.
Whereas the second part of the motion or the amendment, is to come back to council with clear recommendations on how we could transition a full $240 million. And when I say transition, what I mean is, what I don't take this as direction from council to reduce spending. What I see is direction from council to transition spending in areas that are not council priorities to areas that are council priorities. So I will start to find, what I will do if this passes, is I will go find all the things that are not on the top 5, 6 council priorities, which are very clear. And then I think the other way we'll do this is the very first update that we would provide in January would be a recommendation to council on what would be in scope and out of scope to find that $240 million. So, for example, if all these amendments were to pass in the next, in this week as part of budget, I would come back in January and say all the amendments you passed in December are going to be out of scope. I'm not going to waste time going through something you just told me to do and consider taking it out. So these will be out of scope. I think we've had lots of discussions over the last year, and I think I have a good sense of what council would consider in and out of scope, and we'll bring all those things back. So I don't see, for example, us bringing back, recommendations on things we've considered before. The other thing I want to say is that this is a huge body of work, and so while I've got some concepts and ideas about how to do this, I'm going to start to work on this the minute after budget is passed, ideally this week, and we'll start working over the holidays here to put a detailed scope together, And then the other part of the process is I'll be asking for meetings with all the councillors as early as we can in January so that I can get a sense from each of you what you would consider to be in that category that is eligible for a transition to something of a higher priority. Because we've shown you all the service packages, and I think that would be helpful to help us put the scope of work together. So, but there's a huge body of work here. I like the fact that we get to come back once a month as opposed to go away for 6 months, because I think that'll really help council and administration stay on a similar track.
So thank you for that comprehensive description. That's taken me 3 minutes to do it, but I appreciate that. I just want, I think I may need to come back, and then I don't have enough time to the follow-up questions.
So maybe I'll just direct you that for your answer or for your question on FTEs and the breakdown and the split, you can find the answer to that at question 23-423 OP in the Q&A documents.
For the breakdown front-line percentage?
It doesn't have the percentage, it actually has the numbers, 152.6 increase in FTEs, and it breaks it down by department.
Can you repeat one more time? Is it page for that Q&A document?
So the page is 534 of 592, and hold on, I'll just tell you if this is sorted by, and I believe this is the one sorted by counselor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask questions, but there was a few answers that I guess raised some questions for me. I think, to meet you, Mr. Corbould, I think what Councillor Wright was trying to get at is if there's a core service, why was this brought as a funded new or enhanced service as opposed to being embedded in the base, or like doing, some of that management of vacancies to make sure that area was getting addressed?
Yeah, and I would say is because we're falling behind on that. We see more work falling more behind as the staff indicated, and so it was an area that, and I think this applies to the other two as well, employee mediation with conflict and the leadership capacity, right? So I'm being asked to change culture. We often talk about it at council meetings. The best way to do that is to train through leadership. So I'm trying to, so I thought it was important to add those things because I feel like I've been asked by council to enhance our ability to do those things. And so I was comfortable putting it in as a plus and baking it into the budget that we recommended, so.
Yeah, and I get that, and I think it's just a matter of, with what the budget was tabled, not being able to really go too much into the base, and that's why you get Amendment 12, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, but that's the other thing, because we're doing Amendment 12, but we're also doing this, right? And it's a bit of doing both.
Well,
so.
I think, and to be clear, I think we should still continue to do this. And I think that, because it's new or enhanced services that are not frontline at this point, and I get the value of them. But I also recognize, not all training opportunities are created equal. And so yes, some can be transformative, others cannot be. People can check a box and say they did it, and nothing in culture changes. And so we need to really, I think, dig into that as well. I'm also very concerned, I guess, that question about the answer about the wait list being 4 months, like that to me seems like we're addressing a symptom rather than the root cause of the issue. If we're having that many conflict resolutions that we're having to mediate with employees, what is happening? What is going on there? Because that seems to me that getting more mediation is just addressing the symptom, not the root cause there.
Yeah, I think it's a complex question, but I also believe that what I'm seeing, and I see this in Glint surveys and other things, I think the work we've done to educate employees on what is harassment, what is disrespectful workplace, that's been a work in progress. That for a time is going to result in more complaints. I don't welcome the fact that we have complaints, but I welcome that more employees understand what bad behavior is, especially when you get into that yellow and orange and red zone behavior, and it's being brought up more, and we're talking about it more in the workplace. And I would also say there's a stretch to even more serious things that we're seeing in the workplace that we have to address with, I would say even that go beyond workplace and get into some bad behavior, which is not typical, but does exist.
So what I'm hearing here is, before maybe things are behind the scenes, now we've put it all on the table, but we have to have the tools to sort the table.
Yeah, I think, but I mean, like even when I think about, some very recent training we've added on truth and reconciliation and on anti-racism, which has not been long in the system. People are learning. People who would not complain about respectful or racist incidents maybe 4 or 5 years ago are now complaining about them because everybody's getting trained. People are, and we've got a long way to go. I'm not saying that we're ready there, but I would expect and anticipate that we're going to have more of these things as we teach the rest of the entire workforce what it means to be a real anti-racist. We've acknowledged we have systemic racism in the city, and we want to move forward to get rid of it. These are things that help me out on that, which is why we added them. So
I guess, and so with my last minute and a half, there was a comment made about, if this package isn't funded, the OP3, that we're just going to start to incur more overtime. Is there not a way to sort of look at, as per the motion 12, to prioritize employee services so that if there is areas that can be pulled to meet that essential work, that we're doing that first rather than incurring extra overtime?
that's exactly what I intend to do, but I also want to be transparent about that because if this passes, I also don't want to be not following direction, which is to not fund that, but I will try to find other ways of funding those kind of activities that don't require overtime and things like that, which is why
so maybe there's an amendment. Does there need to be an amendment or a subsequent then to say, we think that this is important, find it within the base?
That would be welcome because I think I can.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, okay, thank you. What's that? Oh.
I'm sorry. Mayor Sohi, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your last answer, Andre, because, I would not put forward anything that I would feel that would undervalue and not appreciate the work that employee services do, because there are people in that department that I admire, like Callie Buckley, there are many others, right? So, and we want to make sure they're properly supported as we undertake this transformative work. And I just need your assurance that you will provide that interim support as we undertake this work.
Yeah, absolutely, your mayor, and no, I appreciate there's some amazing folks throughout the whole department. Yeah.
Right, and I think what excites me about this amendment number 12 is actually that kind of transformative significant investments that we can make into looking into those root issues, right, and investing into tackling those root issues and doing very comprehensive, ongoing investment into people through training and everything else that now we kind of catching up in an ad hoc way, right? So that's what excites me about this work, that there's so much potential for us to do that. So I just want to assure people in the employee services that we got their back.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's very helpful.
We have their back, right? So, yeah,
getting a lot of questions. So.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Now, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to continue with this amendment, I don't know who would be the best to ask about our reimagine efforts. Who's most comfortable with that?
I think you should start with me, Councillor.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it was a lot of work, and yeah. So We reduced a lot during Reimagine, and I actually don't know what the price tag might be, but the fact that we had a bit of a surplus for unfilled jobs gives an indication. So I'm just wondering if anyone had a tally of that.
Of the unfilled positions currently?
Yeah, and the reductions that we made as far as workforce.
In the Reimagine exercise?
Yeah, and through the COVID response.
Yeah, it's a bit complex because a lot of the reductions in COVID were temporary, and of course then there was different programs, and then some were hired back, a lot were hired back. So, and we didn't really do a ton of FTE reductions as part of Reimagine.
Okay.
In the end.
No,
There were lots considered, but yeah.
Right, so we didn't do a ton of FTE reduction, but we did close a lot of facilities and closed a lot of programs. And so is what I'm hearing then is that, are you saying that throughout all that, there weren't a lot of FTEs that got lost out of the system, but we were able to come back up to speed generally with what we had?
There were some, and Kim may have the specific numbers, but I would also say it wasn't easy to come back up to speed after those very, very long temporary, I put in quotations, layoffs. It took quite a while, especially with because a lot of people had went on to find other work during that time.
Right, so have we got back up to the same level of city employees as we had before COVID impacts?
I'll just see if Kim's team wants to respond to the specific numbers.
Okay, I'll start and then I'll have Georgina and or Karen jump in. It's a bit tricky, as Andre has said. So you may recall, Councillor Paquette, because you were here at the time, we did do a number of permanent layoffs following COVID, in addition to all of the over 1,000 temporary layoffs. And of the permanent layoffs, this reduction exercise emanated from the audit, so the productivity audit, you will recall. And so a total of, for example, 145 FTEs were reduced on December 1st of 2021. That might be where you're going with this. And of those, 99, were supervisors of this level, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at.
It is halfway.
Okay.
The second part is what then is the dollar figure that represents?
Georgina, do you have that information?
Yes, Kim, I can answer. So what I would say to you is that between 2019 and 22, when you're talking about FTE, sorry, is it on? 20, okay, sorry. So what I would say in terms of FTE eliminations, I draw your attention to the 2019 to 22 budget cycle. That included a reduction of, an elimination of FTE totaling 490.9 FTE and approximately 49 million, somewhere in there. I defer to Stacey to confirm in terms of total impact to operating. That was inclusive of the supervisor reduction FTE that Kim Armstrong was just referencing.
Okay, so 49 million.
Yeah, and Councillor, I just think it's really important for the public to understand, because you started by mentioning Reimagine. Not a lot of those reductions were based on Reimagine. Remember, there was a 0% tax increase 2 years ago. A lot of the reductions came out of that exercise, which had nothing to do with Reimagine. Yeah. Reimagine kind of followed after that. And then, of course, the COVID piece was yet another piece. So it's a little more complicated than any one of those things.
Absolutely.
It's zero-based budget 2 years ago, combined with COVID, combined with Reimagine.
Yeah, so all of those combined led to a $49 million reduction in workforce.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm out of time, so I'm gonna have to come around for a quick question next. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So I don't know if folks have had a chance to crunch the numbers yet, or they're still working on it?
It's going to take some time.
Okay,
Counselor. I don't want to give you a number.
No, and I don't want to rush that. That's pretty much my one main question. So I'll come back once we're near the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Or could you let us know when that is available? Or
We
he
will.
can keep putting himself on the.
We will. We'll let you know.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. And I'll pick up on the free play item. That's OP 22. So I just want to confirm that this, so in the multi-part is 300,000 and the original ask is 600,000. I believe that's an amendment to an amendment by Councillor Knack. So this request is in addition to the 300,000 approved through FCSS, correct, Roger?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, and I was wondering, so last year, this was funded through council contingency because it was a relatively last minute, request but there was nothing else, like there's no FCSS, there's no other city funding, and there was a bit of an emergency nature to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, last year I believe they got 50,000 in FCSS funding, which is increased now to the 300,000. And it did come as, to council, not I would say the last moment, but as a request outside of the budget process, or a verbal request that came forward to fund it at the 600,000 level to allow them to grow their program.
Right, and if this were approved, then that kind of, as part of a grant program, and then the verbal request to council wouldn't happen for the next 3 years.
Yeah, this would put it into their base funding, rather last year was one-time funding, that's why we're back with a similar request. So this would get it into the base budget.
Right. Is that
With
typical?
the annual ongoing reporting that I mentioned earlier.
Right, and is that typical for most civil society organizations?
So
No, I think there's a variety that are funded like this and others that are funded on year-to-year grants.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to jump in here and say that it often depends on what you're trying to achieve, and how well the alignment is. If you fund on an ongoing basis and create the expectation, we still generally only write agreements for 4 years at a time to allow for changes in funding if organizations are no longer matching your needs or are no longer aligned to civic priorities.
Yeah, and so I'm also thinking too, it's been a year. What kind of conversation has the organization had with administration, just in terms of developing a more sustainable relationship where this kind of follow-on verbal request doesn't need to happen? For example, I'm thinking, we do have after-school recreation programs at our rec centers offered through some of the partnering organizations like Big Brother, Big Sister, et cetera. Do we have something like that in place with free play, and do we have something kind of long-term?
Yeah, I'd say we're transitioning. I'm just going to step in here,
Yeah,
Councillor, because
please.
I think we're transitioning into that. And what I took, the direction we got last year was, because it was one time, is to start working on that. And I think this is a bit of the result of those kind of conversations. So, but I also think it's fair to say that we're transforming the relationship with free play. We used to do 50,000 max a year out of FCSS. We've gotten clear direction from council to do one time. This will be good for 4 years, and I think it's working well for the city. The other thing I wanted to sneak in is the total budget, projected budget for free play for 2023 is 3.4 million, which was an earlier question. So that it shows you how much is being leveraged, I guess I would say.
Okay.
And Councillor, I would just add, they are one of the 9 partners that we're working with to provide that free after-school programming in a number of our buildings. And those partners are all working together to really try and enhance the offerings.
Yeah, no, that's great. And I guess maybe to the mover on this, we've also had a number of verbal requests through this budget cycle during the public hearing, through email. All very, very worthy organizations doing fantastic work, just like free play in the community. So I'm just wondering, why this organization in the multi-part amendment, and is this the only one that has the unfunded service package?
Yeah, so because of the history of the funding last year and the relationship with administration, we were just trying to utilize the resources that were available to and try to kind of spread it out in a way, but then figure out a kind of a long-term strategy as part of the comprehensive service review that one of the motions talks about undertaking, right? So it's just more of, history and the familiarity with work. I think also there's a part of the there's another amendment that talks about creating the community investment operating grant, not to the level that community asked for, but at least could be accessible to other organizations.
And that was also a unfunded service package.
Yeah, that was also an unfunded service package that community requested to fund. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough to fund it to full extent, as we don't have enough to fund to full extent the free play program. So it's kind of a compromise in that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll have to come back for a third. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to go back to my earlier question, because I do look in this 10 to 15 minutes and for so many pages from page you gave to me, and there is no specific number I can draw right away. I do need that information, and for the specific percentage of frontline services, employees number, and in-house overhead number. Specifically, by looking at the operating budgeting page 67, we can see, and from 2021 to 2023, we have a total increase FTE 568.5. And then compared to 2023 to 2022, the increase is 152.6, which that means compared to 2022 to 2021, the increase is 415.9 FTEs. And then so I just, based on those data, I just need to know among this increase, what percentage between frontline workers and the in-house overhead. So if you don't have that number, and I appreciate it if you can provide it to me, and I do have the other questions I want to go to ask. So my next question is specifically to Mayor Sohi. So thank you for putting all those changes together. By looking at the decrease, the total dollar fee, and compared to increased dollar fee and the decreased dollar fee, there is over $100 million gap. And where we can find this funding?
I think, we try to find savings, and then we try to prioritize what we heard from council members and community where we need to invest. And the numbers don't tally, but there's also it's going to add a little bit more to the what is required. So it's not that reductions and additions balance out, right?
I'm struggling for this.
Yeah.
Because this is not small number gap, is a big number gap, and between decrease and increase. And
but it's just one amendment among many other amendments that we
together.
That we are going to consider at the end of the process. We will determine whatever the tax.
And also I'm struggling with this big gap, but for the enhanced snow and ice control program, that is the most our Edmontonians care about, we only increase funding at the 20% level.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Councillor Wright, and this goes to what Councillor Knack was asking earlier. That's why undertaking this citywide comprehensive corporate review of transitioning $240 million to priorities will allow us to focus on core services that are currently underfunded, such as snow and ice and spring cleanup, and also public transit and other areas. Yeah.
This also associate with the capital and then capital budget for the enhanced snow and ice program. So if at operating level we only funded 20%, does that mean for the capital we only match the 20% as well?
That's probably a question to administration because they would understand the equipment, what we have, what needs are.
Okay, so
Councillor, in terms of the 20%, we would need to take that back and see exactly what that looks like. The capital ask was for specific equipment tied to the Active Pathways program. And currently, right now, the way we're operating that program is through leased equipment. So depending on the 20%, that would determine some adjustments to that capital ask because we wouldn't require as much equipment if we went with the 20%.
because the original request for the capital is $10.3 million, so that means you will provide that number based on what passed for the operating, or that number still stay the same?
We would have to go back and assess what level of service we could provide based on that level of funding in the operating, and that would determine what we would need for equipment.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councillor Rice. You
I
can come
know.
back around.
Time, yeah.
And Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I recall my staff and I started digging around on numbers. Actually, I'm going to go to Ms. McCabe. Can I ask you about UPE? I think there was, I can't remember, it was around $9 million returned to the city budget from UPE. Is that about right? Over a space of 4 years?
From 2017 on, yeah, that's about right. I mean, I think Andre referenced it in your last, there's been a number of exercises, the 2% exercise that get to zero. And in UPE in specific, it's primarily personnel budget.
Okay, so here's
and
the
consulting.
Here's the tough question. How has that impacted the work? Because no one wants to say, well, you know, it could be better. No one ever wants to say that, but how has that impacted the work? And if you want to tap out, that's totally okay.
I'll start by
Okay.
saying, I guess what I would say, Councillor, is the performance metrics I think about when I'm thinking about UPE is the permit approval times and the efficiencies we're having with saving money, not just in the city, but in the city-wide in terms of for business that are saving $4 million a year because of the adjustments UP has made. So my assessment as city manager is notwithstanding those difficult decisions, UP is operating on an increase in terms of productivity and outcomes that the city desires.
So I hate to do this, but
yep.
Compared to Calgary, how long does it take for us to have a turnaround on average business permit?
Well, faster. And what I hear from people who operate in both Calgary and Edmonton, they have universally said to me that they find it easier to work here with those permitting and turnarounds. And the other thing I would add was like some of the efficiencies, like how quickly we adjusted during COVID to do things like virtual inspections and things like that. And then I think the greatest evidence of that is, you know, hearing from Air Products who said 90 days for a permit is what we would consider outstanding, and we did ours in 40 days, I believe. So those are the kinds of things we hear from developers, and we're not done. We've got more work to do. So.
Yeah, I was just going to add, like, we're number 2 in the CHBA benchmarking study, and that number 1 is not Calgary.
Oh, I know that. So my next question would be, that's a lot of cuts, $49 million, 8.9 just for UP alone. And now we're asking for an additional $60 million over the next 4 years. And I'm a little bit worried about this number because I don't know what it will do to the impact on service. And so I guess the big question is, how on earth do you manage this and where do you take it from? This is a big ball of wax.
Yeah, I would say I manage it through a good process and good leadership. And that's why what I'm comfortable about this process is, and I think about different experiences the city has had. You're not asking us to come back in 6 months and a year. We're going to work on this together between council and administration on a monthly meeting. We're going to, I'm confident with the number because I've looked at the last 10 years of surpluses in the city, and while we had 3 years of deficit, the other 7 were surpluses. And when you average those surpluses out, including this year, I'm comfortable with the number that we've landed on in 60 million. It's going to be, don't mistake me, it's going to be hard work, and we're going to have to really dig into things, and that's what we'll do. But what I like about it is there are checkpoints for us to come back to council and check in on things, like the first one, which is what's in scope and out of scope. And I think that'll be probably one of the most crucial discussions we have in this process is when we come back on January and have a discussion about what's in and out of scope.
Okay, so what you're telling me right now is that service 100% will not decrease, but we are going to see an increase in service levels and the ability to respond to the needs of Edmontonians.
I think that's the direction that this points us to. I can't guarantee that we won't bring things that have to be considered, but again, it's not about reducing, it's about transitioning from less priorities to higher priorities.
Yeah, no,
so
that makes sense.
I fully expect that if you want us to invest 240 million from a lower priority into higher priority, we will have to stop doing lower priority things. And you will have the ability to sort of weigh in on those decisions. I think I've got good guidance to figure out and I'll refine that guidance with the in and out of scope exercise that we'll do in January, and then we'll move forward.
Okay.
But we're all going to have some tough decisions to get this done.
I'm out of time again.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. I wanted to ask some questions about OP 16, which is the Affordable Housing Grant Exemption Program. So I understand that this is a follow-on based on the June 26th Community and Public Services Committee report. And I know we've had a lengthy conversation back then, but essentially, as I recall that report, the provincial has the COPTER program that determines criteria for property tax exemptions for different organizations. Yes, right? So I think I'm looking at Ms. Flamen.
Sorry,
Two.
I'm going to jump in
Oh,
here.
yeah, please.
So the province does have, so the province doesn't have a definition for affordable housing. So unless you meet one of the exemptions under COPTER, and I might rely on help from legal services here at some point, then you are taxable.
Right.
Unless council makes you exempt. And
So-
what this program will do is manage that exemption as a grant program.
And so currently, there's a review underway, and I understand that, different municipalities have submitted affordable housing as a sort of a key area of discussion. And I guess I'm just wondering, do you see that review potentially resulting in an expanded definition for the exemption?
So I don't know that I want to publicly
Okay.
make
No, that's
a
okay.
statement on that, but I would say with the grant program, what establishing it as a grant program allows you to do is revisit the grant program if there's changes.
Okay, so offer some more flexibility. And then also in that report, it had mentioned that, we were looking at different approaches, but under either approach, the city would, request that these exemptions be accompanied by provincial grants in lieu of taxes. I guess I'm just wondering, any headway there? Like, is that a thing? Or is just?
So to my knowledge, we have not been able to convince a greater proportion of grants in lieu and taxes.
Right. And further, while, council needs to grant that or needs to provide this opportunity, there has been cases, for example, Affordable Housing Agency in Calgary receiving that exemption, so it's fairly arbitrary, wouldn't you say?
I'm not going to weigh in on this.
Okay, that's
I
okay.
would let legal counsel weigh in on this.
Yeah. I guess for me, when I was looking through some of those documents, what also occurred to me is a bit of, I guess, subjectivity in how this was determined, which makes me question, you know.
Sorry, are
Is
you
this-
saying subjectivity in terms of
No,
how
sorry.
we determine the grant criteria?
No, I'm saying that, you know, there's been a number of cases that went to, I think, the province for, I can't remember the name of the board, that for determination whether or not they should be exempted. In some cases they were, if they're affordable housing, in some cases they weren't.
I can have Ingrid
Sure,
Johnson,
yeah.
one of my directors, jump in.
Yeah, certainly. The Assessment Review Board,
Assessment Review Board, that's it.
they are a lay panel, one of members appointed by the province, and the other two are appointed through a process of municipality. And they make decisions with respect to exemptions that come before them, complaints that get filed basically by organizations. So there is subjectivity in it. And unless there is clear legislation and court cases that decide the meaning of the legislation, you will always have subjectivity in decisions of these boards.
Yeah, no, great point. And I think, I guess my point here is simply to also, I hope, you know, the review will also shed some clarity on some of these definitions so that, to your point, Ingrid. Okay, so I think, I guess I have one more minute. I'll just, well, I guess one last question about the outdoor pool. For the $399,000, how many extra days is that?
I'll get Roger to weigh in, please.
Because I'm not sure the specific days. It takes us from just July and August, opening the pools on the May long weekend and extending them till the September long weekend.
Okay, so May long to September long. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it, Councillor Chang? Okay. All right, Councillor Rice, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have that number yet?
Yes, so if you look at page 67, when we look at tax-supported operations, there is an increase of 153.6 FTEs. The bulk of them are frontline facing staff, and I'm not going to use the term overhead, but 8 of those roughly 153 FTEs are internal support services, so roughly 5% are internal support versus front-facing.
So 153 increase, and between 2023-22, you said if only 5% of 153 is internal increase.
Is what we would call internal support services.
Yeah.
Which would be what I think you're trying to characterize as overhead. It's just, we
Yes.
don't use the term
and
overhead.
So 5% of 153?
That's correct.
How about the total increase compared to the 2021 for 568.5 increase?
I don't have compared to 2021. I'd need to do a little bit more digging because that 2020,
sure.
the 2021 budgets were adjusted for COVID and took out FTEs on a temporary basis.
Okay. So my next question is a process question to City Clerk. And for increase pieces, can we separate one by one for voting purpose?
So just to clarify, you're asking if you can separate out the amendments that are increasing?
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
If that's the will of council.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So my next question to Mr. Coble and our city manager. I really appreciate your description and how much work you're going to do to identify this $240 million. So this $240 million already it's my understanding, just to clarify my understanding, already approved in the funded budget, right? So you are going to identify that, but it is not additional reduction and for the $240 million.
Correct. I see it in the budget, but I've got to find things that council is willing to transition from doing this to doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a long list of places we can look based on this motion, including consulting contracts, organizations, all that work, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, and so comparing to 2021, the bulk of your increases were in parks and road services. They were in community recreation and culture, which was 373 of those alone, and fire rescue services. So the majority of it was frontline.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then my next question is about on-demanding permanent funding. So I'm not sure this to Mayor Sohi or administration. What does that permanent? And it means this funding will not stop and will continue forever? Or can you explain this a little bit more?
So if this is approved, then we will be we'll be funding on-demand transit service on an ongoing basis.
Ongoing basis,
Yeah.
never stopped.
Yeah.
So that means for this 4 years, the request is $42.9 million. So that means every 4 years, we will have $42.9 million for on.
So whatever the annual cost is, will carry on into future years.
So, okay, so that is a permanent means.
Yeah.
I still have 1 minute, and another question is about affordable housing and homeless prevention, and also affordable housing grant program. So adds together is almost $100 million. And do we have the sense, or do we have the information about how much funding and provincial government puts on the homeless prevention and affordable housing, and then annually, if city is going to invest additional $100 million and for next budget cycle?
I'll get
Thanks,
Stacey.
Councillor. I can certainly answer that for the affordable housing sort of operation side of things. So we generally see a leveraging of about 3 or 4 to 1. So from 2019 to 2022, we spent $132.7 million, which was allocated upfront between operating and capital. So that leveraged $200 million in actual funding from the GOA and CMHC, and $351 million in actual investment by affordable housing providers.
Thank you very
Okay,
much for
thank
that
you.
answer. And Councillor Knack? Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, I'm just looking at OP 18 and 1810, which is an amendment. And technically, 1810 isn't on the floor, but it's also technically an amendment to an amendment. So I'm wondering maybe I'll start with Mr. Seabrook. What does 20% on snow and ice control get you?
So that is a bit of work we would still need to undertake. When we presented the updates in June of the year, we identified different service level options, and it wasn't really based on a percentage of a dollar figure. It was based on different service level outcomes that we had talked with council based on engagement with citizens. So we'd need to take that back and do a little bit of work in terms of that. What I can say though is the 20% would be less than we've currently allocated for this winter. So it would be a reduction with respect to what we've added for the first half of this winter.
Okay, that's really helpful, given the context that we currently are sort of working in. Okay, and I don't know if am I allowed to ask Councillor Knack about his amendment?
He's not the mover, so.
But he's made an amendment to an amendment, so that's the tricky thing.
Seek guidance from the clerk.
Yeah, so this is really good because all of the amendments were made, seconded, and put.
Yeah.
So technically everything was on the floor and then it was put, and then we brought back the mayor's amendment, and just like you did for capital, you entertained amendments to the amendments.
Yeah. Oh, so technically this is an amendment to the amendment, so I can ask Councillor Knack questions.
Yeah, and so remember, you suspended all of
Yeah.
your rules regarding debate of the main motion, the amendment, and the amendment to the
Yeah.
amendment. So this works out.
Free and easy.
for it.
Councillor Knack, is this what funding level have you ascribed in this amendment to the amendment?
So this funding level is the 100% ask
Okay.
of what was recommended by city administration in the budget.
Okay, so we have 20%, we have 100%, and I know where this is going, because if we start stacking amendments, we're going to start with 100. But I'm wondering if there might be, maybe back to Mr. Seabrook, if you were to describe a number between 20 and 100, what did we fund this year?
I'm going to ask Craig McEwen to just speak to, because we had presented R1, R 0.5, AP1, and AP 0.5. So there's a bit of a mix of what we actually staffed this year. So if Craig's online, he can just provide a little more detail.
Yeah, what we did is we started down the road of the R1 AP1. So we were in year one of that program, which would roughly equate to just under like an R 0.5 and AP 0.5. So that would be roughly where we're at today.
So about 50%. So
We're at roughly about 50%.
Okay, all right. That's helpful. And I might propose an amendment to the amendment No, it would just be an amendment of 50%.
Second.
Yeah, it would be an increase to the omnibus, I guess, of 50% on an ongoing basis. So that's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have nobody else on the,
We apologize,
it
we
wiped
lost
out.
the list.
Okay.
And I was tracking it here, but now I'm confused.
We'll give you a second. Thank you.
I just want to confirm who I had next. I had, Councillor Rice had just finished, then Councillor Hamilton. I believe I had Councillor Knack, and then Councillor Paquette for another round, but I could be wrong.
That sounds good to those who were signed up. Okay, Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
So first, maybe just Ms. McCabe, I wanted to double check in the omnibus, we have the funding for the implementation of the city plan, and that includes work that would, so once we finish zoning bylaw renewal, there's been debate around whether we should look at essentially upzoning spaces, and this is that service package that would allow us to do that, right?
That's correct. It allows us to do some upzoning within the city.
Oh, I love that. Excellent. Wonderful. And I think I saw a nodding head over here, and so that's why I did come back on the board. Do you have any information?
Yes, when we calculate the figures, when we look at tax levy impact, 2023 would be roughly 0.9%, 2024, 0.9%, 2025 would be minus 0.1%, and 2026 would be roughly a 0.1% increase.
0.1%. And the way I understand that, again, is that is taking into account the 15 million reduction in tax levy, but it doesn't incorporate any of the 240 because that has to be reallocated.
Correct.
So there is a possibility that in 24, 25, 26, there could be a big shift, but you can't budget for that because we have to make those decisions.
Because we don't have a magic 8 ball, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. No, just to put that in perspective, so there's the possibility of a pretty substantial change still pending our body of work that we do. And again, I mean, some of it could just be reallocated. So do you also have the FSR impacts for each of the years? I don't know if you did that at all.
Not yet. We're just kind of working through
That's
the various.
okay. That's okay. I guess just trying to get a sense of where what we have and what we don't have. Now, these 0.9 for next year is independent of the pay-as-you-go amount, correct?
That is strictly to do with the omnibus motion that is on the floor as the mayor presented it.
As
It doesn't take into
presented,
account all of the
exactly.
amendments to the amendments to the amendments.
Understandable. So we have a separate conversation of pay-as-you-go that was about for 23 a 1 or 0.8%, I think that was. Does that sound familiar? If nothing
Just
were
give us a second, we can get you that number.
Sure. That's fine. Okay, 0.9, 0.9, negative 0.1, and then 0.1, and
So the update that we have, so when you look at all of the impacts of the capital budget, when you take into account the debt servicing, operating impacts of capital, and pay-as-you-go, as you'll recall, we started at 3.9%. When we presented the budget, we would now be at 4.19, 4.28, 4.35, and 4.37 after all of the amendments for capital. From there, you would add the 0.9, 0.9, minus 0.1, plus 0.1.
so if this omnibus were to pass and nothing else were to change beyond that, you'd be looking at about 5.1, or 5, yeah, 5.1, 5.09, something like that.
That'd be right.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful information. And again, there's lots of other conversations to be had. And I think, yeah, I'll stop there. Yeah, I've talked enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Anybody else to speak or questions? No more questions? Okay, and as we did with the capital then, we'll each have the opportunity to speak and then we'll vote on each one individually? Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm still trying to catch up with the amendment to the amendment, the 50%er. So just to confirm, it's the 50% of the total, not 50% of the 20?
Yes, 50% of the total, not 50% of the 20,
Thank you.
which would be 10%.
I just wanted to check.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I can,
So are you wanting to vote on every one of them individually or just the increases? So I heard two requests, one from Councillor Principe and one from Councillor Rice, to separate out at least 1, 2, and 3 of the decreases. Councillor Rice, you wanted to separate the increases out, and Councillor Principe also wanted to separate out some parts of Amendment 12. How would you like to proceed?
I'd just like to vote on the whole thing as an omnibus, but I do get the requests.
So do you want to vote, so are you speaking to the omnibus, or are you going to start voting right now?
I had one bit of
Go ahead,
question
Councillor
before we
Paquette.
run into that, so people can get a chance to think about that. And just really quickly, so back to this bone I've been chewing. I'm just really curious about what we would call a low priority if what is identified in the amendment here is that council's priorities will be climate, housing, public transit, core services. So I don't know what a low priority example is that we can draw from, and maybe you can help me.
Well, sorry, I hope this doesn't sound, I think we have to consider anything but those things. And then bring them back to council with the implications of them. That's kind of the process. And if I have a few more days, I can probably have some specific examples, which I think I can definitely do that in the first meeting in January. Because that would be the sort of in-scope focus that we would provide in January.
So basically what the motion would do is instigate the work, because right now we're not entirely certain. We have to actually do the work to find out.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Councillor, and I also think that we can rely on a lot of the work that has been done over the past years so some of those factual things, we've done that recently, and that can help us in this effort for sure. Yeah, I think what's different from the Reimagine experience or the other experiences is we have new focus at council, and that's what we would try to do this work under that umbrella.
Yeah, okay. I'm just doing the math here. 49 million plus 60 million is $109 million in ongoing personnel reduction costs year after year after year. It's a big chunk. So we've got this 240 million aspect as well. That's just a repurposing. I just feel like we're being a little calm about what is a transformational motion here.
Yeah, I don't think we're being calm. I think we're certainly being, I will be organized, we'll lead through this, we'll get it done, but it's essentially looking at a 2.5% over 4 years, and it's not the first time governments have been asked to do that, so we'll put through the process and be very clear on what's in and out of scope. And so this is a huge ton of work.
I'm old enough to see what the results of those things have
with
been.
tough decisions, but this council will make those decisions. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to have monthly checkpoints, so I guess, yeah, okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, you have more questions?
Yeah, one more question, very quick. Between on-demanding permanent funding and transit of pink and on-demanding service growth, this is a larger request, $16 million. What's the difference and between these two? Because on-demanding service growth and then on-demanding permanent funding.
So, Councillor, the on-demand service, the ongoing funding is to put the on-demand service in the base program, and the other addition is to increase the on-demand service.
And in which way to increase the services?
To increase both the amount of on-demand as well as the neighborhoods that would be covered in on-demand, and that was in response to a motion.
So if we already have on-demanding services in place, and this permanent ongoing funding is just to maintain, that's the level.
Correct.
Maintain the level of services we have right now.
Correct.
And so another $16 million we are considered to increase more.
There was an increase in on-demand as well as off-peak conventional service.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, we will go to speaking, but first we do have to decide how we're going to vote on this. I think the clerk had mentioned we can separate out the first three. Was that correct?
Yeah, we can, if you want, you could treat this as an omnibus, I joke, and then you could just go through and pick out the ones you want to vote on separately. No?
Councillor Rutherford, do you have a suggestion?
I just imagined we were going to treat it the same way we did the capital, where we spoke to it all at once and then just voted.
Whoops,
Yeah,
on each
speak to
individual.
the whole thing, but speak to
what
the
I
whole
thought.
thing and then just vote one-on-one.
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's been some other suggestions that maybe we should look at focusing on first some of the, focusing on the decreases and then the increases. We want to go individual? Okay, same process then as before. Okay. Okay, same process as with capital. Perfect. But Councillor Cartmel, you had a question?
I'll just repeat into the mic. It'll be faster to do them one by one than take the next 20 minutes trying to group them into something and then vote on them. Let's just, well, whoever wants to talk, speak for all those people watching along, all four of them, and then we can vote.
Okay, and thank you very much, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Principe, you had a question or suggestion?
No, I like Councillor Cartmel's suggestion. That's good.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Hamilton?
Just to speak.
Okay, thank you.
point of order. Is eScribe fixed? Would it be better if we do vote by show of hands? I know some of us have had, or are we good now on the tech side?
We believe we're good. And for this, we would really like to make sure eScribe is working to capture the votes, but we'll see.
Okay.
If it doesn't call up, well, we can do it verbally as we have been, but it should be working now.
All right. I just reset mine, so hopefully we're smooth sailing.
And Clerk Ward, we're good on your end? We don't need any extra time?
We don't at this point, no.
Okay, let us know when it crashes, okay. All right, so if you want to sign up to speak then.
Councillor Knack, we have the balance left in FSR is $3.6 million.
Sorry, I'm just going to say that's the available funding left, just to be clear.
All right, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I am inclined to support the majority of this omnibus, but I cannot support the first three employee, first four. There's like a weird, it's the first three employee service reductions. I'm really concerned about some of the things we heard in terms of not just service levels, but regulatory compliance. And while it might be something we can come back to, my concern at this time is that we're going to under-resource an essential area of the city and not just, and undermine, I think, some of our corporate goals in terms of developing a healthy workforce. Aside from that, I think I can support everything else here. The reason I propose the 50% number is because I think that we're 50% as an amendment to OP 18 is because if we're at 50% now, we know the level of service that we're going to get. There's been a lot of conversation around what this like snow and ice removal servicing has been, and I think we're at a good level. And in terms of an enhanced service to the community, I also know that we're still getting some feedback on how we could do better. I think 100% is probably relatively high for where we are in the budget, but 50% at least allows us to maintain the status quo, because I'm concerned if we see a drop in that service level, what it will, that will be significantly noticeable for residents across the city. So I'd like to at least maintain that. Other than that, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will be supporting most of the amendments, but not all of them, as Councillor Hamilton said, the first three, just because of the impact it could make, I just don't feel comfortable supporting that. And also with, in regards to number 12, I wanted those three separated actually, like number 1, number 2, and number 3 in under number 12. And the reason being is I can't support number 2 because ironically, I think that this will actually, the core services will actually suffer in looking for ways to find money for core services. So I just think that it's maybe not very realistic, although it sounds like it would be lovely. I just don't think it's realistic. And I do want to say that I think that this is a team effort. Administration does need to look for more efficiencies, but as Councillor Het has said, administration has been looking for efficiencies for years and years. And although it's an ongoing process and they can always be looking for more efficiencies, we as a council need to rein in the spending as well. So this is a team effort. So thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, I'm very excited to support the multi-part motion in its current form, and again a huge thank you to Mayor Sohi and his team for their leadership and their very hard work pulling this together. I think on the whole it's just a great city and community building motion. Provides services that Edmontonians can see and that will improve their daily life. You know, we've got our transit improvements, our outdoor pools, our urban gardens, but also strategically moves, also takes strategic moves that set us up to be resilient in the future. I'm excited to see the investment in energy transition, city plan implementation, EDGE fund. It's also addressing core urgent needs in our community. I'm so pleased to see the investments in housing, the Affordable Housing Grant Program. I know how profoundly positive that will be in our community, and the considerable way that it's a small investment for an outsized positive impact it's going to have in our community. Housing and homelessness prevention funding as well, continuing to help us work towards our goal of ending homelessness, and also focusing on the Indigenous housing strategy, which I'm very excited for. Really appreciate the funding for the Heritage Council, their work through the FIRE program to support Indigenous resurgence and reconciliation is really outstanding, and I'm so thrilled to see that funded. Also really appreciate the thoughtful approach it's taken to community safety and well-being. And it is very holistic in its approach. So having tools to address derelict properties, I think that's going to be transformative in communities, ensuring that we continue to invest in safety on transit. Also very excited for the increased investment in crisis diversion 24/7, looking at these alternative ways to decrease pressures on EPS and help keep us all safe. Well-being is also supported through investments like free play and our public washroom strategy. I did want to be very clear on the decreases as well. You know, as was discussed, I believe all of the human resources profiles that came forward have huge value. I really appreciate that it represents the organization's commitment to their people and investment in their people. And my support of not funding these as growth is not against the merits and the value of those programs, but rather a desire to see that included in the base. So I hope that is understood, that I think the work absolutely has value, but just looking how we balance the needs of broader Edmontonians as well. I'd also like to share the message that the corporate review for me is in absolutely no way about austerity. It's not for me about cutting services, but rather reprioritizing and focusing our resources really intentionally to help us achieve our vision and the future that Edmontonians want. So again, thank you to the Mayor very much for bringing this forward, and I look forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm also fully in support of the Mayor's multi-part amendment and want to express my gratitude to the Mayor and his team for bringing this forward. I think this really is an excellent approach that covers numerous council priorities. It makes thoughtful reductions where necessary and allows us to strive for greater organizational alignment with council's priorities, specifically related to housing, climate change, public transit, and core services. I think that this amendment takes meaningful action on a number of key concerns that I've been hearing from community members about what they expect to see in our city, from those visible things like snow and ice control to things like crisis diversion and sustainable development. I'm very pleased to see affordable housing receiving an increase in ongoing funding. This amendment also continues to build on the climate action that we've been taking throughout this budget process through the implementation of our energy transition strategy, climate adaptation strategy, as well as the city plan. And ultimately, those bodies of work will help us get to a more fiscally and environmentally sustainable place in the future. This multi-part amendment to me, is clearly rooted in maintaining and enhancing the public services that make it possible to live an affordable, good quality life in this city, while still taking steps towards those larger strategic goals. And I think that affordability extends to the ability to participate in community life and engage in activities that bring Edmontonians joy. For example, I know how much value our festivals bring to this city, and I was glad to see them supported in this multi-part amendment, alongside a number of other meaningful changes. And then I also wanted to mention, we have heard very clearly that Edmontonians care deeply for our vulnerable neighbors. And beyond housing, providing access to washroom facilities. It's about dignity and equity and cleanliness and health. And we're moving to make this better and more accessible for all Edmontonians. So the proposed budget also has included a number of important investments related to community safety and well-being, and I think that this multi-part amendment expands on that, both in a responsive manner, but also in a preventative manner and a preventative nature as well when it comes to supporting organizations that are doing that proactive work that we desperately need in our city. And then maybe just finally, it's also evident to me that this proposal will absolutely support our economy. The connection between public transit, climate action, affordable housing, and the performance of our economy is well established. And beyond that, there are packages here that will help bring local businesses to global markets through things like the EDGE Fund. Really grateful for the Mayor's holistic approach to this multi-part amendment, and again, I think it shows tremendous leadership and would encourage colleagues to support it in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford?
After a year on council, I should have learned not to go after Councillor Salvador because we have such similar speaking notes, so that's always fun. I too appreciate the collaboration with the mayor. I know that, as somebody that works has worked in the field of collaboration and community building for years, it is hard work. It is not easy. In fact, it is probably harder to do something collaborative, especially in a hyper-political environment. But the fact that we have been able to do that and to come together and say what is really important and what we all heard around our communities, the support for the frontline services that Edmontonians need to see, their tax dollars at work in terms of, making sure we're keeping and maintaining the current on-demand transit system service, but also enhancing that we're providing better snow and ice care, the public washrooms. We're addressing derelict and problem properties, which, in the ward that I represent, there's 134. It's not a small number. Increasing library services. Edmontonians are going to have more access to one of the most accessible spaces we have, which is amazing. And I think, especially from what we heard last season, I think everybody will be very happy to enjoy more time at our outdoor pools this summer season. I also want to personally thank my colleagues for recognizing the importance of the YMCA and having that operating funding subsidy within this specific omnibus. I know the Castle Downs YMCA is the only multi-purpose community recreation and leisure center in North Central and West Edmonton, and it also is the only one that also provides ongoing childcare. They have a youth night on Friday night that sees over 150 youth attending the YMCA. This is a huge piece, and I know that many in the community will be very grateful that this has been here. But it's also so while it's a great decision just for the value that the YMCA adds to the Castle Downs area, it's also financially responsible, because if the YMCA was to shut down and we as a city were to take over that facility, the cost would be exponentially more. And so why would we lose a great partner that's doing great work and has built great connections and then have to take on more costs? So I think it's a very prudent addition, and I would encourage those that are considering it as we vote individually to keep that in mind when you vote on the YMCA. I also want to thank everyone that worked on the collaboration of this for including the Africa Center. I know that the city committed to the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan as part of our recommitment to the recognition of the United Nations International Declaration of People of African Descent. And I think this is a long time coming. And so just like I'm happy to see the streetscaping in Chinatown in our capital budget, I'm very, very happy to see this within our operating budget. And lastly, I think we're not going to see systemic change if we don't continue to fund what we know is working. And 24/7 crisis prevention and diversion is working. And affordable housing and housing first is working. And so it's great to see that as well included in the vision we're creating. I won't talk too much about climate change because I know several of my council colleagues will, aside from that, again, huge priority. It's something that a lot of us campaigned on. And so it's great to see our commitment and recognition of, while small as a municipality and compared to the global scale of this problem, we don't need to let that defeat us down to know that we can still do something and we can still make a difference, and I love that. Now on the reduction side, I am comfortable absolutely with the amendments as proposed in this amendment, especially recognizing that for some of the ones that there is concerns, it's not that they won't be addressed, it's that there will not be an increase in budget to address them, there's an expectation that is built into the base. And so I want to be clear on that. And I think through my conversation with the city manager, got clarity from the city clerk that he has the delegated authority to do that within the base budget that he has allocated, the city manager. I'm very confident that this amendment does not cause any legislative harm to those areas of work. So again, thank you to everyone for their time, energy, dedication, and for being amazing colleagues. I really appreciate working with all of you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. I'll turn my mic on. Just very briefly, I think, again, thanking the mayor, his staff, and all my colleagues that have come together to bring this multi-part amendment forward. It does focus on our core services. I'm happy to see that we do have some additional funds for snow and ice, although it's not the full 100%. Well, I guess we'll be voting on that. And expanding and growing our on-demand service. I only hope Ward Spomey Tappy gets some. But if not, I think it's a great start to be able to expand it across the city. And I think some of those core services also now include things like related to climate change and energy transition as well. I think it also shows that we're caring for our neighbors, and we're bringing our communities together with pools and festivals. I liked the focus on the transit peace officers as well, to make sure that our riders on transit do feel safe, and that'll help to encourage ridership there. As far as the reductions do go, I appreciate the efforts that administration is going to take to move forward with council to help find those reductions with us, and to make sure that we do provide the main core services that the city does provide. So that's all I have. Thank you, and I'll take back the chair.
I return the chair.
Thank you, and Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really want to say thank you, Mayor Sohi, and as a first visible minority mayor, and for our capital city. And your leadership really matters, and for our Edmontonians. I want to say that sincerely first. Then I would like to start say, look at the financial situation right now. This amendment, if passed, with a decrease $62 million and an increase and over $200 million, so the gap is over $100 million. I don't know where we can fill this gap. And specific from taxpayer perspective, this over $100 million increase will put lots of burden on our Edmontonians. And also I want to say, if we approve all of them, and we still have, like what I heard, in total we have almost 100 amendments. And right now we deal with just around 20. And we still have 8 amendments going. And where we are going to find the funding to support other amendments. So I just want to put this situation first and let everybody know before we vote. Then I really want to talk about the balance. I know it's challenge and difficult to find the right balance or make balance right. And specifically, if we have so many service needs in place, and then we only have limited funding available. How we make that balance? I think administration and provide a very clear principle that is a priority-based budget. And during this budget deliberation and how we reflect or define our priority, I think we had this conversation at a strategic level already identified, and our city's strategic priority, our city's future vision and direction. But how, when we make decision as a governor, how we can build the better city to serve all Edmontonians. All Edmontonians. And I believe everybody, and here my colleagues, we received many emails talk about working families who actually pay tax. How we reflect our decision to reflect what we heard. I would like to say, and since summertime to now, I spoke to thousands of my constituents. And from what I heard, and plus conduct my own budget survey, and from what I heard, I want to ensure their voice to be reflected in my decision. So listen to our people. That is our responsibility. And that is how we demonstrate representative. We represent people. We represent the community. If that is the case, how we ensure their voice to be included in this decision-making process? I want myself try my best to do that. I know it's difficult. I know, and my colleagues and brought great ideas, and then we had a wonderful conversation as well. But still, we are facing the very difficult decision. But go to the bottom line. The principle is there, priority best. Let's find that right balance. So my voting and will reflect what I heard. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I first want to thank the mayor and his office for putting this together. Just like the capital omnibus, this is actually a really fantastic way to get through a number of issues in a very efficient and effective way. I'm not sure how to say this. The tax levy, what it will end up being, based on this, is very important. I mean, we've got a further discussion after this. But I do want to stress that OP12, I'm not sure how to feel about it. has an opportunity to be transformative in two very different ways. And I don't think that there's a middle ground. And if there was a story that comes out of this for the years ahead, it's going to be this one right here.
Almost good.
I agree. And so there are a few things that I actually have a little bit of trouble supporting in the omnibus, just because nothing's ever going to be perfect for everyone. But I will be supporting the majority of these things, the vast majority. There's a couple I'm still thinking about it. Might vote against, but by and large, my support will be there. You know, I've been thinking a little bit about when does a tax become a burden, and when does a tax cease to become a burden? I don't know if we ever stop to ask ourselves that. We have this vernacular, tax burden, tax burden, tax burden. Cool. But I think as kids we all remember the story of Rock Soup, where everyone throws their bit in and everyone has this great feast and everything. And maybe I don't know, maybe it's a warning about socialism or something, I don't know. But if people are getting a fair return on what they're paying, then taxes, by definition, cannot be a burden. If people aren't getting a fair return, that is absolutely a burden. If they're not getting the roads that they need, if they're not getting the transit, if they're not getting the community safety and well-being that they pay richly for, if they're not getting the snow removal, if they're not getting the parks, if they're not getting the amenities, if they're not getting all of the things that they live in a city for and pay their taxes for, then it's a burden. And when we cut so deep that we can't provide those things anymore, we are placing a burden on people. I too listen to the people. And I don't just listen for what confirms my personal bias or what I want to hear, or selectively ignore all of the voices that come to us. We had 200 people come out, the vast majority of whom were asking us to spend more money, and we cannot satisfy all of that. But we also had people coming out and asking us to spend less money, and we can't satisfy all of that either. What the mayor has presented here is one of the best ways to find a way through, to thread that impossible needle. We have 1 million people in this city plus. We have got hundreds of thousands of individual and separate viewpoints on how money should be spent, about what is justice, about what is worthwhile. And many of those viewpoints differ vastly. And so once again, I commend the work in this omnibus motion for trying to find a way to listen as closely as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I want to start again by just thanking the mayor, everyone within the mayor's office for all of their excellent work to help and put this together. This is a very thoughtful approach that starts to address some of the challenges that I've had with the operating budget when it was first released. So quickly, I don't want to gloss over all the important smaller amounts that are funding community groups, but we have limited time, so I'm just going to say I support them all, and with the expectation, though, that in the body of work that will happen in OP 12 of that $240 million, that these things will be permanently funded in a meaningful way going forward. And I actually would expect the same approach has to apply to transit safety and snow removal. I will have to withdraw my motion on snow removal because we don't have the money for it. That is not right. I cannot, I am still, that is my number one thing that makes me furious about this budget, that is not funded properly, because this city is still not safe for people who cannot drive in the winter. and it just needs to change. For transit safety, it's halfway there. Great, I'll again withdraw my other motion, but it's not enough. We need to fund it in full, and we need to do it through the work of that $240 million. The increases to transit are critical. The off-peak service as well as the on-demand growth is really important. This will allow seniors to have a life after 4 p.m. What a concept, because they actually also have a life after 4 p.m., and this will finally allow them to do that with good service. It'll also fill in the gaps. I have communities in the Northwest that currently wait 60 minutes at peak hours for their transit service for the on-demand. That is unacceptable, so this will help address that. Libraries on Sundays, that's awesome. New zoning bylaw work, awesome. So I just want to spend most of my time, though, on Op 12 because, again, beyond the work I know from the mayor and the mayor's office, I do want to give a shout out to Councillor Cartmel as well, who I know was working on a similar idea, and it ended up sort of combining into this. And so I just want to thank Councillor Cartmel as well for his work on helping to make this a reality, because this, to me, is the critical piece. I think it's necessary because, again, and I sort of hinted to at the beginning, I honestly don't think the budget aligned with the way I expected when we first started this process at the beginning of the year. And I don't want to dwell on it too much, but I think there was some confusion around how we deal with things like unfunded service packages. I remember a conversation on January 24th, because I went back and listened to the meeting to be sure of it, where we asked about unfunded service packages and how they would be treated in this process, and I think there was a misunderstanding. And again, not going to dwell on it, but I think because of that lack of, because that didn't come together the way I was expected, the $240 million piece in Op 12 is so critical to actually getting this right. I think about some of the posts I saw, today I saw a couple of, important Edmonton organizations make posts about sounding the alarm on the budget conversations. And I really wish they had waited until today when they actually could see the operating motion to see actually how serious this council is taking the financial reality that we're in. Because there have been a number of cost reduction exercises and reprioritization exercises in the past 2 budget cycles that I've been a part of, but nothing of this scope and scale. This blows away any of that other work in any other term that I've served on by a large margin, which says to me this council wants to truly reprioritize how we do things, because the budget that we have and the budget that was presented to us, I think, is still the budget from 30 years ago, tweaked here and there, versus a 2022 budget based off what this council was elected on. And I get that we all were elected on different things, but there were certain things we were elected on fairly consistently. So recognizing that it will be hard, and Mr. Corwell has talked about that around how this is going to be a challenging exercise, but this will allow us, I think, in a very meaningful way to make things different. So I know there's been a few concerns raised about this, but when I think about how council can show that we're serious about trying to do things differently, it's actually through this specific amendment. We've got some motions where we're going to do, a couple reductions here and there that are nickel and diming it, but this is the body of work that actually makes a difference. So in terms of finding savings, in terms of trying to reduce spending, in terms of trying to do the things that matter, this is what it's all about. And so I just want to thank everyone for this. I hope everyone supports that, because otherwise, it's just going to be the status quo for another 4 years. And I didn't want to be part of a council that did another status quo budget for another 4 more years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, excellent multi-part amendment, and thank you to the mayor and his team working with administration, and to my colleagues for putting this forward. It is the first, I believe, and has been such a great learning experience. There's a lot in this multi-part amendment, and for me personally, high alignment, strong alignment with the community, economy, and climate pillars that I ran on. If I look back in the last year, the most feedback we've ever gotten above and beyond, comes down to transit and snow removal, and I'm glad to see many of those are included in this amendment. Not perfect, but I certainly think it will increase. We'll see a better service. Lots has been said, and I'm just going to highlight a few things. I'm going to support this entire multi-part amendment. As I recognize the tremendous work it took to get us here, the compromises, the conversations, and the listening to understand. But I do want to voice some caution or concern on a few pieces. Number one, and I'm very grateful for the community partner for being here today, but on I think on individual approvals for organizations like Free Play, I know you all absolutely do great work. That's not what's for debate here. And this is what I said to the community as well. My concern is more about equity and access to funding for hundreds of organizations that are doing great work as well. I know the demand is on the rise. I worry about this council, the city government, perpetuating competitions unintentionally, absolutely. And I guess I just, as someone who spent a lot of time in the nonprofit civil society sector, I feel the weight of that all the time. And I think if we're truly serious about equity, then I think we really need to think about the process we formally put in place and sometimes informally put in place to provide funding and grants to community groups. The other one I have flagged for myself is the Affordable Housing Property Exemption Program. And this alleviates the pressure on affordable housing providers so that we can encourage more affordable housing, which is what the city needs. But it boggles my mind that we have not-for-profit organizations like the Chamber of Commerce and charitable status organizations like the church, various faith-based organizations, all well within their right that receive property tax exemptions, but not permanent supportive housing that provides life-saving support. And so I'm glad to know that a municipal grant program here offers some flexibility, but I also think we need to look further upstream at provincial legislation and regulations like the Community Organization Property Tax Exemption Regulation and leverage the current regulatory review to take a firmer stand towards consistency in policy interpretation. And, I know there are a lot of anxiety with, it's a really high pressure moment right now for many of the services that are part of the reduction. I really concur with Councillor Stevenson. I think they are actually so critical that they really need to be part of the base, and I'm glad to see some commitment on that front as well. So that's all I have to say. I am very conscious of the dozens and dozens more of amendments still to come. I think this is a good start. I very much appreciate the leadership on this front, from the mayor, and I also just very deeply appreciative of the services that our city employees delivers every single day to make many of these amendments come to life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Anybody else to speak? Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, first of all, let me start by thanking all of our City of Edmonton employees for all the work they do running our city each and every day, providing good quality public services and giving their best to make this city a great place to live. I also want to particularly thank the employees in the employee services who are listening, and if they have any anxiety about this, I just want to assure them that we're going to work hard to give you more sustainable long-term funding to do your work in a way that you are able to support our employees in an effective way. So it's and I appreciate Andre's commitment on working, as you always do, work with them. I also want to thank Andre and Stacy and everyone else for your hard work. It's been a difficult time over the last few weeks, and we all try to figure out how to move forward. And I want to thank my colleagues for their ongoing support and collaboration. I would really, really urge council colleagues to respect the balance that we have tried to create in investing in services, at the same time trying to keep taxes affordable, right? There are a number of amendments that would go beyond what I have proposed, and they will add to a tax levy that I would say disturbs the balance that I have tried to create. It's not that those additional investments are not important. They are absolutely important. We want to invest more in snow and ice. We want to invest more in community organizations. We want to invest more in some of the other areas. But that will happen. That will happen because we are committed to working with administration. Administration is committed to working with us to realign and transition the $240 million that would allow us to do all that work. So I would urge patience. Those who are willing to go fast now, please pause and just support what is being proposed in the multi-part motion. This is a good balance. We are allocating money for Explore Edmonton so they can sustain their operations as we work with them to give them more sustainable funding for the long term. That is necessary for economic growth. There's money for Edge Fund that will allow us to give grant money to innovators and entrepreneurs that will have creative ideas and they need liberal support that will help spur economic growth in our city. Am I already out of time? There's only 2 minutes left. I thought
That's correct, Mayor Sohi. You have
sure?
less than 2 minutes left.
Oh my God. So we have money for transit in this house. We have money for housing and ending houselessness, affordable housing, snow and ice, climate change, public washroom, a basic necessity for people, right? And we're investing in. I'm really excited about the investment we make in crisis diversion because that will help us reduce pressures on policing, which is one of the biggest cost driver for the city. Africa Center, I'm really excited about advancing our city plan. That's a transformative change that our city is undertaking. This investment will allow us to do that. Advance our work on reconciliation, improve transit safety, investing into YMCA, free play for kids, urban farms, arts and culture. Outdoor pools will be open longer so people can enjoy our short summers. I'm really, really excited. I'm really optimistic the work that we will do together to advance some of the work that Edmontonians expect us to advance. And once again, I will urge my colleagues to please keep that balance in mind. There's a lot of exciting work ahead of us that will allow us opportunities to build on this and continue to invest in those frontline services that are currently underfunded, and we need to catch up on those, and there will be an opportunity in 2023 for us to do that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. I see that we're getting close to our 9:30 time, and I just wanted to gauge, I guess, council's, we don't have time to vote. I want to just find out whether we should be picking up as well on Thursday. I don't think we had looked at that yet.
I'll move extend to complete this item.
Second.
Okay. Unanimous consent? We could do it that way, Madam Clerk? Tomorrow. Shall we vote? Let's vote on.
1 minute each, we're putting it over.
Can we use our mics just so that people can hear? Thank you.
So you know what? I'm not hearing consensus. I'll withdraw the motion. We can come back tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on for a minute. Can I ask a question to administration?
Yes.
36, approximately 20 minutes? Or will be longer than 20 minutes? We're just voting on it, right? We have spoken on it, right?
There's amendments within there, sure. I can't give you a guess as to how long this will take you.
Yeah, I would move that we finished for the voting process.
Second.
Yeah.
Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote.
For some reason, it's not, yes, it's not coming on.
Thank you, Mayor Stokie. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that is carried. We're sticking around.
Can I ask a point of order? Was there a move to